takes down Quinn as well. What is this? It's this one off with the first kill. It's going to be his teammate killed. Irish is knocked out. J7 finishes the both off. The balcony! Rolex spraying through the smoke, gets one. Federal as well, going to be dropped off.
Welcome everyone to the final day of the finals here at the PUBG Mobile Pro League Americas Season 2. It's D-Day for all these teams trying to scramble to get into that top 3 positions to get themselves in to PMGC. And of course, all the money that goes along with being in the top 3 positions. P.S. It's a lot of money for the teams to win. I'm Jason Kaplan, your host here, and I gotta bring in my analysts with the most as we have Seven Worlds Gaming and Glitter Explosion to join me here on the desk. And I am so hyped and ready to go because Seven, already in the first 2 days of finals, we've had so many things change, so many things mix up, and so many surprises.
Surprises indeed. Who would expect it? I mean, I guess we can say we expected Loops to be in a good position here, getting 3 chicken dinners yesterday after
in a row.
We called them out about not getting chicken dinners. Yeah, in a row too. That's super impressive. And then Team Queso, Temple Storm, just not being currently in the top 5, in the top 7. And those were teams that we were expecting to be in first place and second place, Glitter.
I mean...
Did he just say top 7 because his name's Seven Worlds Gaming?
Of course.
It is kind of convenient. I'm liking the soup, by the way, today, Jason.
Thank you. You can give Blank a big shout out, and as well as some other people here at ESL for dressing me. And they actually put the clothes on me today, so I got to just relax, sleep in while I got dressed. But I'm excited to see what's happening today. Let's take a look at the prize money on the line here. We talked about top 3 for GC, but there's still a lot of money for these teams to win. 40 grand for first place. That's a lot of money for them to take home. And also a spot in PMGC, but then you have 20 grand coming in 7 for second place. That's still a lot of money.
Yeah, that's not bad. And hey, those are pretty much the main 2 spots that I'm going to be looking at today. Second place and third place, a difference of $8 grand right there. And also, as you mentioned, top 3 will get a chance to go into PMGC. And then another prize that we haven't really talked about is MVP prize. I'm really interested to see who's going to be able to take that MVP prize because none of the actual players from League Play, honestly, that's kind of like a surprise segment right there. None of the actual players that perform in League Play are currently performing that well here on the finals. So it's going to be interesting who takes that.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, it's actually the MVP across the entire event, not just finals as well. So maybe if you're Ayala, maybe if you're Axel, you can hold on from League Play and maybe get yourself the extra $5,000 and, you know, maybe the $2,000 for the place they're currently sitting in. But anyways, besides that, talking about placings, we're going to take a look at the overall settings here in Glitter. We have to talk about right off the bat, like Seven said, Loops in first place. But second place for me is one of the biggest surprises we've seen across this entire season.
Yeah, and you know, I'm sure we'll be touching on that. Like you said, Loops in first place. I mean, back-to-back chicken dinners yesterday. They really stepped up their game in a huge way, so that was massive for Loops. But Execute, second place right now. Honestly, surprisingly, not even that far behind Loops after their dominating performance yesterday. Execute's been consistent. They have a good amount of kill points. They've just been very, very impressive. Like I said, we're going to touch them a little bit later. But huge shout out to Execute. Cloud9 managing to really pick it up here in the finals after the performance that we saw them have during League Play in third place. Ace1 holding on to fourth, not far behind them. And then B4 only 1 point behind Ace1 in fifth place. Alpha 7 in sixth place. The Unnamed actually in 7th place. And Nova holding on just barely to that 8th place spot, Seven.
Yeah, and Nova, honestly, they've been performing really well because remember, they made it to the finals by being that 16th place team. As we're going to be going towards the second page, and I'm right along there with you. Execute has surprised us, all of us. Ace1 as well. They've been a little bit more consistent, something that we wanted to see out of them in League Play. Glad to see them doing it here on the finals. We see Brazilian Rampage there in 9th place. XSET, yesterday XSET had a much better day in comparison to day one. We'll be going a little bit more in depth into that. We see Team Queso. I mean, this is teams right here that I'm about to mention to you that nobody expected them to be here, and today is going to be a very long shot, but it's doable. it could be doable. Team Queso there with 77 points, Tempo Storm with 70 points, Influence Rage. It seems like their firepower has finally died down a little bit, and that's why they haven't really been performing that well here on the finals. G25 Gaming there, a lot of inconsistency there out of that team. G25 Gaming, one team that pretty much qualified to the finals after week 1. A huge drop off there for them. I'm hoping today they're able to finish the tournament on a good note with some wins or something along the likes of what we saw in week 1. And then Wildcard Gaming, the biggest shock, honestly, besides G25, what happened with them and Team Queso. Wildcard Gaming, this was a team that a lot of people expected them to do really well this tournament, but everything so far seems to have fallen apart here during finals.
You know what I did notice though, Jason?
What'd you notice?
Compared to league play, when you look at the overall standings, all of the wins are actually concentrated on the first page this time around, and there are 0 on that second page, and that's not how it played out in league play. So I know we've had a ton of surprises here for finals, with a lot of teams stepping up and us not necessarily predicting which teams those were going to be, but it is consistent that those teams are the ones in that top 8.
We talked about, predicting the teams. I'm a little bit sad right now because I actually had Loops, which that's the only one that got working for me, Team Queso and Tempo Storm to make top 3. And right now, I'm not feeling too confident. 7? Who were you? Didn't we have the same picks?
Yeah, like I think all of us, for the most part, had the same picks. I also had Loops Esports. I had Team Queso because of
how could you not, right? I think actually, if I'm not mistaken, Glitter,
crazy.
You had Loops execute Cloud9, and we made fun of you. Why would you choose those 2 teams? And now you're just laughing at us, right?
I like this storyline. That's the storyline we're going to go with.
No one else can prove me wrong on this one. But one of the teams that we are going to talk about, as you mentioned, when we're looking at the standings, it's got to be Execute. Team coming in from PMCO, getting themselves in second place right now, and just have to hold on to that second place. And they're going to be going to PMGC. That is insane.
Yeah, and as we take a look here at their average stats, you'll see the first column on the left is averaged out over 52 matches, and then on the right, it is over the last 12 matches specifically from finals. So, damage is actually very similar, and damage received is very similar. It's the fact that they've been able to up their kills a little bit, up their knockouts a little bit, but the biggest improvement is on their points per game. Right now, Execute, we've been talking about Execute from the very beginning, whether that was for good reasons or bad reasons. They were actually the top performing team coming out of PMCO NA, and then when we got into the league play portion, they really struggled a little bit to find their rhythm, right? We saw them kind of choking situations that they shouldn't necessarily choke, or they were making maybe not the best choices, and since then, now that we're in finals, we have seen them completely change. They have managed to fix all of their mistakes that we've seen them making. They have more confidence now. They're playing as a unit. And I was looking at their stats from yesterday. Yesterday alone, they literally 4 out of 6 matches were all 3rd place finishes. That is literally the type of consistency that we've been talking about since day 1 of this season that teams need to have, especially here in the finals if they want to be successful. Another huge thing for them is that its fate is currently 4th overall when it comes to kills for players, which is massive for Execute because from the beginning of this, we were really kind of talking about Kill Switch and how he was the aggressor and how his aggression would inspire the team to be aggressive. And that's not necessarily the case anymore, which is great to see other players really stepping up for Execute. I mean, we've talked about them being a new team, but right now they're certainly not playing like it.
Hey, 7, I got something for you that I want you to run away with. Is its fate Bayo 2.0?
No, stop it. You cannot disrespect Beowulf.
No, not disrespectful. I'm talking about the fact that he's in-game leading.
I know.
And the first time playing PMPL.
I know what you mean.
And top fragging.
I know what you mean. No.
True.
It's too soon. Too soon.
They're in second place, man. But no, I'd agree. Obviously, it's the first turn, but
yeah.
But one thing we can agree on, 7, is that this gives me a lot of hope for him as a player going on into the future of PUBG Mobile. The fact that him and they are performing so well in their first debut big tournament with international teams, and they're in second place right now. They're 1 day away from qualifying for PMGC. It's ridiculous. And I think, again, that kind of goes back to what we said so many times across this whole tournament, is that the depth of skill we have is just rising. It's getting bigger. We're seeing teams perform better than teams have been playing it in PMWL, who have been playing in the World Finals last year, back in December, and even back in Berlin midway through the year before. So it's really crazy to see this, but also we have to talk about some more teams here besides that. Maybe some of the old guard here. And of course, if I'm ever going to talk about this team, we know who's going to be talking about it out of us three. It's going to be B4.
Yes, which means it's me, in case you didn't know where Jason was going with that. Okay, so what we're doing here is we're taking a quick comparison between B4 and Cloud9. These are their average stats for finals day 1 and 2 across the board for both teams. Now, this is a really, really close race. We're not showing you these two because of the huge disparity. We're showing you this because for the rest of today, we're going to be focusing on who's really fighting for those second and third place positions to get into PMGC. And these are some of the teams in contention for that. Cloud9 currently in third, B4 currently in fifth. Their average damage, Cloud9's doing a little bit more, but it's not by too much. They've also managed to somehow receive a little bit less, but once again, not by much. B4 has slightly more average kills, while Cloud9 has slightly higher average knockouts. Could mean B4 is just doing a better job converting or what. The biggest, most important stat down there at the bottom is the points per game. So you see that Cloud9 is averaging 9.25 points per game, whereas B4 is averaging 8.83. Now, the reason this is important, because we've done this a few times throughout the season so far, is it gives us a way to figure out how well B4 needs to do in order to surpass Cloud9, or what Cloud9 needs to do in order to stay in the lead. Now, that means in a perfect world, if both teams were to perform to these averages, Cloud9 would just win, straight up, right? So B4 needs to kind of step it up to about 10 points per game in order to not only match Cloud9, but then close the gap that they have behind Cloud9. They're currently 6 points behind them in the overall standings, which is nothing. That's literally nothing. When you look at their overall stats, these teams have the same amount of top threes at each other, and I actually pulled all of their finishes for finals. They're literally almost identical in the placements. It's kind of scary. So we have seen B4 being capable of being consistent, and we've seen Cloud9 struggle. Then we come into finals, and Cloud9 is like a brand new team. We're seeing some old school Cloud9 level gameplay 7. And so I don't know how it's going to end, but it's going to be incredibly interesting.
Yeah, and especially with Cloud9, something that we were talking about yesterday, that it might not be the best gameplay to watch when you're watching them, because they do tend to wait until the end to get those kills, which can end up backfiring. And in a way, it ended up backfiring them yesterday. I believe it was on Miramar, when they ended up getting, they were smack down the middle, teams push them, and they only ended up with 3 kills, and they ended up getting knocked, and I think they got maybe like 1 placement point. So for Cloud9, something to watch out is maybe not to be not to be so passive throughout the whole game. If you do get a chance to maybe attack a team, go for it, especially if you are confident enough that you'll be able to win that fight. We've seen a lot of teams being able to do that. We've seen a lot of teams taking advantage of that. And keep in mind, kills, we've been talking about this throughout the whole tournament. Kills are just such a huge part of this point system now, that if you do see a chance to get a kill, you might as well go for it. And I think overall, Cloud9, the players have improved a lot. We have seen, sadly, we saw yesterday Para getting killed super early on, but that's one player that usually gets to survive a little bit longer out of everybody else. We've seen Unnamed stepped it up. Now we've seen Beowulf as well stepped it up in the kills department. So overall, I think they're looking very promising for taking that third spot.
C7, I'm going to play... What's that, Glitter?
They're only separated by 2 kills. B4 is 51 and Cloud9 is 49.
C7, I want to play devil's advocate there with you real quick. I don't think Cloud9 are going to change up at all. I think if you're in top 3 right now, you're playing for placements all day long until someone challenges you to the point that you have to play aggressive. Like, I think there's no world right now where Cloud9, Execute, or Loops fight early, because the downside of getting knocked out early is way worse than the upside of getting a couple of kills. What's that smile for, 7?
Remember what we were talking about yesterday, how there's no feeders, something we've been saying here on the finals, how there's a lot of crazy teams there towards the bottom that got nothing to lose. You got G25 Gaming, you got Wildcard, you got Temple Storm. We know these teams can frag out. We know they can be the aggressors. With Team Queso, we know Team Queso can be aggressors. Even if they have nothing to play for, guess what? They're going to be looking to make a statement in some kind of way. And with Cloud9 being so passive at times, they become a target for some teams. They know that if they push them maybe early in the game, they might not be expecting that, and it could be a downfall there. So that's what I'm saying. Like, just for Cloud9 to be careful and be aware of that kind of stuff.
That's a really good point, because you have teams at the top going to be playing passive today, but teams at the bottom who are going to be playing that much more aggressive. So it's whether or not you can hold your ground. And one of those teams that we need to look at to potentially be playing aggressive here is, of course, going to be XSET. Now, we saw them have a big rise coming into our last week of league play. We saw them, as you can see here, a big rise between day 1 and 2. But the problem is, Seven, they still have a long ways to go.
They do. They're currently in 10th place. As you said, they do have a long way to go here in regards to points. But if they're able to have the performance that they have yesterday, I think it might be doable, hoping that some of the top teams do slack off a little bit. We see there the finals day 1. In regards to the kills, I think that's the main important one, and also the damage done. About almost 600 damage done, 2.83 kills. 5.16 points. I mean, that's not good enough. That's not going to cut it if you want to make it into the top 3. To make it into the top 3, you need to average at least 10 points per game. And now we move to the finals day 2. You see their damage go up by a lot, almost being able to 1.5 times that. So it's not bad. You see their kills being able to improve that a lot. And that's something that we especially saw when they were able to get, I believe, was 16 kills, if I'm not mistaken from XSET in 2nd place. So good stuff seeing out of them. Their points per average, you see it improve a lot more as we're going to be watching some of the highlights here from XSET. Something that I have enjoyed, and I know this is something that we've been talking about them throughout the whole tournament, is how they've been able to improve as a team. Remember, at the start of the tournament, I'm going back to even league play. They started off super slow. This was a team that wasn't even in contention. At one point, we thought they weren't even going to make it to the top 16. And then we saw them start changing things. Me having communications with Juicy, he told me, hey, I think we're being a little bit too passive. We're going to start being a lot more aggressive. Everybody's starting to become aggressive and wants those kill points. Once again, kills are such a huge thing in this game now. Another thing that I really enjoy is how Joey, I'm going to give Joey here a little bit of a credit, because we saw a lot of problems with Joey not being able to handle certain spots. Keep in mind, Joey, it is his first tournament. But as we get here on the finals, and as we saw yesterday, he's willing to take on to more fights. He has been a huge part. He is a huge part to that team. So I would like to continue to see more confidence out of Joey. Hopefully he can continue to hit those shots when the team needs him most, because I think this team can definitely be a threat. Overall, the performance that they have from day 1 to day 2 is very promising. I'm hoping they have another pop-off day. I know my boy Hot Jukes is hoping they have another pop-off day as well. So we'll see what happens today, but they need to... I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, if they're testing out everybody, if they're willing to take fights early on, because for where they are right now, they need to start getting points from the beginning of the game.
Yeah, not only do they need to start picking up points, the thing is they're in a better position than some other teams, some teams that we expected to come into the finals and blow everyone else away. We talked about them earlier on. We're going to talk about them yet again. Tempo Storm being one of those teams that has to make some big risks today. We talked about how good they were playing during league play, how consistent they were, and then the finals came along and they just fell apart.
Let me take out my shovel real quick. I'm about to bury some people. All right, Tempo Storm here. We can see their performances. 52 matches. That is from league play. 1,000 damage done average. That's pretty impressive for a team. You see, for the 12 matches there on the finals, it's a huge drop-off for that team. And not just that, the kills. They were almost averaging 5 kills a game, and then they come here to the finals and they average 2.75. That is something that you not want to see out of the team. But even more crazy is their points per game. Went from averaging almost 10 points per game, and this is why they were just such a huge favorite team coming into this, to now averaging 5.83. Remember, this is one team that we kind of praised about having that extra player in J7. We saw the missed matches that they were doing. We enjoyed that. It seemed to be working out for them. But coming here into the finals, not sure if it's maybe something going on with the team that we're not aware of or what it might be, but everything has been falling off. And this is actually one of the teams that I'm going to be looking at for them to have a redemption day. They are within striking distance as the other team that we're about to go ahead and showcase to you, but it's going to be a very long shot. And I say a long shot because they have to, same with XSET, they have to hope that the other team slack up a little bit, and that other team is going to be Team Queso right here. And this is, I mean...
Oh, this one hurts.
Yes, yes, exactly. This one does hurt because they have some of the best players out of league play. You see my boy Axel right there holding up the fist. You see the points per game going from 11.78 to 6.42. The kills, half of the kills that we're getting in league play. With this team, I would like to say that I'm surprised that this is happening to them. In a way, I'm really not surprised because I'm used to seeing them start very slow. And with this tournament, with this finals that we have set up here, and switching it from 4 days to 3 days, playing 2 list games, you could not afford a slow start. You could not afford for your confidence to slow down even a bit from what they were coming from a league play. And that has hurt them a lot. Another thing that has hurt them a lot too is that teams are willing now, since it was an even playing field, something that Jason mentioned a lot, that the finals, we all start at 0. Once everybody saw that, they were like, hey, they're not this mighty team at the top with 600 points, 300, whatever kills it was that they had. They're just like us. We're able to take them on, and a lot more teams are willing to take them on, and they are losing those fights. And with Team Queso, they're just not as confident as we were seeing them during league play.
Well, Queso and Temple Storm need to find that confidence today. I think maybe the first game of the day they can get away with just playing their normal style, seeing where it gets them, see where the other teams place, and see if they can build up some sort of points. But you know what? After that, they just have to put the pedal to the metal and just go full force into all these matches, which we're going to take a look at now and what's going to be coming up. And we do have our schedule for today. Starting things off on Erangel, going to Miramar, Vikendi, Erangel, Miramar, Vikendi, 2 times for these 3 maps across the board. And by the end of it, we're going to find out who our champion will be. And of course, the 3 teams to represent the region going forward into PMGC. Now, I'm a little bit scared here, guys, because this is still going to be tough. Loops, looking super dominant. I'm not even going to put it out there in the ethos of can they get 4 in a row, because it's not going to happen. I'm going to call that right now. But we are seeing the teams who are on that cusp, that have that potential to qualify. How are they going to adapt things? They've only had, you know what, like less than a day to prepare now for this set of games. And I think, hopefully for them, they're not running out of steam. They're not running out of strategies. Before Glitter, they were so inconsistent in league play, going from, you know, top of the world with a nice win, or it's like a top 3 placing, to bottom of the planet with 0 points in another match. But they have been able to change their fate coming to today. I'm worried though, can one game, like one 0-point game for a team set them on tilt? Likewise, could one really good game for a team just take all the momentum they needed and all the pressure off their shoulders to carry it forward?
I mean, even if it doesn't mentally affect them, I think standings-wise, anyone in the top 5 can't afford a 0-point game. I think if it happens once, that is just that little bit, that little small opening that any of those teams in that area can really take advantage of to instantly start jumping up into that 3rd place spot. It's going to be scary. I hope that these teams have planned for this eventuality, because between trying to play smart and safe and go for those placement points to ensure they stay where they are, and the other side of it where there are going to be those aggressive teams, people purposefully trying to knock people out of specific spots in the rankings. I mean, we've seen, or at least I thought we've seen as much insanity as we could possibly see out of this season and these finals, but today could very well prove me wrong.
Well, you know what? Today is going to start here. I have to get rid of you 2 now because the game is about to start. I got to bring our commentators in so we can get this underway. We'll check in with them when they come back after the first match to help break things down. And let's bring our commentators back. And you might recognize them from yesterday. Hopefully they got enough sleep today. It's going to be Hot Jukes and Cameron Davis, both looking great, feeling great, and ready to go for our final day of games. Hot Jukes, I can see it bubbling inside of you, all that energy ready to come out here for this game. There's so many good storylines. There's so many good teams, but only 3 can move on into PMGC.
That's dang right. I mean, and everybody wants it. I mean, there's just so much on the line besides just the prize pool. Being able to go to PMGC, experience that, the fame, the fortune. It's insane. I mean, I'm just too hyped. It's hard for me to contain myself. I'm just gonna calm down and get ready to play today's games, man, because or cast today's games. I'm like, I don't know. I'm just too pumped up.
Well, speaking of fame and fortune, Cameron Davis, who are the teams you're eyeing right now today that you're keeping an eye on of what can they possibly do? And do you have any deep feeling that we're going to see some teams break through into top 3?
Yeah, I want to look at Cloud9. I know that they're already in the top 3, but their playstyle is one that makes me really nervous to keep, like, throw my weight behind. It is one that hasn't shown to be a particularly reliable one, and so I'm looking to see if they're going to change anything up. I know I already talked to Seven about it earlier on, but I think they're another team I'm eyeing, as well as B4, though, because they've shown to have some really standout games, and I think they might be able to break into the top 3.
Well, I'm also looking maybe towards Tribe a little bit. Now they're low on the leaderboards, but I'm hoping they can pick it up like they got their chicken dinner in the last match of league play. But you know what, gentlemen? It's time to kick off our first match here of our final day of the finals. Hot Jukes and Cameron Davis, take it away.
Thank you, Jason. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The final day here of the PMPL Americas finals. This is where everyone has to just lay it on the line and get it done, because after today, it's all over, Cameron.
Yeah, this is it. These are the last 6 games. And they're not fresh. Teams certainly have different leads over each other. You got Loops in first with 156 points, close to a 30-point lead over second place. That's not to say that they are guaranteed to be in the top 3 at a minimum, but it would have to be a full throw, I think, for them to not be in the top section. If that's that's assuming that they don't even get first tier. But there is still a lot of wiggle room during the majority of the middle section. One good game at the start could swing a team even as low as Nova, even as low as Brazilian Rampage, as an XSET who were in the 80s, up to a real challenger, if not straight up into 3rd place.
I think this first game is going to be really, really huge, just to kind of set the pace and see how the rest of the day is going to go. And I think you're totally right. When it comes to Loops, when I look at this leaderboard, I feel like Loops is a squad that has everything to lose, and all these teams below 3rd place have everything to gain. And I want to see how that kind of affects their mentality going into this. Will Loops decide to play a little bit more safe, just due to the fact that they have this lead? But then again, if they do that, that's going against kind of like what makes Loops. So I'm going to be really interested to see like how they start this one off, because this is huge. It's huge. Finals day. Let's go.
It is. But also, remember, Loops have already sort of been changing what they've done, but what an opening circle for Loops.
Oh, yeah.
We saw a circle just like this yesterday. It might not go into the exact same area, but Loops looting up in this area, this is going to give them an advantage once again. Listen, you can't deny they got so many different advantages in the previous game. Yes, commend the fact that they're able to secure all 3 of those into full wins. Only really good teams could do that 3 games in a row. But still, an advantage is absolutely an advantage. But when you're talking about Loops' play style, it has been one that's been underdeveloped. Under development. They're not necessarily as aggressive as they used to be, which is a little surprising considering the playstyle, the meta that we're seeing across a lot of the other teams. Loops are sort of having to adapt against that. But one thing that doesn't be pointed out is that their star player, or previously star player, is not the one who's been putting up the biggest numbers for him. Carrillo hasn't been quiet. But when you're comparing him to Kayovsky and Federal, those are really the new star players at this moment that they have unlocked. And the fact that they're able to do that, to be able to swap who is in charge, who is in lead in terms of fragging power, in terms of kills, that shows the strength of the team.
Absolutely. I think that one thing as well is that when it comes to Loops, switching to being passive is a lot easier than being a squad that's been playing passive and having to turn on the aggression. Because
shout out to Cloud9.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's something that it took them a while to do, and I think we're finally starting to see Cloud9 be able to do that. Now, in the past, I thought Cloud9 was a squad that had a better ability to be able to kind of turn it off and on as needed. But with this new point system, I think we've seen a raise in aggression across the board from all these squads. I think to a level that even Cloud9 didn't expect in league play. But come in the finals, they're starting off pretty strong here. But hey, this is the last day, still 6 games that we're going to play today, and a lot of points can be made from a lot of these squads.
Let's not get things confused, though. Just to sort of tie a bow around the Loops conversation while we lead into Cloud9. They're still picking up a huge number of kills. They're still being incredibly aggressive. The difference is they're usually doing it from a more central position rather than having to come in from the edge. They would usually crash in from the side, loop around the edge play, and just basically push into multiple teams. But they haven't been as successful as that during the league play, and so here you see them take more of a central position, but they are still being aggressive from that spot in order to take control. And you can even contrast into Cloud9's history of their playstyle being, let's take a compound, let's take a set position, and be just like a rock standing still.
Yeah.
There's even a little bit of difference in there.
And I think one big thing too is like now that we have this new point system, prior in World League, the aggression from all the squads wasn't that high. So when Cloud9 would take the edge, they would kind of just bully their way through the teams that are playing passive. But now, things have changed. I mean, those squads that you thought were easy to kind of take down, they are fighting for their lives. And I think we have to see all these teams pretty much adapt to this new system indeed. And so far, though, I mean, this is the finals, the main 3 days that matter. And so far, Luke,
you can do
execute and Cloud9.
Hey, he did it. He vaulted. Looking at execute.
That's
right
harder.
now.
That's harder to do than you believe. Oh my goodness, Windows are my worst enemy, especially when playing in games. That's a fact. Oh baby,
Tiny ones. What is this?
Nico from XSET.
Where did he
Out
come
early. This is by Milton.
from? Yeah, I know. Okay, so this is right down in the circle, and actually we talked about this little bit of an interaction between Queso and XSET last time we saw this circle. Queso are in this area incredibly early, and we're somehow able to split up XSET into 2 separate spots. XSET are also playing a totally different area this time. Last time on this circle, they went south of that compound that Queso just took the coastline and played from there. This time they're playing north of Milta. Something from the previous game has sort of deterred them from that previous area. And I do think I like this one better. It's just, losing Nico is a question mark, because I don't know exactly how that happened. Outside of getting shot by Queso, yes, but
it's something really interesting. Yeah, definitely. I talked to Juicy before today's games and tried to get an idea of exactly of what his thoughts were going in here. And what he said, and I quote, is he plans to be a lot more calculated when it comes to aggression and plans to exploit teams that are nearby their drop locations and kind of camping their vehicle rotations to kind of get some early game points. Well, it's obviously they did the research, and that is a strategy really emphasized in the East teams that we see. But it looks like Team Queso may have mixed something up as well, and XX just didn't see that coming. Tribe getting caught by loops as well. So we're already starting to see some teams get caught out early in these rotations.
This is actually what Loops is doing. They've left their initial loot position that was closer towards, well, it wasn't closer towards the center of the circle, but it had high ground. They're leaving that position of control to come here and do what you said Tribe are also planning on doing, which is cut off rotations. This little mountaintop that Loops are playing on, it's very, very difficult to hold because of how many sight lines spotted out. It's super uncomfortable, super wide open, it feels like. What's the opposite of claustrophobia? The one where you're always scared of going outside? It feels like that. But it gives you so many opportunities for rotations in the early game just like this. We'll see if Loops stay around this position, how long they want to stick here. But Federal is eyeing down Tribe. They might want to go and try and take that compound, especially if they can get an opening knock from that distance.
I'm surprised to see Loops play that spot. I mean, from what I remember, I used to call that spot Amber because of that Amber tree, but we don't really see it played too often here. And now we see other squads just doing some crazy rotations, Influence raiding the building with 1 member of XSET on top, 2 as well below on the hill. So now Angry is going to have to play this very carefully on that roof, especially when you got Team Queso above you. I think it's anyone's game here. All these squads just starting to crash on top. Angry with a jump down nade, low tossed. Oh, there's some good damage on the Merle right there. The whole squad of Influence is in here. 1 bad nade, and that could spell disaster for them. But Angry's in a tough spot right now. You can see the smokes coming out, and it looks like he's going to try to just get away from this. Not a bad idea, considering that there's a full squad of Influence. Not going to be too easy. They're already down 1 member. Team Queso putting some shots on top, putting more pressure across the board. Angry's got the shimmies on right now. Look at him. He's trying to run for his life. And it looks like he will be able to make it so far. Good cover fire. And a nice little reset from XSET, but they did lose Nico early on that early rotation.
That's a really good play there by Angry to slow down the push from Influence Rage. Actually got a couple of knocks to make sure they couldn't just rush him 4 versus 1. If you look past the inability of Joey and Juicy to really defend his position, XSET were trying to play a split and hold both things at once. That obviously failed, but the fact that they're able to get Angry out of there without losing really any points of damage, it looked like. There wasn't a single shot from Influence Rage onto Angry. That was a very good play in order to reset off of that.
Yeah, you could just tell that Angry was up on that roof trying to secure that building, but a full squad of Influencers was able to just sneak on by and crash. Next circle goes on up, and here we start heading to this east southern side right here. This is a really interesting one. We saw Loops, dominate from that center position. So very similar circle to yesterday's final game. And so you definitely know all these teams are definitely experienced with this side of the map. We'll just have to see who opts to play it the best. XSET's going to hold this street right here, right by Milta. Playing very, very carefully now as a 3-man.
Yeah, this, unfortunately, because of the pressure of Influence Rage taking that compound and then the pressure of Queso overlooking that, XSET don't have that much flexibility in this area. So they might be looking for a couple of opportunities for rotational kills, but I don't know how likely they are to come. Tempo Storm arrives for a quick second, but that's a quick redirect for them to find another way to get into this circle. Not many teams are shifting over to that hardship. It's most of the teams that are coming in late that were planning on having to move either way, just because of how strong these compounds are on the west side of this Lumber Hill. If we do see an eastern hardship a second time in a row, things might change there, but right now, Tempo Storm, they're driving into a hornet's nest.
Absolutely, with a later rotation. Oh my goodness, vehicle explosions, and they are crashing onto Team Queso. Big battle back in front, and Team Queso is gonna be, Tempo Storm is gonna be eliminated. Team Queso being the victors here with 5 kills so far. So a great start for Team Queso, and another rough one for Tempo Storm here in the finals.
Sends like that are always super risky. You could tell that they didn't really have that much time to scout out ahead of them. Try to make it that close. That's a big thing. That's a big thonker for me.
I mean, it's kind of, you have to look at where they're at in the point system too. I'm not sure if that's just a move made, yeah, just to kind of be like, hey, you know what? We have to get the best spot right now if we want a chance at possibly coming back. But like you mentioned, we're playing at the highest level here. To try to make a rotation that late, dead center, full send, doesn't work out very often. And yeah, just not the best start for Tempo.
Okay, so still adjusting around, looting up the bodies from the care package that Tempo Storm had brought them, hiding their vehicles, make sure those tires don't get removed because it is still early game. They are center, but they might still want to move depending on the next hard shift if we do see one happening. Outside of that push, everything else is pretty slowed down. We're still seeing a number of, oop, that's a nice angle by Nunez there.
Yeah.
We're still seeing a couple of teams try and make their way into the, well, in from the blue zone, actually. Execute coming all the way from North George are coming in super late, which is not terribly surprising for them. And we all know how bad circles like this are for North George teams. So I think for them, they're going to be looking for maybe a 4 or 5 point game at that. And they'll be happy with that one. But everyone else in the center here, Brazilian Rampage, Queso, Loops, they're all just poking at each other. No real forms of aggression are going to be coming out just yet.
I mean, if you're Loops especially, you're going to have a pretty good point lead to kind of give you some breathing room. Execute has one as well, but not that high compared to Loops. So yeah. I could definitely see why they're playing this a little bit more careful, especially game number 1, try to shake all those nerves off and get, in the rhythm of it. But this is going to be really interesting, especially if the circle shifts. It doesn't, so it centers out. Pretty fair for all the rest of these squads. A lot of spots still available, and you can already see those vehicle rotations coming out instantly from a lot of these teams.
A little bit of an engagement on the north side from the Unnamed, actually, I believe, taking out a member of Execute, stopping them, catching them out in the blue, rather. They're going to be losing its fate, unfortunately. And actually, Q, he's sticking around. They're not leaving this. Are they Unnamed? Is this an intentional catch or just more of one of opportunity? Okay, so Q's going to get in his vehicle. Doesn't seem to be one particular focus. It's not a bounty. They're not hitmen onto Execute. But they have an opportunity to rotate into the circle because of the medium to north shift. A little bit away from Lumber. All those teams that we saw what were previously center are now on the more southern side. Some of them might want to start to push up north just a little bit, but those 3 teams that we were just looking at previously, Brazilian Rampage, Queso, and Loops, they were sort of the zenith, the highest point of this circle. So they don't want to go dead center because it's basically all downhill from there. And I mean, terrain-wise, not necessarily performance, but maybe that as well.
One thing I want to touch on, though, before you, something that you mentioned that kind of just piqued my interest is, we're in the finals. This is the last day of it as well. So this is not a story we've really been talking about, but I wouldn't be surprised if that was kind of like a hit from the Unnamed. Now, not intentional, but the second they realized, hey, this is a member of Execute, they're in 2nd place. We're in 7th. Let's take them out early so we can possibly pass them up on the leaderboards. Cloud9 is going to be having to think the same thing when they come to Loops, but the rest of these squads, they're going to have to push their way through it. We'll see what happens, though. They're going to be holding the shelter side. I love this spot. Very, very strong. And they're going to be defending it pretty decently. Nova is going to take one end of the shelter here. And it looks like they're going to be sitting here for a while until the next circle.
Nova just cannot move. They're trying to adjust around, but the hold that Cloud9 have on those two separate positions of shelter is too strong, and Nova, it's very difficult for them to find a new place to head to without getting sprayed down at. Cat is all the way off on the side flank, but that high ground is a little vulnerable to any other third-party position. G25 is not too far from this, either a tribe. So Nova, you can tell that they just are sort of having to fall back and be relegated into a less preferred spot for them.
Let up, nothing you can do. I mean, especially when you got Cloud9 putting that pressure onto you. They're going to be sitting there for a good minute, but at the same time, oh, Uneven running up the hill. It's going to get the knock onto Cat. That's going to be a good initial one. Did that get stolen? Oh no, Adder. Yes, Adder from the top is going to be able to get that finish. Help him out right there. Shifan dead inside of these smokes. No cover at all. And you can see Uneven, he's using that 3-peek to a full advantage, trying to see if he can get an angle, but Shifan, yeah, recognizing it, just gonna hit the laydown right now.
Great, I love to see this from Cloud9. They're on the edge, yes. We know how strong they are if they're in a center compound. We'll talk, that's a hardship.
Oh!
In just a second. But for Cloud9 to recognize these opportunities of essentially a free one-on-one engagement, very little risk of third party, and to go for it is very good to see. They're not just trying to play placements only, they're finding the points wherever they can get them with kills. But with this Eastern hardships, all these teams are gonna have to move. This is such an awful circle to play around because Alpha 7 have a really good spot, basically the only real compound in the circle. There's a few scattered houses on closer towards the east side, but just that eastern slope down from Lumber it's awful, absolutely terrible to play around, and so teams are really going to have to be relying on their gun skills in the next, let's say, 3 to 5 minutes.
Oh, I mean, this is one of the most difficult shifts, I think, for all these squads here. I love to see Cloud9 instantly take off. They recognize, hey, you know what? We only have about 45 seconds. Let's leave this fight. Let's avoid Nova and try to get into this next circle, doing a very wide rotation. You can see them following G25, Italox. Beowulf's going to be leading this one right here. Opts to go ahead and stop at the shack, scout out for now, and then try to move up in there later, possibly pick up some kills here, as we're starting to see a lot of kind of bumper cars, a lot of vehicles just driving around trying to find a location. And we'll see who is going to be able to take this main spot of this hill. Look at this. Quinto's just, I mean, he lost right now trying to find a spot. So difficult. Kill switch is going to get knocked and thirsted. Looks like from a member from G25, Unico Idu. So that's going to leave Execute, one of the top teams right now, down to only 2 members, doing everything they can to just not go out early.
Look how many smokes are being deployed already, and this is still only phase 4. Grenades coming in as well. This is, look, more smokes, because there's nowhere else to really play. You need those smokes for survivability, but grenades don't care about your smokes.
And that was pinpoint. Such a strong one right there. Here comes another one from AZ onto Loops. Gets Federal. That's going to be a solid one. He sees Carrillo driving that US to the right. Good angle. Oh, through the smokes. So strong. And AZ, that is not a big tree to hide behind. And Nova's going to be eliminated here early on. Man, Loops playing this really, really well so far. Love to see that quick movement, quick smokes thrown. And starting it off, not too bad. Execute is out in 14th place. So that it looks like to be a very, I mean, at 14th, that's 0 points. So not the best start for them. Still 5 matches remaining. We'll have to see how they decide to play it off. Look at P4 here. Holding down this circle. This circle shift has made it very difficult for these squads.
Yeah. This is awful. Cloud9 and B4, at first glance, it might look like they're spread out for control. This is more spread out for safety because, like, where else can you really go? At least when you're spread like this, one single grenade won't take out your entire squad. And it does give you multiple lines of sight for crossfires if a fight does break out, but there is likely going to be a fight that breaks out here. Not even just between B4 and Cloud9. The second a team from the west side peeks over, it's going to be a hard path for both of these squads. Uneven does get dropped. It's now only 2 standing members of Cloud9 because they lost Adder on this rotation. And Mixzera playing around these crates, smoke also up for safety, is, I think, going to be putting a lot of pressure on Cloud9. B4 want to remove this opposing squad as quickly as they can, but the shift comes onto them. This is terrifying. What can you do now? Suddenly everyone's going to be attacking your position, and there is no cover here.
you're going to have to just make the best plays you can and gun it out. If you're Cloud9, you're really happy right now. And this is what we've been talking about here, especially now that we're in the finals. We're going to start seeing some differences in play style because these teams that are really close to the top 3, there's tens of thousands of dollars on the line. They're going to be playing extra aggressive to try and take out some of these top squads. And I'm not shocked to see Cloud9 just full lay down right now with this zone. Though we might start seeing them turn on the aggression here, and they're going to have to because every single team is gunning for them right now. There's no cover here.
There's no cover. They're going to have to be spraying down teams that push in onto them, but Beowulf and Pyra being separated, yeah, there's a crossfire strength in that, but it means that if anyone gets knocked, the chances of them being revived is super low. At least for now, they're relying on the fact that everyone outside of the circle, everyone who's not B4 or Cloud9, are going to be shooting at each other first, just like Queso now shooting at Wildcard. Trying to make their way in. The revive on Slicky is coming up, but Queso just trying to hold down this southern edge before they focus on the center.
Oh man, just crazy rotations, absolute pandemonium here to start off the finals. Team Queso got the Uzis out, trying to make some plays up close. Looks like Axel is gonna be down to 1 HP going against Ace right now. And we can just see these teams pressing on in. Look at all the chaos here. Smokes, grenades going out. Dudu is gonna put the press on. It looks like they will. I'm sorry, no, Team Queso is still alive here. Just insane plays. What is going on?
There's nowhere to play for, so everyone's just having to fight what's right in front of them. Queso holds strong, eliminate Ace 1, 7 kills for them right now. They've lost a member, but they still have a 3 up. This could be a really good game for Queso if they continue to perform like this. Influence Rage also getting torn down by Alpha 7 just on the low ground. But look how many squads are all going to be converging onto Queso's rock position on the edge of the circle. They're going to have to continue to hold anything and everyone off. Influence Rage go down. We're looking at the top 8 right now.
There's literally players 360 around Team Queso. They're just knocking themselves out, trying to hit these crazy shots. Anything that moves, just shooting at it right now. And it looks like these last 2 remaining players and Team Queso, if they want to pause a shot at top 3, they're going to need games like this with 10+ kills and top 3 finishes almost every single game. And this is not a bad start so far. XSET still alive, trying to survive. Juicy. It's going to be the last remaining member, but take it out from Team Queso as they're going to go out into 7th place. 9 kills so far for this squad. Trying to hold the bottom of this hill at Alpha 7. Putting on the pressure, but still Team Queso not going out yet.
Circle centers up. Again, it's only Cloud9 and B4, but Cloud9 has been weakened even further. It's just Beowulf standing for them. Alpha 7, on the other hand, have all 4 up, 4 kills, high ground, but on the edge. It's not a difficult push for them, but Queso have been playing so well so far. 1 down, it's gonna make this a 4 versus 2 push if Wildcard don't third party this.
Be a big game for Alpha 7 as well as they're coming down the hill, trying to catch them. You can just see Team Queso, Cloud9 just doing everything they can to survive here, especially if you're Cloud9 in second place. Oh, a lot of shots onto that. He's gonna run over his 2 teammates, pass them on up, and here comes Swaggin with the Uzi. Gonna catch Nitsu. Hits the crouch. Starting to run, trying to get a big off angle. Goes for the finish instead. Oh, right next to him. He didn't see him! On his left, gonna get taken out. Right there, Team Queso still alive with their last 2 remaining members. Another point on the board for them. 11 kills so far. But here comes the blue zone. About to devastate all of them.
More utility coming out. Senna needs to break into this. The push from Alpha 7 got slowed down by the readjustment by Queso and had to continue to fall further and further back. That only gives more and more ground. They're able to isolate Slicky. If they can take him out, it's going to make the fight a little bit easier. I emphasize a little bit because it's still a man advantage, and now they've got another knock.
Oh, and Team Queso is going to be eliminated there from Alpha 7. And you're right, Slicky is still down in the smoke. I don't think Alpha 7 really realizes it just yet as they're trying to find a way into the circle. Prioritizing that makes total sense. But, I mean, Loops and Cloud9, first and second place, are still alive in this one. So they're doing exactly what they're supposed to. Here, look at Slicky with the Uzi, trying to defend himself. Good shot so far. Has to switch to the M16. Not an ideal gun for this situation. Oh, through the smoke! Is going to be able to catch the nab. And here's going to go to try to take out this last remaining member. Instead, gets the point. Very smart. Oh, this is going to be a tough one right here. AK versus M16. AK all day long with that hill advantage as well. Great finish and start for Alpha 7. And we're down to the final 4 here. Game 1.
Still, despite going out in 5th, really good hold there by Slicky, doing a lot of damage to Alpha 7. Removing a player permanently, it forces them to stick the revive on another one, but over here on the north side, B4 been holding strong this entire time. Still 3 up, but here come Loops. They are wounded, they are limping, they are not nearly as strong as the Loops that we've seen take wins yesterday. But with Carrillo and his
M249
still standing, they can go make a Bearwolf with the M249, as you said, spraying down Alpha 7, massive damage, only gets 1 knock. Law has an opportunity.
That's the squad wiper right there. 100 rounds in that bad boy. You know, that's the gun to have if you are solo to try and finish this strong. He is going to get another knock and finish as well. Really, really strong play for him. Loops on this edge, just trying to get some good knocks onto B4 here. Oh, look at this 1v1. Bales in the wide open. Yeah, just getting caught from Law, using that cover for his advantage there. Beowulf not able to hold the gatekeep down. They're going to go out in 4th. Last 3 teams remaining. Oh, they did get the knock onto Levi right there. So now it's just Pedro. Oh, that nade doesn't knock Carrillo. The man is a nade-eating machine. Does Pedro have another one to give him, though? Here, 2-for-1 special coming right now. Little too far. Only half HP.
Problem is, Pedro is still blocking Loops from getting into the circle, and Loops might not be aware of Law's angle. I don't know what this could do from the southern side. Law can just play it slow and wait for the fight on the north side to break out. But B4, they had 3 up. It was just been 2 members of Loops pushing into them. And now they're down to 1 because Levy's not getting picked up after this. Kayovsky on the high ground, Carrillo on the low ground, playing the disparity very, very well. But now Kayovsky's running around trying to find a separate angle, see if he can't spot behind the rock. A little bit of damage. He's going to push up even further for more.
Bats him up a little bit there. The Alpha 7, the last member, isn't moving at all. Yeah, he'd rather take 2nd place, and they're going to get it. He does find Kayovsky. That is a huge knock. 1v1 now. Loops versus Alpha 7. Regardless, this is a huge game for Loops, and Carrillo is going to spot him with the DP. Loops, Esports, baby. 4 chicken dinners in a row. Are you kidding me?
I don't know what to say anymore. 4 up and dead center. Of course they win that game. Coming in from the edge with only 2. I guess they win these as well. These guys are unstoppable.
I mean, that's it. I mean, with this chicken dinner, this is exactly what they need to do today. In my eyes, there's just no way they don't take the 1st place after this. I mean, 40 grand, I think it's in the books for them after that one. 4 chicken dinners in a row in the PMPL finals. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Insane.
Yeah. These guys, they are firing on all cylinders. They picked it up on the latter half of yesterday, and it doesn't seem to be stopping anytime soon. And this is only the first game of the day. We have so many more games happening today. If Loops continue to play like this, it's gonna be over. It's gone. It's done. Jason, how do the other teams respond to this?
How do
you gonna say, Jason?
I don't got anything to say. All right, well, we're calling it now. We're ending the show early today, ladies and gentlemen. Loop's going to be going through 1st place. I don't care about the other teams because Loops is clearly going to carry the region when it comes to PMGC. Just wrap it up here. No, honestly, like Loops, that was fantastic to see. But beyond that, because again, it's looking like Loops is going to be the #1 team to get through, or at least guaranteed top 3, period. But then you got your likes of B4 stepping up. You got the likes of Alpha 7 stepping up. Cloud9 trying to get deep. Wildcard even getting a deep place in there, as well as Team Queso. We've had the teams that we expected to be able to go big, finally able to go big in that 1st match. But will it be enough for those other teams is going to be the question, as I think B4 have surpassed now Cloud9 in the standings. But we'll get rid of you 2 for now because we still have so many matches left to go today. We'll bring in our analysts with Seven and Glitter here in just a second to get their thoughts on that last match. And I think we should start off talking about Loops. But not for too long, because I feel like we've talked about him enough over the last 3 games yesterday and the 1st game today.
4 in a row. I think they might have heard us, Glitter. We kind of gave them some smack about not winning enough games. If they didn't start winning games, I don't know how they were going to perform if they made it to PMGC. Well, guess what? They showed up today. Even with just 2 players, that was really impressive.
7.
Carrillo, we kind of seen this before too. 26 points there. Yeah.
Should jump in real quick. So in their 3 chicken dinners they had yesterday, all in a row, they had 12 kills, 12 kills, 8 kills, and their 4th chicken dinner coming in with 11. I think they have more points in those 4 games alone than I think they would qualify in top 3 with just those 4 games alone, to be honest, at this rate.
I think, yeah, for sure. I think they're one-upping whatever they were doing like in week 4. Remember how we talked about week 4 was such an amazing week for them? Well, they were like, hey, hold our Mountain Dew. Watch what we can do. And then you see Alpha 7 Esports there, 21 points, great performance there out of them. They needed those points. B4 as well, 16 points. Team Queso, one team that I mentioned at the beginning of the show, they needed to start off hot, and they needed to start off hot since the start of the game. They were able to get some kills there, 15 points to them. Cloud9, 12 points, which is good for Cloud9 as well. XSET, there were some points as well. As we go here towards the second page, the biggest surprise out of all this, Glitter, I think for me and for everybody else, is going to be Execute with 0 points.
Yeah, that's bad. I mean, we talked about it at the top of the show. It was not a very large point gap between 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th places. And for Execute to get a 0, and then when you look back at the standings, Alpha 7 was up there, B4 was up there, and both of those teams just had really solid games. Cloud9 had a meh game, so if anything, you know, they'll still be up there, but right around where everyone is. But Execute, like, that's... No, but I'm just saying, like, it's just making everything closer. I guarantee you, if we were to look at it, then it would be, we're talking probably 1 point here, 2 points there. Like, there is no, like, the gap between Execute and Cloud9 was originally like 15-ish points, somewhere around there, I think. It's not that anymore.
I was just saying, like, Cloud9, I mean, they didn't have like a meh performance. They got 12 points. And that kind of goes back to what we're talking about with Queso here. But yes, Queso got some good points, but we talked about this so many times. Them getting good points is okay. The fact that you had, let me just read my notes here, Cloud9, B4, and Alpha 7 all do well as well, who already have a large gap ahead of you, means those 15 points you just got don't really matter. It's not big enough for you to start clawing away at that lead that's ahead of them. But one thing we're gonna have to look at here as we continue to talk about this and how it could potentially shake things up is our Mountain Dew game fuel moments in the last match. But this is worrisome. Tempo Storm, I think that's almost it, guys. I mean, that 0 point performance, unfortunately, not going to work out. I think that was the 5th time they battled against Team Queso, and this time they lost. Queso, I don't know if that's enough points, honestly. I don't think that's going to be enough to even get them a chance at the top 3, but obviously see in the next matches. Then you have, what, the likes of Alpha 7 with a very big victory for them that could skyrocket them up the standings. B4 should be within 1 point of Cloud9 now. Cloud9 should be almost surpassing Execute. But then Ace 1 didn't have that great of a game, and Ace 1 was in 4th place.
Yeah, so here, I want to go back to Team Queso. So at the start of the day, from where they were, from where 11th place, where Team Queso was, to 2nd place, the difference was 51 points. Now, currently, the way they're standing is the difference is just 36 points. So they were able to make a huge amount of points there in the last game. But as we were saying, they need to do this every single game, and they need to also hope that some of the teams that showed up on that last game, like B4, like Alpha 7, like Cloud9, that they start slacking up as well. It's not impossible, but it's definitely doable with Execute. I'm not sure what happened there. I thought they were at least going to be able to get some kills. They rotated very late into the 3rd circle, I believe it was, which ended up hurting them big time. So I'm pretty sure they'll be looking to maybe either rotate a little bit earlier in or just scout more whenever they're doing their rotations into the circle, Glitter.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing some of the final moments here in that zone. I think not only was it played very well by Loops was able to take B4 out, but these fights here that we're seeing between Bayo and right here, specifically against A7, all I wanted Bayo to do was push. All I wanted him to do was push before Law was able to get the heal off. He gives Law enough time to heal. Law does end up taking out Bayo, but then he just waits. He just waits. He allows Loops and B4 to kind of fight it out. Loops take down B4, and he secures that many more points for Alpha 7, putting them that much closer into contention for bigger prize pool money, PMGC slots. I mean, there's a lot on the line right now, and that was a very smart play from Law.
Let's take a look at our total damage then and kind of compare how all the teams did, because I'm imagining we're going to see a couple of teams up there really close with Loops, or we should see, like with Alpha 7 performing so well in that last match. And we're going to see here, well, Team Queso actually to come out #1. Again, they were surrounded, as Hot Chooks and Cameron Davis were saying, in 360 degrees around them by so many different teams. They get themselves the 11 kills, but 7, you know what would have been sweeter than that? Though I don't imagine there's sweet cheese out there, was a chicken dinner.
Yes. You threw me off with that one. Yes, the chicken dinner would have been perfect there. But as you mentioned, they were just surrounded by everybody. I know it was earlier in the third circle whenever they were actually getting surrounded, all 360. At the end, they were just, the rotation wasn't that good. But guess what? It's still a good amount of points, and this is kind of what I was going with, that there is some hope there for them. We know that they are capable of getting 30-point games, as I believe they were the only team that were able to get like 20 kills in one game. That is, they are capable of that, but they need to start having that like before half the day, before we get to that third match of today.
Well, you know what? That third match is obviously still a little bit away, since we still have a second match to get to. But you guys at home, before we even get to the second match, need to be voting for PUBG Mobile as the Esports Mobile Game of the Year award. That is still going on and will be going on even after the show finishes today. You can head over to esportsawards.com/community vote. Get your votes in, because it makes Seven and Glitter very happy people when you guys do that. And also, what makes me happy is the fact that we're going to a short break, because that means we're getting to our second match even quicker. It's going to be Miramar, and we'll see you guys on the other side.
PUBG Mobile Esports, one of the world's leading mobile esports, covering more than 169 countries and regions. Here's the special event for our top pro players and users to enjoy. We present you with the best PUBG Mobile players. Now introducing PUBG Mobile Esports Awards 2020. South Asia, Southeast Asia, Americas. For each region of PMPL, we will select the best player as MVP. Fan favorite player from all regions. To be voted by our global fans through PUBG Mobile in-game and community after Season 2. Finally, we present you the awards ceremony PUBG Mobile Esports Annual Awards 2020. At the Global Championship, we prepared special awards. Annual Individual Awards. The Gunslinger, Eagle Eye, Grenade Master, Field Medic, The Survivor, to showcase the best in each category throughout 2020. Fan favorite player to be voted by PUBG Mobile users. Global Championship MVP to award MVP from the Global Championship Finals. Annual Individual Award, Fan Favorite Player. Global Championship MVP. Top Star Player together at the PUBG Mobile Esports Annual Awards 2020. Select your own star player by participating in the vote.
Well, Loops aren't stopping and picking up their victories, and we're not stopping in bringing you the matches, as we do have our second match about to get underway here with, of course, going to be Miramar. Hotchukes and Cameron Davis. Now, I even said, I will own up to this after I put you guys down so many times. I said there was no way Loops is going to pick up 4 chicken dinner at the start of the show today. And then they did. So I will take that one like a badge of honor. But certainly, there's no way they'll get 5.
I mean, what I don't want to say no, because if I do, it's gonna happen. Like, it's crazy at this point. I don't even know what to say.
So if you want to look at like the statistics side of it, they were incredibly unlikely to win 5 in a row at the start before they got their first win yesterday. But now that we're entering in the 5th game, they are as likely to win this game as they were to win the previous game. So
Cameron's covering himself
more like.
I like it. He's being careful. He's being a real politician. Okay, so let's.
I'm just saying these are the numbers. These are the percentages. That's how stats work.
Let's push Loops aside though, right? Because we have a battle now for 2nd, 3rd place. Execute 0 points the last game. Cloud9, not too bad. B4 scoring 4 points more than them, so I think that puts them 1 point behind right now of 3rd place. Alpha 7 doing decently well. Ace 1 unfortunately not doing as great. There's a lot of teams still battling for top 3 right now, and even Queso technically could be in contention. But Hotchukes, if you're Queso, do you hunt down these teams right now to give yourself a chance to progress?
I think absolutely. I think if you're in the top 11, you could still have a chance at top 3 right now. Loops, they've already, I think, punched their ticket. But still, that 2nd and 3rd place is up for grabs. Lot on the line here. And if Execute and Cloud9, their point bump is gone. And if they're not careful, we're going to have a full LATAM squads going over to PMGC.
Well, you know what? Let's get the second match underway then and find out how the standings might shake up with Hot Jukes and Cameron Davis.
Thank you, Jason. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's a match number 2, and we're heading on over to the desert inside of Miramar here. So a big game, not just big, a massive game for all of these squads. I mean, every single one is as important as the next, but still, I mean, with Loops securing that chicken dinner, I mean, I think that's one ticket gone in the books here. So now only 2 really remaining from the rest of these squads. What are your thoughts, Cameron?
I don't know. It's just so stacked right now. What you're talking about with Queso and B4 and all these squads, just looking at the scoreboard between second place and what are we going to have the cutoff here? 7th?
I'd say 11th, to be honest.
30 points. You want to go down to 11th?
I think
so. That would be 40 points, 39 points. Which with 5 games is possible if Brazilian Rampage currently in 11th place, or well tied with Nova in 10th place, straight point to point. Actually, as well as Queso, not Queso, XSET, all 3 of those teams have 8 and 9 points, but they need to start at this game, and those 3 teams, you could look at the probability of them the different ways. Some of them are perhaps more consistent than others, but all 3 teams have shown to have really good games, but they need to start now. 5 games left. On to your point, though, about Queso sort of chasing down other teams, I think that this would be too early. If they just played this game like they did the previous game, try and pick up a lot of points in the mid-game, but not go super aggressive. It's not a tempo situation where it's either go big or go home.
Sure.
Now, next game, and then during the second half of the day, that's when you start to have that conversation. I think a lot of teams that are in the contested area, though, they still have a little bit of wiggle room to work with to play a little more flex.
Yeah, I think all these teams that are in the top 11, they need to be going for chicken dinners right now. That's the main thing. If they're able to secure a 10+ kill chicken dinner, they're in contention in my eyes. Absolutely, but you have to do it, I think, in these next couple of games to really get your whole team feeling good going for the rest, because I think mental toughness is huge at this level. The first circle does go on up here inside of this match of Miramar. It is going to be towards the west side. El Pozo being dead center. Cloud9, we know they get that for free, so they're feeling pretty happy about that. You also got to look, Execute and XSET, they're also sitting pretty well right now, as a lot of teams are quite close together and are going to have to push their way through a lot of squads. And we know Miramar, very difficult to do these rotations. Got to get in a vehicle, you got to drive, and we know at this level, these guys are waiting and just looking around for any vehicle moving to try and shoot it out. Oh, Q did a little dance there while looting up, it looked like.
I will say, for this circle that's on the northwest side, despite a good portion of the circle being cut off by the unbreachable, unclimbable, unscalable wall, there are actually a fair number of entrance points here. Really, it's about those pockets of teams that you said dropped around each other. Around Picado, there's Tempo, Brazilian Rampage, and Tribe. Northeast around Hacienda, there's Loops, Queso, Wildcard, and then Alpha 7 and Influence Rage to a little bit. If they can sort of separate from each other, then they can have an easy path in, but it's about those initial exits from their drop locations here. Like, for example, Tempo Storm, I think, actually have it the worst, because if they want to go towards the circle, they have to drive through either Brazilian Rampage or Tribe down towards the south, unless they want to make a full wrapping all the way back out and around, but then they could put themselves in danger of the Los Leones teams.
Yeah, we'll have to see exactly how they opt to play this out. One thing that I'm looking at is when you look at the leaderboard so far, I was talking about at the start of the day how Loops was going to, really go into the first match. And that's the one thing I think is the strongest attribute of Loops, is that their confidence. No matter what the situation, Loops just tends to play their play style no matter what. They don't seem to really try to play differently because of their points or anything like that. Now, I think we started to see a little bit of change-ups from a lot of squads. That's kind of, I think, making it a little bit harder across the board. But, Execute and Cloud9, like I was talking about, they had a good little point bump at the start, but after game 1, it's gone. I mean, any one of these teams can pass them up right here, right now. So I think we're going to see a intense battle for the rest of the day to see who's going to make second and third place. Right now, we're looking at Team Queso, Nitsume, passing on up. Wildcard have been running a 3-man so far. Cannot afford to lose another member. Spring is driving as fast as he can. If they're able to knock out one tire, oh yeah, instead they get the headshot. And there goes Spring, another point, a big one for Team Queso. And now Wildcard stuck with 2 remaining members. Slicky just with some frustrating shots, trying to get a little bit of revenge.
Oh, wait, no, the Queso, they want this.
Now. Oh yeah, they're running. They said, you know what? You shot at us, we're coming for you. And now Slicky is the one running away.
Couple of unfortunate shots because with a lack of scope on Slicky, he wasn't able to get that knock that was out in the open, and now he is on the run. He's dead. There's no way that he's getting out of this one. Leon's gonna try and put some defending pressure. If you could knock Marco here, but the knock doesn't actually happen. It's just down to 1 HP. Axial also very, very low. The knock does finally come through for Leon. He focuses attention onto his teammate once he secures this kill. But Ayala running up to the high ground.
They need to take Slicky out now if they want to be able to save their remaining member. Slicky to 1v1, jump shot versus drop shot. Oh, gets saved! Axel with 1 HP surviving. Oh, Leon doing more damage here. Is going to try to get that secure. Marco's going to try to play as careful as possible. That nade, though, might secure the finish. Right there, Slicky's going to go out. It's just poor Leon, all on his lonesome here against the rest of the world. See if he can survive. Oh, already getting shot at. Hits the nail. Oh, the turn! What a shot from Leon. He is so lit up, though. And yeah, just too much. There goes Team Queso, gonna wipe out Wildcard once again. And man, Wildcard doing everything they can in game 1, game 2 taken out early. Not the Wildcard that we're used to seeing, that's for sure.
Yeah, playing us through is already a big disadvantage, and Queso smelled blood, went straight for the throat. Got a little sloppy there. Leon almost turned it back, but over here, Brazilian Rampage and XSET, both teams trying to vie for center, and there are more teams with potential, to third party.
Oh!
XSET continue to push forward. The grenades got a bunch of knocks, and they want to capitalize on this now.
Beautiful grenade right there from Angry. Just did the perfect roll. They're going to knock out 2 members. This is the game that XSET really needs to pop off here. Sentry's got the Uzi, though, and a decent angle. That's the gun you want to have in up-close battle. But, oh, Angry is able to get the spot. A lot of damage onto him. But the support... Oh, he does get the knock. But, yeah, there goes the support from Joey. There to be able to finish off Brazilian
Here comes
Rampage. Tribe. Oh, yeah, Tribe with a third party. Here they come around the corner. It's all up to Angry. I think he has a nade in his hand. Will he be able to get the knock? Not able to. Tribe trying to put up some big points and take him out right now.
You can see this with the amount of players that they have up. Tribe still with full 4, trying to wrap around, trying to close off any XSET points. Angry forced to fall away behind the cover of smoke. Joey and Juicy both back up and standing. Just need to get the heal on, but the grenades are continuing to fly in from Tribe, making it incredibly difficult for them to get out safely. They had to abandon their vehicles as well. So this is a really rough situation for XSET. They have 4 points. That's a minimum of 4 if they were to go out now. That's not the worst, but as you said, sitting at 89 points, tied with Brazilian Rampage, tied with Nova. They need to start having big games now.
Ticket dinner is required for them if they want to stand a chance and be able to compete and represent their country here. The PMGC coming up. Tribe, though, is punishing them really bad, giving them a taste of their own medicine with those grenades. And if you look so far, they did end up losing Nico. So this is the 2nd game in a row that Nico gets taken out early. So that's really tough to deal with if you are Nico, because when you get taken out that early, you don't have time to really get your fingers all warmed up. And you're going to have to make some plays. Joey is trying to survive here. Does get knocked. Great spot from G3 with the red dot from long range. They are going to get the finish there. Oh, Federal is going to steal that point. Oh, wait, so that's a point for Loops. And now XSET is stuck to 2 remaining members. Devastating so far for this team.
Yeah, and Loops are on the hunt as well. You can see them just pushing down from the high ground onto the low ground. I mean, they still have members on the high ground as well, but they're making sure that there's a close range engager in the lines of Federal. 1 kill for Loops with that steal that you mentioned, but they're not going to overcommit to this one. Federal maybe hopping back in the bus. He's going to retreat back to his teammates, or he's going to go even more aggressive onto XSET's position.
We'll see exactly how they opt to play this one out. I think XSET are just going for survival at this point. You can see them. Angry's hiding right behind this hay bale, just staring at this door saying, please don't let anybody come in here right now. We got so much on the line. And man, this is such a tough position. You can only imagine the adrenaline that is running through every single player right here, right now. Because man, so much money chance of being able to compete in PMGC, future invites to tournaments. This is so huge. The stage has never been bigger.
Looking at Alpha 7 right now. Coming in from the more northern end, but they're driving close to execute. Actually spot them driving around. They could have spotted something and are trying to go super aggressive under the Zute being sprayed out. This is looking awfully familiar to the previous game. No knock just yet though. And now XSET have an opportunity to return fire or fall away to a different position if they want to retreat.
That's so huge. Just to be able to put some return fire, you have to have a team just shoot in that direction just to say, hey guys, you know what, peek away, don't try to take out my teammate. And that did give Zute just enough seconds to survive here. And you know they want to have all 4 up, especially considering having a 0-point game 1. Loops is starting to creep up into this warehouse. I don't think XSET has made a sound though. You never know if Angry is able to sneak away a kill onto Kayovsky. We'll have to see how he opts to play it out though. Angry's just got his pan in his hand right now.
They're gonna, if either Angry or Juicy get a knock, they're gonna have to confirm it immediately because they're gonna get taken out, get swarmed upon either by Tribe or by Loops. Juicy trying to crawl forward to give some assistance to Angry, but it's a very dangerous crawl. I like the idea of trying to group up as 2 though. I think it's a necessary move. Trying to keep an angle, also keep spotting around to make sure that they don't get spotted by anywhere else, whether it's from El Pozo, whether from another hilltop somewhere.
Interesting, because you got Darin and you got Carrillo up there on top of that mountain. So we don't really know what they have seen, if they're able to spot those XSET members at all. And I think that they may have a little bit of a feeling about something because they're starting to pull off on this a little bit. Tribe as well, just realizing with all those shots coming from that mountain, hey, maybe this isn't the best location. This is only zone number 2 here. And we're starting to see a lot of teams grouping up, getting really, really close together here. Federal, you know, raiding this building with a Car 98 in his hand. Love to see that. Got that 8X.
So, with phase 2, it did hard shift towards the west side. It didn't take too many teams out of sorts, but this position that Loops are playing around, and now XSET as well, this hilltop, is on the east coast, which is why you're saying teams are trying to push more towards the west, Tribe are heading that way, where everyone else is already involved, and this is a fight breaking out just on that side. Nova being caught out by B4. Look how spread B4 are. They want to control so much area here. And Miramar is one of the best maps in order to do so. This is one of the best areas because of how wide open everything is. But you do need to be aware of a potential overextension because the Unnamed are potentially breathing down B4's throats. The next circle, phase 3, centering up. Basically onto all of these squads. El Pozo is a huge part of this. We see a shift towards that direction. It's going to be a city ending. And I think a lot of teams are hoping that does not happen.
That's going to make things so much more difficult. We'll start seeing just like squads taking up every single building. It'll be absolute chaos. AZ getting tapped up from B4. This is a squad that had a really good game number 1 today. 122 points, executes in second with 128. So if they pop off here, they can automatically jump up to that number 2 spot. We'll see how they're going to be able to do it as Nenebete is holding himself inside of a smokes. And this is what I'm talking about. I mean, you just saw those shots that they were putting down from long range. These guys are so good at being able to spray down vehicles from there. Oh, Loops passing up exit. Oh, so close. And I think, yeah, Angry and Juicy are opting to just let them go on by. They do not want to get spotted here.
Don't want to give yourself away, but Loops, they know there's some XSET members, or at least they suspect that they're still in the area. So they're taking this rotation just a little bit slow. They can't catch just a few more kills before they have to push into the circle, but they also know they can't just send it towards dead center. There's a lot of mountainous areas that they don't want to go to El Pozo. You can basically treat that like water in this circle as of now, which is going to limit the opportunities, especially coming in from the east side of where you can go. It's going to be Tribe into the way if they want to continue to push towards the circle. And they have a little bit of time to play around with it. So you can see Kayovsky scouting ahead, spotting out where the enemies are, start to make the decisions of where they can push towards to open up this engagement.
Well, one thing is for sure, as soon as you get into a circle like this, it's kind of like an unknown rule, but you have to clear your back and make sure there's no team sneaking up behind you. The thing is, though, XSET has been very, very quiet on this. No vehicle sounds at all, so they may be able to get a really disgusting angle onto Loops. But at the end of the day, Loops always plays this so carefully. It could be some tricks, though, some mind games going on, because they are looking at Tribe right now. Maybe they don't think that XSET is here anymore. So it's a really interesting play, and look how careful they are pushing up here, little by little, with a lot of buses.
A lot of buses, yeah. Surprising amount of big vehicles. Yeah, they're just going inch by inch, leapfrogging over each other. Next position scouted out, next position scouted out. King A is going to fire back. They're starting to get a sense of where everyone is playing around at, and I like how Tribe is in more of a split position right now, spreading out for the crossfires, multiple angles is going to make it difficult for Loops push in, but that's why their scouting is important, so they can tell where they need to go to break line of sight and try to isolate some of these engagements. They're inside the circle just in time for the blue to fully close on in. It's a little late to have an engagement happen before the next zone starts, but Federal, I mean, he's got the bolt action. You know you're going to at least fingers crossed for a headshot, right?
Uh-oh.
Those for free.
You got Telly as well with the Car 98, and he is the sniping specialist for Tribe, so I will not be shocked to see a little bit of a sniper battle going on here. Next zone is going to go on up to the east side. So Loops, Tribe, XSET, G25, all these squads are going to have to start heading on into this one. We know XSET already lost their vehicles, so they're stuck on foot on this rotation. Not the best situation. Man, what do you think about this zone, Cam?
It's very open. There are a couple of compounds, but they're all around the edge. Dead center is not just one road, but two roads. And then, of course, going to be open fields. That's usually right next to such things. It's going to be very, very difficult, especially when it's from a hard shift. All the teams on the east side, like Tribe, like Loops, like the teams that were already in El Pozo, even Cloud9 are going to have a difficult push. Juicy now arriving the backfill. But the vehicle rotation is going to tell Loops that someone is here. But Ace, leaving El Pozo, pushing into Alpha 7's compound.
And here goes Dudu throwing there a great nade. A little bit overcooked right there. Undercooked, I'm sorry. And now Law is just running away, trying to get to the rest of his team. Look at Dudu switching to FPP, trying to get some shots off with that AK. And he is able to get the headshot onto Law. And Sanab, and even though Sanab and Swagwin had a really good angle, they're just not able to catch Dudu in time as they're having to focus on execute on top of the hill. Tempo storm from across the street. Not the best start for Alpha 7. Look at these nades, though. Trying to go in through the roof. That would be a sick one to hit. I think Dudu's going to try to underhand one through that window to get the secure. Not able to do it just yet. Oh, look at the smoke wall. If they're able to secure, to get the res on Law here, that would be just an insane save.
Yeah, very risky though. I don't know if they are aware of Mid's position. Vidu's trying to grenade him out, but I think that's going to make the cross incredibly difficult. Mafioso trying to spray through. He might get back. He's starting to bleed out lower and lower, but he's getting close. They might have just done it.
So close. Law, crawl for your life. Almost gonna
give me your hand.
Get in, give me your hand. The nade's coming. Will he survive? And I think he is. He made it to safety. What a play right there from Alpha 7.
But here comes the push. They're using the exact same smoke tunnel to get inside.
Here they go. Now it's time to defend your teammate. You got him back up. Some pre-nades. Love to see that coming out. Ace is going to group up with the rest of their squad here in this corner. Alpha 7, they have a really good, I think, defensive position, especially considering they got two people on top of that hill. But this is making a lot of noise right here, so there's a big potential for third party as well. You can see Myth, helmet, all busted up. One of these members from Alpha 7 has no helmet at all. Gonna have to make some big plays here because these are two teams literally right next to each other on the leaderboards, 5th and 6th place.
So as you mentioned, Alpha 7 having two members on the high ground forces Ace to come in from the opposite side, not through that front open garage entrance, but now that they made their way inside the building, it's going to be an isolated 3 versus 2. And then the other two Alpha 7 members on the high ground, I got the word about Execute and Tempo Storm pushing up from the north side. So Alpha 7 had a really good hold until just now, but these two splits, these two duos, it's going to be an isolated engagement. It's not exactly be helpful to each other just yet.
Oh!
Good grenade to knock Vidu. It's just Law left on the inside.
That's a big one right there, and here comes Law trying to pre-nade as well, but that's going to be one member down. So we're starting to see teams drop like flies here this next zone. There goes G25 Gaming. Nova was eliminated earlier. You can see Sanab trying to get some pre-fire. A good return nade onto Dudu right there. Law just causing all kinds of disruptions inside of this building on that corner. Oh, Loops have two members knocked, crawling on over to Carrillo, try to pick him up. And another crazy zone shift. This zone is bouncing all over the place here. And just these rotations are going to be so much more difficult for all of these squads. Loops have 7 kills?
They have 7 kills. Damage to XSET, damage to Tribe, damage to a bunch of other teams from this southern side. But let's see what you can do when you don't get the circle in your favor. Execute are the ones with a big advantage at this point, and considering last game coming from North Georgetown to the southeast side on Erangel, I think it's well deserved. But can they hold it down? Can they replicate what Loops has been able to do when they get a similar advantage? B4 as well, only 1 kill when they still have 4 up. They dealt damage to Loops, but because of the circle shift, they didn't want to stick around and commit to that fight. They want to get into the zone first. Hop onto this hill, scout out ahead of them, but it is going to be unnamed in a pretty large compound that is still in this zone.
Man, a lot of plays coming out from these squads. You can see, yeah, B4 just trying to crest this hill, spotting out. You can see the shimmies on full blast right now from Levi, trying to make sure his movement is on point. There goes Tribe eliminated as well. This next zone being so chaotic. Ace are going to be working on influence now inside of this house as they had to push up on into this. And this is just insanity right now as these squads are just trying to make plays towards the end. Castiel with the pre-fire, not strong enough. Another big kill for Ace. 9 teams remaining. They're going to blow up that buggy just in case. Cloud9 and Loops. Top 2 squads going at it right now. Loops Carrillo with the shots, not strong enough. Cloud9 gonna eliminate Loops in 9th place, and they have 5 kills of their own. Oh, look at B4. Bayo pulled out the smoke just a little too early. Has the M4 switch, getting the sprays off, not able to get the knocks. And that allowed B4 to press up, so they're gonna have to do some close quarters combat. Uneven gets knocked. Mixera pressing the corner. Pyra, though, shutting him down. But knocks back and forth between these 2 squads. It's a 2v2. I'm sorry, 2v1. It's up to Bayo to save the rest of his squad, and here he comes running around the corner, trying to get the angle. AK in hand, is gonna get the spot, and shut down by Pedro. Cloud9 eliminated in 7th. Big plays for B4.
Heartbreaking, and a good save there by B4. Beowulf with the jump shot. It was essentially throwing his life away. But the Blues coming in, not going to allow for the revive. In fact, Mixera might not even survive this shift. So B4 still heavy casualties sustained. There's going to be a few more points sent over towards Cloud9. But here, Tempo, the high ground, overlooking Ace, not going to allow them to leave this building. Ace have held it down a pretty good amount of time so far. But now the circle shift is going to be more centered. No one is inside it. Fame Boys' toe is touching it. Outside of that, everyone is on the edge. It's wide open field.
These are one of the most ridiculous zone shifts we've seen constantly in this Miramar. It's making it so tough for these squads, and they're just having to fight like hell to get out of their current predicament. Ace have to make an insane play to survive this one. Yeah, Tensa knows exactly where they are. They're going to start dropping some nades, make it even more difficult. That one pieced them up really good. They felt that one. And now Ace, who's currently sitting in 6th place, doing everything they can to keep their lead here, especially with B4 having such a great game. But this is going to be proven really tough because right now, Tempo, you know that they're looking down that hill and saying, oh, these are 3 points right here.
They need them. They already have 6. Ace only have 2. So I have to imagine that for that hold against multiple teams pushing in, Tempo was doing most of the work from the high ground, but the smokes are coming out. Ace are actually going on the push up the ramp. They want to take it directly to Tempo's Storm. There's a knock already. It's going to be a 3 versus 3. Tensa hopping into the vehicle, going to bail away, and this could be punished. Could be an unexpected push by Ace.
What? I mean, they used that third-party opportunity perfectly. Now it's Mafioso. 1v1, he does have the angle against Rain. Rain with the crowd shot, though, is going to be able to finish off Ace there, saving his team. Tensa ran up on his own and was able to get the secure 1v1 versus B4. Now, Tempo, they have a shot. 10 kills, top 3 finish. This is a really good one for them, and they might be able to get a full reset off here. Execute still alive. This is their game.
Fame Boys, no helmet. Only 1 kill for Execute, and they have 2 dead. So they had to, oh god, to make that 3 because the line of fire from Tempo Storm spots out kill switch. And now the push from Raven going to try and secure that. They are going to be able to take that for themselves. 11 kills for Tempo now that they remove all of Execute. They are eliminated. We're looking at top 2. Tempo Storm up, Unnamed up. Neither team that are in the top, but a point grab here is going to be so beneficial to both of them.
Execute just got their dreams crushed, literally executed by these 2 squads here. Pinched so hard, nothing they could do in that situation, but now it's up to the Unnamed and Tempo. These are, like you mentioned, these are some big points here. To be able to get a squad wipe, that's 3 more, possibly 4 kills, as well as 3 more placement points, and every single one counts drastically, especially for these 2 teams. Ooh, ran with the car 98. 8X trying to pop some heads here. That would be a crucial knock.
Of course they get a crate as well.
Of course, yeah, they're feeling really good right now. Where's the next zone gonna go though, too? It's gonna go on them!
Onto them!
The Unnamed! Woo! Look up to the sky and say thank you, because this is your game to win. The only way the Unnamed loses this is if they throw. That's the only way.
Essentially. If Tempo lands some great shots, because the cover is not, the circle is on their side, the crate is on their side for the extra gear, and then of course the terrain is also in Unnamed's advantage, because look at how wide open it is for that run to even get into the circle. The Unnamed, if they peek, Tempo Storm are going to try and take their heads off, because that's going to be their only opportunity. The grenades aren't going to make it that far. Smokes are starting to come out from Tensa at least, maybe making a little bit of a smoke tunnel, trying to run into the zone, good old football style.
Well, this is the game the Unnamed needed regardless, because the Unnamed, Cameron, were in 7th place with 98 points here. With this chicken dinner, this is the one they need. Q, really risky shot. Oh, that might have been a bait right there, because Bucky did put some good return fire. Tempo is not going to go out without a fight, though. Tensa was able to move up, but gets knocked from Ran as they caught him out. While Rain and HH24, oh, okay, yeah, it's just Rain by himself. They know they got 2 knocked. The Unnamed, this is their game to win it. They have everything going for them. Now it's time to just finish the last member off. As Rain, I think, might just go out to the blue zone here to refuse the point. Yeah, he's running into the blue hard. Oh, but they got him anyway! Got him! Got the point! They got him, baby! And the Unnamed securing a massive chicken dinner for themselves. I mean, 7, 8, 9 kills and the win here. This leaderboard is gonna get even scarier and scarier as the day goes on.
Yeah, if you're looking at the teams that are on the top, yes, Execute didn't get that many kills. I think they only had 2, but they were still 3rd place. They really love that position, by the way. So many 3rd places, they hate getting any higher than that. While Loops did go out early, they still picked up a bunch of kills. So I think if they weren't already secured in the top 3 already, now they absolutely are. But then Cloud9 had a pretty big game. So many of these teams that needed a big game, they might not have all had the game as big as Tempo and Unnamed did, but it was still good for them, and it's still going to keep the leaderboard incredibly competitive.
Absolutely right. I mean, hey, 3rd place, if all I know is that if I'm getting top 3, I'm real happy. But 2nd place too, it's an extra 10 grand. And speaking of, being able to win 10 grand in one game, Jason, how are you feeling so far after game 2?
Who told you my game rate? Who told you what I'm getting paid? Because I need to go punish that person. Was it 7? It was probably 7. I think Cloud9 be a little bit sad with B4 and them taking the fight there and able to pick up the kills on against them, because that means B4 should be able to move up ahead of Cloud9. Loops as well, even saved B4 kind of right before that by fighting against Nova. There's a lot of teams still within the top grass there that have a chance to move up in the rankings, and it's unfortunate I guess for Tempo to have a good game like that at pretty much at a time when you can't really qualify anymore. And I don't know if even if they win the rest of the matches today, if they can get there. But Loops, they got 8 kills, pretty decent placing, continuing their reign of Supreme. And you know what? You two, you know what you need to do right now?
What?
Give me a high five. Give me a high five, Hot Jukes. That
4 5, 5 5, 6 5. Let's go.
I'm to their right, and they're high-fiving in front of them. So I think they're giving you guys a high five at home. But you know who's going to give me a high five here? 7 and Glitter. It's going to happen right now. Okay, Glitter's going to hit 7 in the head. And I'm going to high five.
Oh, yo, we did it at the same time? Let's go. Listen, this is delayed, okay? This is delayed, so.
Well, you know what? Let's talk about the game then. Let's talk about the Unnamed. Big game for them. Obviously, they still have a chance to move up. It's going to be tough, but that victory under the belts helps quite a bit. Let's take a look at our map rankings and see how many points they accumulated, as well as the difference between Cloud9 and B4. And you can see 11 to 8. That should be enough, if I'm not mistaken, to get B4 into top 3.
I think you're right.
You are 100% right, sir.
Let's go.
That game was absolute madness. Can we talk about Tempo Storm? Yo, Tempo Storm, where you been this whole finals, baby? This is something that I honestly, I called it at the beginning of the day. I wouldn't be surprised if some of those bottom teams were going to be able to put on a good show. Guess what? They're definitely not going to make the top 3, but why not? Leave a good image here on the final day. Tempo Storm, 23 points to themselves, 11 kills. That is nutty. The Unnamed, though, a pop-off game, a game that they definitely needed to get them a little bit closer. Hopefully we'll be able to see the overall at some point during this segment. You see them there, 24 points, B4 Esports 11 points, Execute being able to come back from that 0 point in that last match, 11 points, Loops Esports I mean, they're keeping to their kill performances there. You see Ace won 9 points. They need to step it up. We haven't really seen that much of them. Cloud9, 8 points, good points for them. Team Queso, 7 points, not good enough. I don't think they're gonna be able to cut it as we're gonna be going here towards second page. And Glitter, what a fun game.
I was hoping that this is what the teams were going to do to us, and they are keeping things interesting, especially when we look at how things shook out here on the second page. We've got XSET with 6 points, Influence Rage 2, G25, Brazilian Rampage, Wildcard, Nova, Alpha 7, and Tribe Gaming all with 1 point. And the reason that's important is because Alpha 7 just had a crazy good game. They were in a decent position, and now in this game, they only get 1. So that's definitely going to drop them down probably when we take into consideration the Unnamed B4, Cloud9 still chipping away at those points, Execute still chipping away at those points. So I mean, this is going to be so close. I am so excited for this.
You know, the best part of this is I think going into our final match, just like we had for league play, we're not really, well, I guess the league play is a little bit different. For this, it's like we're not going to know who's really in the top 3 until the very final game is done at this rate, which means it's going to be so exciting to see which teams are going to be able to maintain their pace today and then eventually clutch it out at the very end. But you can see the stats here between Tempo and Unnamed. Yes, Unnamed did get the chicken dinner, but Tempo had the more damage, had the more healing done, which isn't necessarily an upside. But then again, the Unnamed, only 257 healing. So the kills they were getting seem to be really clean, 7.
Yeah, and I mean, that's something that you want to see out of those teams, especially if they're going to be getting into a lot of fights. Tempo Storm, though, I think for everybody, when we were watching the game, we're saying, what's going on here? Tempo's actually going for it, and it's good to see, man. It's good to see because they are definitely a team that has a lot of potential. Sadly, things didn't work out here throughout the whole finals, but hey, why not have an amazing final day, even if you're not going to be able to make it to the top 3 and hurt some of the other teams that are fighting for that top 3 by not allowing them to get this kind of points.
True, it could be the Punisher here in the actual lobbies. Let's take a look though at our Mountain Dew Game Fuel moments and start to talk about some of these kills we saw happen actually, because it got very hectic, especially towards the end, seeing so many teams rotate around. I mean, Execute, they went for this really long rotate, but then we had a little Mad Max performance happen right off the get-go with the chase down.
We were talking about this while we were watching it go down. Queso just completely went after Wildcard. They gave them 0 opportunity to try and, really protect themselves. To be fair, the fight that Wildcard put up, Leon in particular, was incredibly strong. So, good on them. And those ended up actually being the only 3 kills that Queso were able to get in the entire Game 7. When they started off like that, I had high hopes, and then they just they couldn't follow throughout the rest of the game.
Yeah, that's true for me. Another thing that we kind of saw there was an engagement I'm hoping that we kind of see here between Cloud9. Cloud9, I don't remember who the other team was. Do you, Glitter?
B4.
I can't think off the top of my head.
B4? With B4
yeah, yes, B4. Yeah. B4 with Pedro. We saw a 1v1 there between Pedro and Beowulf. Those were points those engagements are huge because these are 2 teams that are currently fighting for that top 3. And guess what? I'm going to spoil it a little bit for you as we see Leon being able to hit some amazing shots early in the game. Cloud9, by not winning that engagement, by Beowulf not winning that 1v1, that actually pushed them down now to 4th place. And guess who moved up to 3rd place? B4. So those kind of engagements is something to definitely keep an eye on, because right now, if it was to end at the moment, you got Loops in 1st place, Execute in 2nd, and B4 in 3rd place. So engagements like that, for the viewers currently watching, keep an eye out on that, because it's crazy. And this is the one right here that we're talking about. C9 versus B4, crazy stuff. And then you have Tempo Storm. This is something that to also keep an eye on. Those teams that really don't have anything to lose, they're going to be trying to third party this, and it will hurt some of the other teams as we were just able to see there. So crazy stuff. Nail biter, I could not be more happy about this finals, Jason.
7, let's actually be fair. There's something we kind of forgot about here. There's still the MVP award, and that's $5,000.
Yeah.
Tempo had a couple players up there. We know Queso had a couple players up there. We even had G25 maintain a couple players. There's still a chance for these teams that are currently out of contention for getting top 3 is still getting the MVP award if they're able to put up the damage, get the kills, and of course survive as long as possible. So at least they still have that to play for, but that's also very individualistic when you're trying to think about the team here and move up the rankings together.
I agree with you with that, but I'm going to be the bad guy here.
Don't be the bad guy.
It's time to put on my bad boy pants on.
Oh, boy.
G25, any chances of even getting an MVP? Pepito hasn't played for the last 2 matches. That boy, I don't know where the heck he's at. There's no way. Missing 2 games, especially on the final day, that you get MVP, that's not my MVP. I can be completely
got
honest
word.
about it. You don't want to see that.
Just got word from production where Pepitos is. He's actually copywriting and trademarking his Pepitos Palitos. So that's where he's currently at the moment.
Said it.
I mean, I can't roll my R's, but I can at least repeat the name you said there. Let's take a look at our total damage, though, from the last match and start to look at how much damage Tempo put out compared to every other team. And, well, there you go. Clearly in first place.
I mean,
Well deserved.
where was this Tempo the past 2 days? This was the type of damage they needed to put out. It's the type of kills they needed. It's the level of aggression that was working for them. I mean, especially coming into finals, it's definitely nice to see them putting on this type of a show and what it's doing. And we were talking about this a little bit while we were watching the games go through. If the teams like Tempo Storm or like Queso did in the last match, if they want to start soaking up a lot of those kills and taking them away from the rest of the lobby, it's making it that much more interesting for the race that we're now watching for 2nd through 7th.
Yeah, it's exactly right. Other teams absorbing those points, it makes it even closer as things are edging towards a finish here, which is getting really exciting considering we've had 4 weeks of league play, now the finals as well. To see it all come to a close and to see which teams are representing the region makes me extremely excited. Just like you guys at home should be excited because there's still things going on for you guys who are watching the show. As long as you're watching within the game, within the Esports Center, you can win some rewards. And even beyond that, if we hit some milestones here on the stream, you can see exactly what you can win at home for all of the Americas players. So make sure you tell your friends, tell your family, tweet it out, post on Instagram, do whatever it is to get people here so you can get your rewards. We're going to head to a break here, and when we come back, we're going to be hitting the halfway point of the day. We have Vikendi coming up next, and we're going to find out if teams can still try to take away that 3rd place from others. Well, it was a very quick break indeed, but that does mean we can get to our game even quicker. As I said before, it's going to be over on Vikendi, and we still have another Erangel, we still have another Miramar, and another Vikendi to round out our final day here of the finals of PMPL Americas Season 2. We got Hot Jukes and Cameron Davis on the mic. Cameron looking very ready to go here, looking very ready to see what's going to happen, because again, as we said before on the desk, these teams like Tempo picking up that many kills and that many points absorbs it away from other teams, keeping things even closer. But the Unnamed, I wonder if they've been able to move up the rankings and get ever so close as potentially qualifying through. I think, and I'm hoping you're going to agree with me here, Cameron, that's going to come down to the final match.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. At the rate that everything is going and how tight everything is, it's Loops, whatever, out of the conversation. They're good to go. Everything else, though, it's still in the range where anything can happen. And unless we're going to see 1 or 2 teams run away with all 4 final games, or at least these next 3, you're right. That last game is going to be incredibly important for at least a number of different teams, for at least a couple of different positions on the leaderboard.
All right, Jukes, the Unnamed, they got themselves a chicken dinner. Can they get 2? Can they pull off chicken dinners? I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna put you on the spot like that again. We saw how it
no,
worked out
absolutely.
before.
Honestly, like I'm gonna disagree with all you guys like big time, because I don't know how you guys could say that, you know, Tempo and these teams are still out of it. I think it's totally possible for them to still make it top 3. I mean, sure, it's not probable, especially considering how well these top 4 teams have been playing, but it's possible. I mean, there's still 4 matches left to be played. You know that they're going to be hungry out of their minds. A chicken dinner and a good couple of top finishes, they could easily jump up the leaderboards, 40 points. So
I mean, we did
I don't
say,
know. I think you can see it.
We said it was unimaginable that Loops could pull off 3 chicken dinners in a row, let alone 4, and they're able to do it. But Tempo, I think the thing that makes it hard for me to believe in that right now, Hot Jukes, is the fact that they've looked so much worse in their finals than they did in league play. They were so consistent. Any player they put into the team seemed to work. Right now, it seems like they're struggling to find that magic combination, which it seems like they've rested back on having HH24 on the lineup and gone to their old Tempo ways without J7 playing.
I mean, it's so many different things that can go into it. I mean, one thing though is that after a good solid match, you know they're going to be feeling really great mentally. And you got to mention that there's a Sandhawk coming up here as well, and that's that one map that anybody can win with 15, 20 kills.
Okay, I'm gonna jump in real quick. There's no Sandhawk.
Right.
There's no Sandhawk today. Double Miramar, double Erangel, double Vikendi.
Totally wrong. Sorry. I'm sorry. My bad on that one. You know, it's just like when there is the Sandhawk of their minds coming up with these zone shifts, you know, coming up. I'm so sorry. I was trying to say that.
Keep going. I want to hear where this goes.
I mean, look, Miramar, you got Vikendi, you got Erangel. These players know these maps really well, especially if you look at this last Miramar with those zone shifts. It must have felt like a Sandhawk for the rest of these players. But we'll see coming up here. There's still a lot of matches left to be played, a lot of points to be won. And man, you know, these guys are hungry, willing to do anything they can to get those top 3 spots.
I'm not gonna lie, Cameron, I'm thinking about it, but I can't quite decipher what the Sandhawk of their minds means. Do you have an answer for me on that one?
I got nothing. I'm racking my head of what that could be. Perhaps, I don't know. The only thing I can imagine is just the chaos of having unbalanced hormones. And
I was imagining a blue
that's a wild one
in their mind, and I don't know how that would really work. I feel like I
think that's what we call the gray
jungle
matter.
out there.
I don't know.
It's a jungle. What can I say?
I don't know. I don't know if I want you to talk anymore right now, Hot Chicks, with what's coming out of your mouth. No, let's be honest. This is very true. No sack being played, but it does feel like Sandhawk on each and every match, right? Because if that's how much pressure's on your team, if you don't pull out those fights correctly, if you don't take them correctly, if you don't finish them quickly, then you could be looking at a third party. You could be looking at your hopes disappearing, just like Tempo. If they don't have another strong game and a strong game the rest of the day, they could and most likely would be out of it. But then again, you have Cloud9 being passed up here, Cameron. I'm getting a little bit worried before getting into third place. Cloud9 have to have strong games.
Yeah, they absolutely do. They got to start it up now. And the previous game was a good start, but they got to keep it up.
All right, well, looks like we're going to drop into our game here with Cameron Davis and the Sandhawk of our cast, Hot Jukes.
Thank you so much, Jason. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, into match number 3. We officially hit the halfway point here of the final day of the finals. And man, I'm telling you, when I'm looking at this scoreboard, one chicken dinner, one solid match can, I think, mean you punching yourself a ticket, really, to be able to make it. Now, if you're some of these squads, you know, in that, 11th, 12th, place range, I still think there's a chance there. But I mean, Vikendi's a really tough map to finish on. We'll have to see how it ends up working out. But major thing, Cameron, this is our last game that we're casting here in the finals. It's a Vikendi. How much percentage of water?
How much water? Ooh. Yeah, let's go full 50. Let's just send it all the way to the side. Full swing. Launch that circle as far as you can. Whatever direction, just throw it. See where it goes. But real quick, I just wanted to point on the map statistics. Execute. We were a little disappointed with how exactly they ended the previous game. Yes, third place is good, but they only got 2 kills. They perform well on this map historically, so hopefully they can keep that back up and secure their top 3. But yes, there it is. Not quite 50, but it's close enough. It's good enough. I'll take it.
Here's the worst part, though. This is a water zone on the north side, a spot that we haven't really seen this circle really head off to. So, these squads, are definitely going to be, raising their eyebrows on this one. So, when I was talking about, Sandhawk type zones, this is the one that's going to feel like it. But we're in Vikendi, baby. You got Cloud9, Nova, G25. Look at all these squads here in the south that they're going to have to pass up all the rest of these teams to try to get in this zone. This is going to be a really, I think, tough first 2 circles as they try to get positioned into the zone. But if they are able to make it, I wouldn't be surprised if we see it pretty quiet afterwards, at least towards the end.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is going to be a really rough rotation for a number of teams, but I think once everything gets settled, Circle 2 is going to be your standard slow circle, unless, of course, it hard shifts north. Once again, more water in play. But now G25 and Nova dropping on each other. And Nova, they smelled blood. They actually went aggressively onto this kill, fully leaving Winery to secure this first point, because they, like so many other teams, need to start going big on this map. Influence Rage, however, again, still need to be going big, but by contrast, they're already in the circle. They performed the best on this map historically. And so this is a really good upper hand, at least for the first phase.
Yeah, I mean, this is the one thing is like, I know that, you know, a lot of people can be looking at the leaderboards and saying that, hey, you know what, it's going to be these guys to finish it off. But I guarantee you, these teams that are currently sitting with 90 points and up, they're thinking there's still a chance, without a doubt. And if they end up with a good chicken dinner, we've seen it. We've seen, you know, players and teams end the game with 30 points, placement points. And if you're able to do that, that's going to rocket launch you up the leaderboards because there's not a big massive point disparity coming here from the second on down to at least 12th in my eyes. We'll have to see how it plays out.
Don't look at loops. Just don't look at loops.
Yeah,
Like
loops.
when you're
Hey, they're chilling right now. They got. I would have my feet up, start counting that money. You know, maybe start putting some stuff in the shopping cart because you know that you're getting paid really soon.
I mean, yeah, that's already theirs. First place is already theirs, more or less. They'd have to have some atrocious games and either Execute or Cloud9 or whoever's currently in third, which is B4, have to have amazing games in order to retake that position. But they're still in top 3. At least second and third are still up for grabs, which is something for these teams to play for. The money is really, really important to a lot of these players, and of course the prestige. But as we've constantly talked about, it's about the chance to compete globally in just a few moments time, it feels like. I don't know the exact dates.
That's the big problem though, is like, you know, I think if you're Execute or B4 or even Cloud9 that are pretty close together for second and third, there's just not enough point disparity. You're not ahead enough to really say, okay, you know what, let's try to get pop off and get 2 chicken dinners to try and catch loops. Even though that is a $20,000 difference, you know they want it in the back of their heads. At the same time though, I think that they're just concerned like, hey, you know what, I am totally fine with taking second, punching my ticket and 20K. I think no team will really shake their head at that. So I think that's the main focus from these squads, especially since there's a lot of teams that can pass them up here.
Okay, so now passing B4 up, literally, in their vehicles in their rotation, trying to head it towards port, taking the coast. They want none of the drama that's going to happen towards the south. This is not as bad as a Dobro circle, but there is still a lot of open area immediately outside the city. The east side can get a little terrain stuff, like there's more hills and stuff to play on that side as well, deep south around Goroka. But look at all the field that XSET are in, B4 are in, there's crit shots, but then past that is open field. So for any of these teams, a lot of them coming in are going to be looking just for a compound, just for something to play in, whether that's the city of Port or Kritchas, or even an isolated compound like XSET are currently in. But, being approached by Brazilian Rampage, not scouted out properly. XSET, they're lying in wait. They're going to try and spring this trap.
The trap has been set, and so far, okay, they did end up making some movement. Ooh, Garcia down to 1 HP, but they already knocked Sentry as well. Oh, coming upside the house. Nico was waiting for him. The trap putting in full effect from XSET, working out really well. Now they have to focus to be able to finish out Brazilian Rampage here without losing a member. We've seen it a lot where these teams get a little bit antsy, start pressing up solo. Yep, there they go, running up. Angry is not. Will they be able to survive? They do get the finish. So XSET is going to be able to take out Brazilian Rampage. First out, 4 kills as well. And they were able to do it, I think, quick enough to avoid an insane third party.
Yeah, actually really good execution for them on that engagement. Brazilian Rampage coming in just a little bit too hot, not properly scouting out the area. They rotated in pretty early, all things considered, but still, it's Vikendi. You gotta be as safe as possible when approaching compounds, when approaching buildings. And this is the second time in a row that XSET removed Brazilian Rampage. They were sort of neck and neck just a couple of games ago, but now XSET put themselves on yet another foot up above them and start to try and climb. And now they're not going to get immediately collapsed upon like last game with Tribe and Loops, so they can turn this one into an even better game with that good start.
Totally possible, totally possible. I mean, especially if you're able to get 4 kills this early on, you could definitely rank up that kill total even higher. Execute a team that really wants to put some points on the board as well. Gonna find Mixera there. Looks like they will be able to get the finish. Oh, looks like its Fate was knocked as well. Yeah, so that is gonna be a sacrifice on the side of Execute.
Now that B4 know the positioning right on the low ground below them, they have a couple of opportunities in front of themselves. Execute are a little more pinned down.
Let me ask you this though. Executes in second with 139. B4 is in third with 133. And you know, these teams have been like eyes locked on the leaderboards here. So I wonder, now that they know that they're right next to each other, if they're gonna try and possibly press the issue to take him out early. What do you think?
So there is an 8K difference between third and second place, but that is nothing compared to the difference between qualification to GC or not. So I think both of these squads, if there was maybe another team, maybe, but both of these squads, they know how strong the other one is. They're not going to want to take that unless they absolutely have to. They're going to try and play safe and solid. But over here, Nova and Wildcard consistently running into each other on Vikendi when they have to make these northern rotations. And Nova coming out on top. But it's wounded players on either side. Slicky only one remaining for Wildcard. A stun grenade does come out to try. Oh, that was actually a full frag, but it doesn't knock anything.
Yeah, and here comes some smokes for his teammates as well. He desperately needs to get them up here, but it's going to be really difficult because he is getting really eyed at from Boss and AZ. You can see him putting down that fire to try and suppress it. Is he going to be able to catch Boss? Boss with some really good pre-fire there. AZ making it even more difficult. Oh, Slicky gets caught with a headshot. He is down to 1 HP, and AZ felt it. So here he comes to get the finish. Quick flick, and there goes Wildcard out early as well. And man, the first 3 games of the day, only playing with a 3-man. That is really tough. I was able to check the chat. It looks like, you know, Acer, the alarm clock may not have gone off for him. So tough break for Wildcard.
I mean, they were in a rough position to begin with, though. So it's it's understandable why, at this point, they might not want to put all of their mental energies into this final day when the upside was very, very small to begin with. Cloud9 peeped for a quick second, haven't really pushed. I was afraid we saw briefly on the map there just to the west of that execute B4 sort of poke battle, poke war. I was afraid that they were going to push aggressively onto one or both of them, but it looks like all these players are just hanging out, staying around, waiting for the first phase to close, see where the shift is going to go. Is it going to stay on the coast side, is it going to stay on port, or is it going to pull away and go towards a completely different area? Everyone is closer towards the port side because that's closer to center, naturally, but they're all going to have to be ready to rotate just in case.
Yeah, it makes total sense. I think right now, especially, like we were kind of talking about earlier, is that, yeah, this first circle may have been a little bit tough, so you can see teams going out rotationally, but after this, I think we're going to see a whole lot of sitting and waiting, at least until Zone 4, Zone 5. We know when that zone comes around, that's when the action really goes down. Circle's going to go off a little bit to the right here, still relatively the same zone, but a lot of that circle is still in the water here, so they might make things interesting here towards the end.
Teams are on port. They're just hanging out. They're just chilling. Not a lot of movement except for the teams on the outside. Queso, they're staying still. Influence Rage, they're staying still. But we're looking at teams like Cloud9 on the far west coast. Are they getting a little antsy? You can see them moving around, but they're not in vehicles. So maybe they're just trying to scout out. And then on the east side is going to be Loops with the good high ground pinning, trying to pin down the Unnamed right down below them. And they're also holding a bridge that Ace are attempting to cross. That's just further east from this position. XSET here also just chilling still. So outside of a couple of teams that are still rotating in from the south, it doesn't look like we're going to be seeing too much movement now. And as you mentioned, those 2 teams that have already been removed in Brazilian Rampage and Wildcard, that's going to open up so much space. It's going to alleviate even more pressure than we usually see in Phase 2. So if you got to go to the bathroom break, do it now, because nothing much is going to happen for the next
for a little while.
3 minutes.
Yeah, I don't think these guys are going to want to take any risks, especially right now. And I think that may go on, though, only for this game and the next game. And I want to get your thoughts on that, because as we look, 12th place has 90 points and going on up. I think all these squads right now are just thinking, hey, we need a big chicken dinner. That's the main thing, period. Now, if you're in 13th and below, you need to start doing something crazy. Like, you need to start getting some insane kill wins almost every game if you want to stand a chance. And these guys, all these squads have worked so hard to get here. So I think that regardless of what position they're in right now, they're going to do everything they can here at the finish to finish as strong as possible. And I don't know. I think that once this game goes by, if these squads are, you know, currently sitting in 11th or 90 points behind a lot of these other teams, they're going to have to, that desperation is going to start coming out. And I think we might start seeing some shifts in gameplay.
That window is starting to close, just because even though there's still a lot of maneuverability in teams vying for second and third place, that window is going up about like 10 points or so every single game. B4 and third place are now at 133. So I think you got to start to look at being in triple digits at the end of this game, at the very least. And there's an argument that even that won't necessarily be enough at the way that Execute and B4 are playing so far.
Yeah, and I think the thing is that with the right position, the right circle, you can get an insane game. And let's just use Tempo Storm for an example, who is a team that we really expected to kind of pop off here in the finals. Starting to had a solid game, the last one, but that's really, I think, the one that we've seen them kind of really start standing out. And they're at 93 points total. Third place is B4 with 133. Let's say they were to get a 15-kill chicken dinner here, which is not hard to do. I'm sorry, it's not easy to do. At the same time, with the right position, it is possible, though. And if they were to do that, that's 30 points right then and there. Next circle goes on up. It's going to center on over. Yeah, so pretty much the same zone, except for Ace and Nova. Going to have to move a little bit further in. Ace is going to have a hard time moving in here because you got Loops just staring at you across the bridge.
Yeah, but the question is, are Loops going to want to commit to this edge play at the moment? They're going to try and go towards center, trying to get into port. Or what is that? Zab something. Just southeast of that. I can't pronounce that word.
Okay, I don't blame you. I don't blame you one bit. It's so crazy. This is only match number 3. We still have 3 more games to go. And you can pick up some insane points starting here now. We'll see how they play. Okay, so Ace opted to do a little bit of a wraparound. They did run into the Unnamed, though. And Mafioso's going to start throwing some smokes. It looks like they used him as a little bit of a scout. That nade touched him up really good, though. And those shots are going to confirm his position. So, yeah, I wasn't going to be surprised to see another nade come on down, and Q is going to be able to hit the mark right there. And they're going to go for the finish.
The rest of Ace, they pull down towards the south, and Witch, domino effect, allows Loops to fall away because that point is not necessarily available, but they might have heard these shots. They might be pushing it onto this. You can see on the minimap on the top right. But there is a player pushing, I believe that's, of course, it's Korea. Of course, I feel like he heard me say that he hasn't been the star of the team for the past couple of weeks. Then he wants to remind me that he is still the top dog here. But hey, I'm down for it. And he's going to want to go aggressive here, but it's going to be the Dean to spot everything out. He's usually the one playing at the range for this squad. If he can get an opening knock, an opening pick onto the Unnamed, you know the Loop's blood is going to be coming over.
Not just you're down for it. I think every single team in this lobby is down for it because what they're sitting at right now, 191 points, we know that their ticket has been punched pretty much. So if they soak up, I bet you're one of these teams that are in those lower end area. If you want a team on the top to take those points, you're going to want Loops to take it above everyone else so you can have a chance to make top 3.
Yeah. That helps Execute and B4 more than it does anyone else, though, because it makes it harder for them to get jumped, and they're already sitting in second and third place. And so while Loops is a better prospect for the teams in the bottom, they would hope that none of the teams in the top are taking those points, and they're the ones who would get that. Nova now pushing in from the southeast side. A little bit of pressure from the Unnamed, gonna just push onto the hillside a little bit. And now the Unnamed are in a really rough spot on the edge, pinned in between 2 separate squads, both with high ground and with crossfires on any potential exit by the Unnamed. So they're gonna have to choose the direction. It seems to be towards the south for now, but have to open it up with a couple of really good shots. Boss peeking out from behind this tree is gonna make it really difficult, though. The spray comes out. That's actually towards the west.
Yeah, there he goes, and he is gonna pop on over, putting some damage into the Unnamed. Loops are going to do it as well. And I think that with those shots, the Unnamed, they realize we're stuck here. But we'll have to wait to see where this next zone goes. If it does shift to the west side, I think the Unnamed's going to have to wait for these other teams to move away from them first before they start going. We'll see, though, because Loops can do whatever they want at this point. And if they want to stay back and decide to go for those kill points, they can. That would be devastating for the Unnamed. And Circle does go center. What are your initial thoughts here, this next zone?
It's going to be a little hot for the teams on the outside. Loops, Unnamed, Nova, Ace, G25, and C9. But for everyone else, I think it's going to just be more of the same. So many teams haven't really had to move at all. And they have these compounds locked down. So if the team's on the outside playing edge, they better be comfortable with that play style because they're going to have to force themselves into a compound, into a position that when there might not be many more available.
Big game. This is a very, very big game for all of these teams right here, especially for those ones that are sub 100 points or 119 points. They're going to have a pop-off one here to really feel good because I tell you what, if Execute and B4 or even Cloud9 have a pop-off game, that's going to make, I think, it even more difficult for these squads to catch up to them. But we'll have to see. Oh, vehicle explosion. Doodoo saw his car go out right there. He's like, you know what? Let me move away from this window. As Nova After that nade, they're going to use it to just kind of shift on over, trying to find a spot inside of this circle, catch up with the rest of their team. Because right now, this 2-2 split, both of these guys are still out of the circle.
They're slowly rolling in. The Unnamed making a hard north rotation does give them a little bit of space to come in from the east side. Loops as well. Kayovsky made a long drive through Zabava, and the other three members of Loops just playing on the edge, seeing they can't pick up any points from the stragglers on the side, waiting for the Unnamed to come in their position or any other squad. Like Kayovsky is holding down the anchor in the center for them to move to once the circle gets too close. Unnamed, though, looks like they're able to find at least a point of access away from the blue, so they're not going to be taking that passive damage, but the control is virtually non-existent for them.
Yeah, I think that right now they're just looking to kind of just sneak their way in and just push themselves up little by little by little. And, you know, we're talking about Nova. Nova, after day one, they were sitting in 4th place. They've dropped down to 11th since then. Only 4 matches remaining. You know that they got to have that hunger, that drive in them to possibly bounce back, but they have to do it in this game. And let's see how this next circle goes, if it will be in their favor. It does go up to the northeast side, so Loops influence now all these squads. Gotta start moving.
Yeah, you said Tempo's position is a strong one, and they can still make it work actually very well in their favor from where they're at in the south side. They're going to have to hit their shots, pick up all of these kills. There's going to be a bunch of teams rotating in from the south side, and they're going to be able to handle that chaos because those teams are going to be fighting each other before they even reach Tempo. So this could be a really big point grab for Tempo Storm if they can handle it. But it also could spell their doom if they're not able to sort of mitigate all of the chaos coming their way. Cloud9 moving in, XSET have to move in, B4, Execute, all have to push in from the west side. So Queso, also a team trying to get to the top 3, also with a position to gatekeep heavily.
Well, we've seen Tempo in their best form. This is what they would absolutely hope for. If we can see the tempo that we're used to seeing right now, you know they got to get aggressive and hold it down, and they definitely can. At the same time, though, this is Vikendi. There's a lot of hills, a lot of rocks, a lot of cover to help these teams push up little by little. Dudu able to take the 2v1 there and get a couple of members of Alpha 7 out. So that's Alpha 7 done. That is a team that's currently in 6th place, out early. The doors are starting to open up a little further for a lot of these squads. And like we talked about, Tempo standing up, straight up, trying to get some kills on the board, and they need every single one of them.
Problem is, Tempo are on the low ground from this push, and while there's a lot of action happening, opportunities are getting thinner and thinner because Nova are picking up so many kills here. They already have 7, and they still have 4 up. So it's looking like it could be a really good game for Nova. We know how strong they are if they can hit the late game, and they're halfway there at least.
And now Team Queso is taking out Cloud9 as well, so a lot of these top dogs starting to get punished. C9 is going to have to do a full press. Full send right here. Close quarters combat. XSET doing some crazy pre-fire, trying to hold down Cloud9, and if XSET wants any chance, they got to take them out now, and they do. So there goes Cloud9, eliminated our 4th place team. XSET down 2 members. Nico's on fire. He might just get knocked there from that Molotov. Team Queso is the one that actually took out those 2 members from XSET with that vehicle explosion.
They also picked up a couple of the kills on the Cloud9 as well. So the first 4 kills for Queso do go their way from that engagement, but the circle shifts even farther east, once again, away from most of the compounds, including Queso. So they're going to have to maneuver around here, but Tempo, they want to come in. They want a piece of the pie right now. A couple of knocks against Tribe, and grenades are coming through to try and confirm them.
They need these points desperately. They have 0 kills so far. It looks like they are going to be able to confirm C-Gut right here. They do have the advantage of this zone, but they got to play this really carefully and as a team. They can't afford to lose any members right now because Tempo, if they want any chance at making it to the Global Championships, they need a chicken dinner right here, right now.
The grenade comes in. Not far enough. That's a pretty long distance if we wanted to land on the revive that's currently happening. G3 playing close in case there were to be a rush.
We're seeing the kill feed too. Loops popping off. They do eliminate Nova Esports right there. That's going to be some good points for them. Tempo trying to make some plays. You got G3 in that off angle. He's the one to really look out for. And you can see Tempo is just staring at that angle right now. But here comes the blue zone. That's going to help them out big time.
Tempo haven't needed to push at all because, like you said, they had the advantage of the play zone, couple of shots. And the follow-up by Rain is going to be another knock on to King. It's just 2 standing for Tribe, and they don't have a lot of time if they want to go for the revive. Rain finds the off angle, at least attempts to, a little bit of damage. Transfers over to G3, and they're just keeping Tribe pinned in, saying either you're dying to the blue or you're dying to us. Pick one.
Yep, and you know that they want those points if they can get them. He tends to see Telly going out to the play zone here, but I think after those shots, they're going to start having to focus on getting the rest of the team in the zone. HH24 is holding their position right now. Really good game for them. XSET still trying to keep their hopes alive. They have 7 kills. This could be a big game for them. The zone's coming, though. There's no way they can pick up Angry. You have to pass off. Your Angry has to pass off his heals here, and they got to do a heal strap. But look at this. Fights going all over the place. Executor in the mix now, being gatekept from Team Queso.
A lot of weird terrain to play around in this area, and Executor finding a difficult time breaking in. It is just Zute remaining. Queso are holding the line, just as Tempo on the south are holding the line from that direction.
Here's the problem, though. 8th place. If Execute goes out right now, I believe that's, what, 1 point? This is very...
1 point.
Yeah, this is not good at all for them. They have to be able to hold on out. We'll see. Team Queso, I mean, a lot of these teams that are currently in 9th, 10th place are having a pop-off game here. Oh, look at the zone! Shifts to Tempo Storm. This could be huge for them. This is what we were talking about. The circle does favor them. This could be a big opportunity.
Choke. Look at that choke that they have. They already got a knock onto Queso. The circle goes in their favor. Queso got to cross the road, even if they get out of this valley. Tempo had the low ground until previously, but now they have the high ground over a lot of this circle. And so Queso is one of their biggest rivals in this race to get to the top at the moment, coming from the midsection. And if they can take them out now, get those points, and then focus on whoever's going to be coming in from the north. This is a big fight happening up here as well. Unnamed and Blooms are finally fighting each other.
3 squads, and they're having to raid this building here. Close quarters combat all over the place. It's a battle for the building right now. Loops and the Unnamed going at it, but here comes Influence for the third party, trying to finish him up. Carrillo with a great off angle. Tries to do something, but Influence coming in right on time so far. And look at these squads, still all 3 teams remaining. Nice little jump there from Federal, able to hit these shots. Federal, oh my goodness! Takes out Influence Rage with his own back. 10 kills for Loops. Are you kidding me?
Federal, like I said, coming up huge, performing amazingly, and is by far one of the biggest reasons why they're at the top right now. But back here on the south side, Tempo versus Queso, they're not letting Queso get out of the valley, get out of that area. Queso are eliminated. We're looking at 4 teams right now because Nico is still healing out in the blue, and then on the fight in the north side, Bucky is still alive, hiding in a corner, letting the revive go off, but he gets a re-knock on Federal. It's going to make it a 1v1 again. Almost had the angle out the door to finish off Loops, but he's going to allow the reset to come in. XSET eliminated. Top 3 right now, but the blue is putting pressure on both of these squads on the north side. I say squads, I mean solos.
Shot! The Uzi, the 180 Uzi from Bucky, able to take out Carrillo from Loops. Alpha 7 in 6th place right now. Before this game started, this could be, that is a great finish for them. And now Tempo, all they gotta do is take out Bucky, and they do. Tempo Storm with the chicken dinner in game number 3. This leaderboard is gonna get scary here with the last 3 matches. Oh, baby.
I believe that was 8 kills at the end for Tempo Storm, but with the victory, that is 23 points. That's gonna put them up into triple digits. Like I said, at this point, if you're not in triple digits, you're in a very bad place. And so Tempo Storm, we almost, in fact, I think some of us did fully count them out coming into today, but at the last second, they turned it on, turned it up to 11, and they are making that climb. Is it enough yet, though? That's the big question, because there are only 3 games remaining.
Oh, man, Jason, come on. I'm telling you, it's getting closer here. 3 more games, a lot of points available. What are your thoughts, huh?
I feel like I needed more than one cue card to write down all the notes from that game, to be honest, because that was ridiculous. I mean, just thinking back to the beginning, you had B4, Cloud9, and Execute all in the same position around each other in a standstill, in a standoff between them, because they obviously don't want to go out early. You don't want to go out first, the other teams can catch up to you, or you could be passed. The problem was you had Queso basically blocking every team out as they try to transition towards these zones, but then to see Tempo, by the way, that shift towards him at the end, A little bit of luck, but who knows? That little bit of luck could go a long way for them. As you said before, they get a second place finish in the last game with a lot of kills. They get a first place finish here. Even Bucky holding on for the Unnamed, as they were in 5th place at the start of this game, might have been able to shoot them up into a 4th place finish. A ridiculous game, and honestly a lot of movement happening across all the leaderboards in this one. But you know what? You two don't have to talk about it. You two need to catch your breath. We have to bring our analysts in to start breaking it down, and we'll catch in with you guys. Well, I'll catch you with you guys very, very soon. Let's bring our analysts back in. We got 7, we got Glitter as well, and a ridiculous game. Just from the get-go, that was an insane game. But let's start off by talking about tempo.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, Glitter, talk about tempo, please, because right now I'm so hyped up. Oh my goodness.
There are so many things to be talked about. Once again, I don't know where this tempo came from, but I'm okay with it. I mean, once again, somehow also it's Tempo and the Unnamed that we're watching fight it out in the end, back-to-back games. The Unnamed won last time. Tempo gets it this time, almost with the same amount of kills too. And all that's doing is creating so much more movement in these standings because Tempo's soaking up some of the points, and then the Unnamed 7. What, like 16 points here. We can see Tempo Storm is able to get 23 points. Loops somehow manages another 20. Loops is absolutely dominating, but the Unnamed here in 3rd place overall, 16 points. That's massive for the standing 7.
Definitely. I mean, the Unnamed has been able to capitalize on back-to-back matches where some of the other teams that are currently fighting for that 2nd and 3rd place, or teams that were actually in that 2nd and 3rd place, were not able to get as many points. So that's going to be interesting once we see the overall leaderboard. We see XSET now capitalizing on some points as well. We see Team Queso getting some points as well. I don't know if it's going to be enough for these teams. And just to give a little bit more props for Tempo Storm, they have shot up the leaderboard. Like, I'm hoping we show the overall just so you guys can get an image of what's going on right now, because it is absolutely insane. And then you see B4 was in 3rd place going into this match. Guess what? 3 points. You're more than likely going to get past because everything's so close. We go here towards the 2nd page. We see Cloud9, another team that's in contention. Only 1 point, keeping everything close. Execute, the team that's currently in 2nd place. 3 points. It's gonna actually put into play that 2nd place as well. It's not just gonna be the 3rd place. And then you have Ace One, one of the teams that they came out super hot the last 2 days. Today, I don't know what's going on with this team, but if for some reason Ace One decides to wake up too, we are gonna have a nail biter today. It is gonna come down to the final game, because this is madness, dude. I love this final day.
See, I feel so bad for Execute, for B4 and Cloud9 in particular, because of one shift we had in the zone. It went super far northeast. Queso and XSET were then in their way to get into the zone. So you had Execute rotate clockwise north. They ran into that Death Valley that was going to be Team Queso holding the line. You had Cloud9 having to crash XSET to try to take that compound away because they needed to push up. They get wiped out by XSET. Then you have B4 try the chance to push up against XSET. And then you had Tempo kind of 3rd party there. I think it was just HH24 from long range to really punish them. So those 3 teams had a chance to build up some big points against the others, but unfortunately they all fell around the exact same time. Let's take a look at our Mountain Dew Game Fuel moments. And I'm really hoping we get to see a little bit of the Unnamed in here, just because of the position they did have towards that northeastern side of these zones. They were trapped between Nova and Loops. They had Ace One come after to scout them out. They killed that player off. Loops was like looking for their chance to fight them, and they had to go for a really risky, like big rotation counterclockwise to try to get in the zone, and yet they sneak through. And then Bucky, that man just staying alive, hiding in the room while Influence Rage 3rd parties and takes out his team and most of Loops. That was a massive play, and yeah, it's just going to be a couple more points they do get, but we've talked about so many times how little points actually separate these teams at the moment, 7.
Yeah, and that's the main thing, right? That's why it is so crazy that Tempo Storm is now having this kind of performances, because they are stopping some of those teams from getting those points and building up somewhat of a gap, and it's just getting everything closer and closer together. And then the madness that we saw with 3rd parties back and forth, I mean, it was crazy. XSET here being able to knock down Cloud9, I think it could come down at one point to maybe that was the fight that could put Cloud9 out of the top 3, out of PMGC, out of the contention for that extra money in their pockets. And then this right here, I mean, this was a three-team fight. We saw Loops Esports versus the Unnamed, and then guess what? Influence Rage, they were like, hey, they're fighting. If we're gonna push, now is the time to push. And Federal, let me tell you something. Federal so far has been
Oh my God.
amazing today. That the performance that man was able to do there, he did end up losing this one, but for him to be able to clear out the other unnamed players and be able to go back and try to revive one of his teammates, he wasn't able to because of the zone. Overall, what a madness match.
I mean, the fact is, if the Unnamed somehow qualified top 3, they didn't do it easily, right? They had to fight through loops there to get into these better point placings in that last match. I mean, now take a look at our total damage. Like, they are making it very difficult, Loops are, for all these other teams to have a chance to break through in the top 3. But we can see Loops going to maintain the first place damage at the end of that match, get themselves the 10 kills as well. But maybe there's a shout out needing to be given to Nova here, Glitter. I know they're slowly slipping out of contention for top 3, but 7 kills is not bad at all.
Yeah, and they were somebody that I did want to give a shout out to. Nova was able to pull down 7 kills pretty early on as well. So, I mean, they're trying. They're trying to make their move and see if they can, you know, do anything. They matched Queso and XSET with kills, and that's huge because we've, you know, seen how aggressive XSET was yesterday, and we're seeing it again today. And Queso has obviously been aggressive the entire season. So if Nova can match it, it's good. It's just, is it too little too late at this point? I mean, right now it's so tight from 2nd to 6th that, I mean, I guess unless you do what the Unnamed is doing right now and just break through everything and back to back. Oh, I don't even.
Glitter?
These last 3 games are going to start stressing me out.
You should be stressed out right now. What's up, 7?
No, I was gonna say it.
Hey, what, 7? What are you talking about?
Just keep going. Keep going.
Keep going?
I can't wait to see what's coming up next.
Okay, well, we're going to be heading to a break here, but when we come back, we're going to be bringing you... let's take an overall standings. That's what 7 was alluding to, is we're going to see currently the point difference between these teams. I had to give him a little bit of a heart attack here. As we are going to see in first place, of course, Loops, but we are going to see the Unnamed break through into 3rd place by 2 points.
Can we just take a moment from 2nd place to 7th place? It's 20 points pretty much separating them each other, which honestly, it might seem like a lot, but with 3 games left, that's huge. And even more, from 2nd place to 5th place, the only point difference is 10. This is gonna be madness. And now, as we're seeing here, some of the other changes by Cloud9 falling down.
I was just gonna, that's what I said, that's what I said what at, was tempo. This is scary now.
Okay, so as we're watching the overall here, do you guys think if Tempo continues to have the same performances, do you think they can maybe try to push for that 3rd spot?
I mean, if they have the same performances, they are going to take 3rd.
Yes.
They're going to take 2nd if they're having the same performances.
I mean, considering that they're only 6 points behind 6th and 7th place, if they have 2 more strong games, they'll easily be top 4 somewhere there, depending on how the rest of the teams do. I don't know what is in the water today. I mean, Queso's even moved up a few spots. Nova and Brazilian Rampage have dropped down because of some of the other teams' performances. And then everyone else just kind of stays the same. XSET, Tribe, Influence Rage, G25, Wildcard. The top 8, I thought it was going to be top 6, but now the top 8 are even closer than I thought they would ever be.
And you know what's crazier? From 9th to 10th, let's say if they maybe want to still have a chance to get in there, now we're going to start getting into desperation time. With only 3 games, they're going to be a little bit more desperate. They're going to be a little bit more aggressive. They're going to be a little bit crazier too. So this next 3 games are going to be absolute madness.
Some might even say
ready.
Spicy.
I'm ready.
Oh man!
I want to see if someone would say anything else after that. I was like, spicy. I was hoping to come up with another one. Do you have another one for me, 7?
Hyped up, bro.
You're hyped up. I'm hyped up. Glitter's hyped up. We're all hyped up. Because you know what? We don't even know what's going to happen in these next few matches. We still have 3 to go left, like you said, 7. We still have teams who can easily change things up depending on how they do in these last few games. And also, you guys at home can change things around as well. If you're watching the show, you can get some free rewards. As long as you're watching within the game, within the Esports Center, you guys can pick up some sweet, sweet goodies. As well as if you get your friends, get your family, get anyone involved in to watch the show, you can get some exclusive rewards as well. Even a PMPL parachute for all America's players. So make sure you guys log in during this time. Make sure you guys are watching. Tell everyone out there and tell them that we're into 3 last games here in our final day. And we'll be back with the 4th match, which of course will be on Erangel right after this. Well, here we go into our 4th game of the day. I've had to change my pants. And yes, I mean the British type of pants. We've got a change of casters as well, as in Viram and Mustache Dave coming through. Mustache, I swear that was a deep V, but I realized you are wearing like a pinkish shirt under there. Let's take a look at our schedule really quick, just to remind you guys what matches are left to be played. And like we said before, Erangel will be coming up back to Miramar and ending things off on Vikendi, maybe trying to cool out some players and some teams who have been performing so well. But in Viram, Mustache Dave. All right, so let's start off with you in Viram, right straight into it. Thoughts on today so far, man? It's been crazy.
I think we're feeling the last day syndrome. Nothing left to lose, everything to gain, everything on the line. Don't hold back. And I think that's what these players are showing us today, and you love to see it. It is very fun to watch.
Well, you know who doesn't hold back? Your partner in crime here, Mustache Dave, as he was living up the hype train, the conductor for G25. I did say yesterday, I think that train kind of derailed, unfortunately. But Dave, are you going to be the hype man for any other team here at the moment, currently looking at our top 8?
If Tempo Storm can continue to get these zones, currently, they're in 8th place. They're 22 points from qualifying in that 3rd place spot. I can see Tempo making it, Jason.
Would you get a tattoo of Tempo if they did?
I would draw one out for you to get one.
Oh, okay. Big fan, big fan. Not getting a tattoo, not happening, unfortunately. So maybe we'll get.
I would do the tattoo. I know how to do that. I know how to tattoo.
Bros. Thing is, right now, Mr. Dave, the pressure that is on all these top 8 teams, I think we saw in that last match alone between B4, Cloud9, and Execute, the standoff that we had. I think we're seeing that pressure mount up, and it's starting to affect the way the teams are playing.
Yeah, you could see and you could feel that pressure. I mean, we saw the pull-up from Cloud9 last game with XSET. They need to pump the brakes just a little bit. They are so close. 3 more games to go, Jason. It's coming down to it, man.
All right, well, looking at how that went for them, obviously very tough on the rotate, make a decision. But then again, I think we're seeing Tempo. I think sort of the day in Viram, we looked at this and we're saying, no way. There's no way Tempo's going to qualify. After the performance they had in day 1, there should be no way. But you know what? Tempo, they're seeming to find a way right now. They are doing insanely well. The Unnamed as well. If you said to me, hey, Jason, by the way, great outfit. The Unnamed is going to be top 3 and make it to PMGC. I would have said, ain't happening. No way. You got Cloud9, you got Wildcard, you got Tempo, you got B4, you got Loops, you got Team K. So you got so many teams that have proven themselves time and time again. But the Unnamed, reserving all that energy here into the final day, dare I say it, there is a very realistic chance they could qualify.
And here's the thing too, is like it's not just this last day. Like they have had flashes of brilliance in the past.
Especially week 4.
The problem for a lot of these teams is it's sort of a one-off in a lot of cases. Like they show up, they go huge. It's like even on day 1, Ace1 just were like, okay, this is great, and then it's being able to consistently put those performances together back to back that a lot of these teams are struggling with, which is also I think why we're seeing Execute where they are as well to sort of pivot this, because Execute coming into today had 6 top 3 finishes. They had 4 top 3 finishes yesterday. That's the kind of consistency that we've been talking about all season long, and if teams can get into the rhythm today, all bets are off.
You know, I want to say this again for the Unnamed here, is we're talking about this point spread that's so small.
Yep.
Think of Bucky in that situation. His play right there to just stay alive while Loops wiped out Influence Rage, then he wipes out Loops and gets him a 2nd place finish. The points he just accumulated right there could, in essence, get them through to the final, or get them through to PMGC, I should be saying. Okay, Dave, you're looking like you're not agreeing with me. I mean, but
it'll be tough. I mean, 3 more games to go.
Okay,
like
sorry.
They're right there.
The point I'm trying to make is
you need to maintain it, though.
An individual play like that could be what separates you from a 3rd place and a 4th place finish. It could be what separates a lot of money. And I think Bucky, in that situation, under that pressure, just proved like how good of a player he is, because I think a lot of people would falter in a position like that with what's on the line.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, good. Whew.
I agree.
Whew. All right. Well, you know what? In the meantime, we're waiting for the...
To follow up on Dave's point. No, because I want to follow up on Dave's point, because this isn't the first time we've seen it.
Okay.
I think back to that Miramar game. I think back to the Tribe Gaming push. And we've seen Bucky do this before, that clutch factor in these late game circle scenarios. So I think that being able to show it again here when the pressure has never been higher is so good for the team, because we call this a catalyst. It's this reaction that happens in a squad that galvanizes the entire team. One player making a pop-off play like that gets everybody fired up. You know what I mean? I got goosebumps just talking about it, because that's the kind of play that will separate you in these moments. And it has ramifications, and it will have ramifications.
Yeah, and talking about, you know, that one player I saw yesterday, Cloud9, Adder, you know, the three-piece on the loops, like every team, they have that one player that we know they can pop off. And I think with 3 more games to go, like, it's do or die. You need to pop off. And with the point spread being so close, now, Jason, I know I got you here, man. This is going to sound kind of crazy, but I was just doing the math in my head. 3rd through 13th is 62 points. I know that sounds like a lot, and I know what I'm going to compare it to. People are like, nah, get out of here, Dave. But Loops, yesterday, they got 3 back-to-back chicken dinners. They got 77 points. So, I mean, I'm just saying, if you are down there, Influence, Brazilian, Nova, XSET, like, I know you're all the way down there, but if you can get like 1-2 chickens, you'll definitely be up there in contention for that final match to get that 3rd place spot. So I know Loops, they got 69 points. They're ahead of 2nd place right now. Like, that's going to be a tough one. It's going to be a tough one to throw them off their throne up there at the top.
Well, okay.
That 3rd place spot, I think it's still doable. I mean, with 3 more games to go, I really think the teams all the way down to 13th, I think they can really push for it, Jason. I'm not just saying that just to be that guy. I'm telling you the truth. This is how I feel.
Well, let me ask you then, Dave. Have they shown you anything during league play so far that would make you think that they could pop off and have 3 chicken dinners like that? Out of all those
Team Queso has.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Sure. I think also Loops has been kind of able to show their dominance. The fact that they were #1 with 0 chicken dinners in the first day kind of shows that not only can they get, you know, consistent placings, they don't need chicken dinners, but they can get those kills. And if you are one of those teams right now, then Dave, to go further on this point, if you're the Influence range, if you're Nova, if you're Team Queso, you have to go into these last 3 matches with a completely different mindset than what you've had on day 1 of the finals. I feel like you can't just sit back and play for placements, right? Or would you disagree?
No, I agree. And to kind of, you know, maybe pinpoint one team in particular down there, Nova Esports. We saw today, we saw yesterday, and Paul and I, we were just talking before this game. AZ, right? AZ, the breacher for the squad. I think follow AZ. You know, follow AZ into battle and just see what happens. I mean, 3 more games to go, I think, is do or die. You have to put all your eggs in that one basket and just see what comes out on the other end.
Yeah, and hopefully for their sake, it would be some pretty good placings. I'm curious, though, in Viram, because this is, for me, probably one of the coolest storylines we have across the entire league is the fact of Execute. I know we talked about him a lot. I'm going to talk about him again. PMCO.
Yeah.
A PMCO team coming in. They had the kill in PMCO. They're in 2nd place at the moment in our finals. How cool would it be to see a PMCO team qualify for PMGC on the first run through? That's insane to me.
I mean, that's the ultimate 0 to hero story. That is the ultimate underdog story. That is the goal. And again, these are all established players. And like if you've watched competitive PUBG Mobile in North America, like, you know these faces. So they're really not, you know, unknown in that regard. But I was doing research on this team, and like Execute's like not an org. Like, they're just doing this. You know what I mean? So if I'm an org in North America looking to get involved in PUBG Mobile, there are some stats on your screen. Maybe take a consideration here, because like the fact that they're doing this without the traditional support that a lot of these other teams have makes us even more impressive. The fact that they flex roster stuff around makes us even more impressive, because they're able to show up when it matters most, and they're playing a different style from everybody. They are doing these late early game sends, they're doing the long loots, they're playing out in the blue for forever. And they're also still making it work. And I criticized it, but they have been able to consistently make it work. And if they get zones in the late game, they'll show up in those games. They'll get top 3 every time. And that's scary.
Yeah, to add on to that, though, I mean, it's Fate really carrying the squad right now. I mean, that's just the truth, right? I need the other 3 squad mates to kind of pull it together for the final 3 games and just make sure that they maintain that 2nd spot. Because it is a big deal. This team, talking to It's Fate, I think they told me this team is only 6 months old. Like they just, you know, kind of came together for PMCO. They made it to PMCO, to PMPL, and a lot of people on the outside was like, who is this team? They're not going to make it very far. So this is a huge deal for them. And like Paul mentioned, the flex with Zute, at first I was like, I don't know. You know, I mean, Execute, they made it this far. I was kind of questioning it, but I think Zute really brought a lot to the squad as the weeks of PMPL progressed. And now we see them. I mean, they're at the top. This is a true Cinderella story. And I'm hoping they make it. I'm hoping they can maintain their placement points and make it. I mean, I'll be so happy for them.
On that, and Viram, I want you to kind of talk about this here. Even if they don't qualify for PMGC, I feel like them as players have been able to make a statement in the sense of other orgs are going to be like, maybe we should pick up some of these players. If they do, for some reason, disband after this, because they're not under an org, right? If you get offered a contract, hey, we're going to pay this amount of money every month, you know, you'd be stupid to not take it pretty much. They've been able to kind of make a name for themselves now that other orgs should definitely be looking at this and being like, you know what, this player might actually fit our roster better.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is... Here's the thing. You want the team to stick together and you want to have that story, but at the same time, you're absolutely right. Like, each one individually brings something different to a roster that I could see other orgs taking a look at for sure. And this has been a great opportunity for them to showcase their skills. I mean, who better than going up against the best the Americas has to offer? But I think a lot of that's true the case for a lot of these different teams. The only big difference here, of course, is that Execute's not signed. You know what I mean? Like, this is what makes this so different, is this idea that, you know, a group can come together, play in PMCO, qualify, make it to PMPL, potentially make it to the global championship in a span of a few months. That is the dream. That is the dream for every player that picks up their phone and plays PUBG Mobile every day, that wants to go competitive. That could be you. And that's why this story is so cool.
Well, we do apologize for talking your ears off here. We had to make a remake on the lobby, but looks like everything's been sorted. The game has started, and we're going to drop into our fourth match of the day. We're past the halfway point. It's Erangel with Viram and Mustache Dave.
Thank you so much, Jason. And my heart's already beating in my chest. Watching the end of that last game got me fired up, Dave. I don't know about you. All I know is only 3 matches left to crown ourselves a champion here for the PMPL Season 2 for the Americas. Only 3 more games left to determine which 3 squads will be going on to the Global Championship. And taking a look at some map performance, there's Tempo Storm taking a look at their performance today. It's Tempo Storm looking like they could ramp this up. So Dave, nothing is set in stone so far, and that's what makes this so exciting.
Hey, yesterday was a drizzle. Today it's pouring, man. It is pouring, and that's good. I mean, that's what a lot of people like to see. I know Tempo, they got a huge fan base behind them, and they're just popping off. 3 more games to go. Like I mentioned, looking at Tempo, 8th place. They're only 22 points behind qualifying. I mean, you could, wow. Considering if the teams above you, you know, get taken out early, but 22 points is 1,000% doable. Like, they can get this. They can get the job done here. So it is going to be interesting to see, you know, what type of mind games, what type of strategies come out in the final 3 games. It's crazy, Paul. I'm ready, man. I mean, 40,000 first place, 20,000 second place. Like, there's money on the line. There's top spots for the globals on the line. Like, there's a lot of pressure, a lot of factors riding on only 3 more games. That's about, what, 90 minutes of gameplay? Like, it's getting down to it. It's getting down to it.
Yep, I think these games usually average about 28 minutes. Times that by 3, and you're right, Dave. About an hour and a half left to determine if you're going to make it or not, if you're good enough or not. When you're in one of the best lobbies in the world, objectively true, one of the best lobbies in the world when it comes to overall skill. What can you do when your back's against the wall? What can you do when the pressure is on? That's the question we are posing to these teams, and the answers we receive here will determine who is able to advance. And all I know is that there are so many teams vying for that spot right now, and that makes me happy, because it's, yeah, you've got Loops up there at the top, but it's not like a blowout where there's like, we only have 2 teams. We have so many skilled teams here in the Americas. Brazil is stepping up. Latin America is stepping up. North America is stepping up. And that makes me so happy to see that it's not just a blowout, that there's not just 1 or 2 teams up there at the top and, you know, going all out. Sure, Loops here today, but that is exciting, the fact that we conceivably, to your point, like, have like 12 teams that could go on to the global championships. That just shows how robust our scene is here in the Americas.
Yeah, and I know a couple people might think that's a stretch, you know, what I was saying 3rd through 13th, but honestly with
top 8. Even just say top 8.
Top 8's easy. That's okay, top 8. I would even say top 10 because that's 28 points. 3rd through 10th is 28 points. I mean, if I'm being optimistic, 3rd through 13th, if they could have the pop-off games like Team Loops had yesterday with 3 chicken dinners back-to-back, that's probably not going to be the case, all right? I admit it's probably not going to be the case. It's going to be a challenge. But like Jason mentioned, if I had to pick a team that could do that, I'd say Team Queso all day long. Like, we saw them in PMPL League play. Like, they were at the top, man. They were stomping out the competition left and right. They had no care in the world. If they can come into these final 3 games and kind of play like that, once again, just with confidence, I can see them doing the same thing here, Paul.
Absolutely. You cannot count on any of these squads. And well, the only thing we have to keep in mind is this is not just the top 10 teams in this lobby. We have all top 16. One of these teams down towards the bottom, Influence, could do what they did last time, but with more success. Wildcard, G25, one of these teams could come in and just totally throw a wrench in the plans, have a pop-off game, and that totally makes us rethink how everybody else is moving around as well. Because just because those teams might not necessarily be in contention for the top 3 doesn't mean they are not going to have an impact on these other squads. And they might be looking now to just get a little hungry, get a little antsy here in the early game, take some crazy fights. And, well, speaking of fights, already hear shots ringing out, and it's Joey and Angry taking some shots. What is going on with XSET today? They always seem to be losing one player early. This time, though, for the first time, might not be Nico.
Yeah, my boy Joey out there kind of by themselves, but I think Levi has a decent idea that Joey is going to be in here. Joey with the mini, so it's going to be a mini versus a barrel. The hipfire though, let's go Joey.
I mean, at this point, mini smacks, man. I don't know, but mini smacks is one of my favorite guns in the game for a reason, and that was absolutely massive. But I'm taking a look at the mini map, and what do we see? We hear shots. But who is rotating in from the north to collapse on this? Who's the team that you just talked about, Dave?
Team Queso, baby. They're up there to the north, and this is what they need to do. They hear the shots. They need to be ultra aggressive. They need to capitalize on trying to third party, especially when it comes to the early game. Like, that is the time for you to get as many kill points as possible with limiting the risk of potential third parties on top of you, right? Because everybody's still spread out. Everybody is still doing their looting thing. Everybody's still doing their early game thing, right? So we'll see what they can do. Nenabete, one of the top fraggers in the lobby right there, was able to pop that tire onto Angry's bike. You can do it.
Slowest bike. Yeah, you're better off running. Seriously, you go faster on 2 feet. Oh my goodness. Well,
XSET though, you're saying they're having tough drops here today. Tough drops here today for them. Always losing one early.
Yeah, this has been the consistent factor. I mean, obviously, Nico does go in and play this scouting role, but he doesn't, we're talking about this at the analyst, he doesn't do so quietly. He's not a sneaky scout. He is a honk, honk, I'm here kind of scout, which, if your goal is to find out who is where, having them shoot at you is certainly a way to do so. Can't necessarily fault that. It hasn't had the most success so far today, but in this case, actually not being the ones to lose a player early, a big deal for XSET, because they are that team in 10th that we are talking about. They are that team that could potentially, with a few pop-off games, put themselves in contention for top 3. And that's really what we're talking about here now. I mean, I think the story is sort of shifting a little. I mean, so obviously, if anybody can pass loops, that in itself is amazing. But I think it's as much talking about who gets into that top 3 is really what I'm looking at here, because the $40,000 is obviously amazing. Title, amazing. But going and representing your squad at the global championship, that to me is, that's a pride thing on a whole other level.
Oh, man, it's going to be crazy. And just, kind of thinking about this as we do get towards the end here, 3 more games to go. Oh, here we go, Nova. We were just talking about Nova and what they need to do. Nico. Oh, Nico. You were just talking about Nico as well.
Nico.
Man.
Was it me? Did I jinx
him? Yeah, they're getting too spread apart right now, too thin. And it goes back to just not having the most optimal drop spot over there in Milta. It was contested, so they didn't really have the opportunity to get those meds, to get those weapons that they desired, to get the armor. Like, they're all just scattered out here trying to survive at this point.
Yeah, and you can't just be trying to survive at this point in the game when you're in 10th. And I understand, maybe we'll split drops a little bit, we'll look for kills, we'll get a little aggressive. Not really the time to do that, but The Brazilian Rampage going into B4. They're all about the fighting right here, right now. This is more of a concerted early game fight that I want to see. Nunez is going to start it off with the down on the Nenebede. And we are seeing the potential push in here. Trying to find the angle is Mixera, though. Catch them off guard with the Tommy gun. This is going to be the pinch. Seeing if they can get the angle from upstairs as well. But Mixera on the outside is completely turning this breach on its head. They're going to be able to try and get the revive off upstairs. And Mixera keeping the pressure on the outside, not allowing them to go for the revive as well. And Mixera wins another fight. Can he confirm it? Goes inside. He's going to go down himself. But this is giving the team an opportunity to try and stabilize, getting him up the stairs. Beautiful team play. They couldn't get the confirm onto Mixera. And Nenebede is coming in as well. But Nunez, the last one standing for the team, priming it, throwing it. Can he find it? Nenebede looking for the shots and is able to do so. B4 holds strong. But Brazilian Rampage, Dave, not quite out of this yet.
Not quite out of this yet. They were able to get a pickup in the back lines. Garcia was the first one knocked. Nenebede, though, fully healed on up. Boosted, M4 in hand, reloading that bad boy. Popping on outside, trying to get that pre-fire, that hit fire. Pedro down here on the first floor as well. And Brazilian Rampage, they are having second thoughts right here. Sentry trying to cook this grenade. The jump shot from Pedro. It's a 2v1. And there they go. Back to the lobby. Brazilian Rampage. A BM right there. We got to talk about Mixera, though. Applying so much pressure to allow the pickup on the second story right there. I mean, the communication skills right there that they demonstrated, on point.
And even like when he got downed, instant crawl up the stairs, player up top peeks out and just hard sprays out the door, covering fire to the extreme. And speaking of fire, we're definitely going to see a little bit more here. Telly with the Uzi looking to try and put the shots down onto Q, but not the most ideal long-range weapon. King is coming in as well. All of Tribe looking to get a pick up here before the Unnamed can get into this compound, and this is big for the Unnamed. They are looking to go on a run. They are currently sitting in top 3. Losing a player here to a team all the way down in 14th would be disastrous. And Dave, they hold on for now, and Tribe still does not know who they're fighting.
The thing is, Tribe have nothing to lose. Like, everything to gain. They're all the way down there, 14th position. That's why we kind of see the Unnamed trying to turtle on up, trying to get on into the cover, instead of taking that fight in the open field, the open terrain. Don't know who might be watching. So, Telly, M16, got that single tap probably ready to go. I would like to see Tribe push this, though. I know they're probably waiting to get one knock before doing so, but they need to make some moves. They need to make some plays down there.
And if I'm at the same time, if I'm the Unnamed, I'm also kind of wanting them to. Because if you can actually capitalize on a sloppy push, if Tribe comes in, doesn't execute it flawlessly, that's 4 more points that you could add to your tally. Even if you lose one player here, a lot of teams are starting to consider that an actual worthwhile trade. We saw B4 there. They did lose one in Levi in that fight, but they were able to get the full squad wipe. They're probably not feeling too bad about that situation. Easy there. Who was that just flying by?
Just passing right by. I think, who was it? Was it Juicy? It was Juicy.
I think it was Juicy. That sounds like Juicy.
They are playing some risky games here tonight with these rotations, man. I'm telling you. Oh,
I mean,
I guess the bike is quick. The bike is quick though, but we saw Angry. 2 of their tires got popped on the bike. So I mean, these players they know how to track it. They got the aim. So it's gonna be very risky all around. Execute down here. You were talking about the other day, playing the edge. Yep. And that's what they're doing here as well. I mean, second place, they have okay buffer, between them and third place, but not enough where I can say like they're comfortable, So they're trying to play this one nice and slow, nice and easy. Okay, this is what I want to see. They're gonna get out. They're gonna scout. They're looking over here at prison, around prison. They see some movement. This could be a good couple points. Papito not able to get on into the cover. Zute with the scar right there. That's
good team shooting coming out from
that was
good target identification. I mean, they're going to be able to get the res, but look at what Fameboys is doing now. That's the one knock they need to start to establish a position around this. And they know they're only ahead by 4 points. And they're getting beads on where the rest of the team is. They're going to utilize his own Wizard Tower against them, using it as cover to push in up the hill. Zute, okay. Oh, okay. Papito's going to drop again, though. And the shots from Fameboys, what? through the window, breaking this right open. Zute with the nade, gonna look to try and clean this one up. Kill switch is gonna fall. The shots coming in from further up the hill, but Fame Boys just cracked this wide open, and it's fate. And the 1v2 send. This might be a little bit too much, and it was punished for it by Quinto coming in there, and a misplay from Execute. They did not need to go that hard. I don't think they realized that they knocked all 2 players that were in there, not necessarily realizing that there are 2 still up the hill, and now it's Zute and Fame Boys, the last 2 standing, trying to keep its fate alive, trying to keep them up and in this game. They are going to look to thirst it, but Zute's positioning is trying to keep his teammate up and in this. Italux is down further back. It's just Quinto up against the world right now, and he does thirst the kill, but G25 goes down.
Yep, Conductor Dave here, clocking in for another day of work.
Oh,
but,
no.
I mean, still, okay, they get the 4 points. They get the 4 points, but I feel like they could have played that one a lot slower. They already got the 2 knocks on the second story of the guard tower. You know, losing one right there.
I don't think they realized that they got 1 player down up there, and I don't think they realized the other one was just right there behind the rock. It still should not have happened. It was way too aggressive. They were just feeling a little bit too hot, feeling themselves, feeling the shots a little bit too much. But
and it comes back to the buddy system. The buddy system, right?
Yep.
If it's Fate would have pushed up there with, you know, fanboys or anybody for that matter, that buddy system would have definitely have saved them in that situation. But hey, 4 kill points early game. They still got 3 up. They're going to be able to get some decent loot. And look at the next zone. They're over there near shelter. They're not too far. So they can kind of, you know, pump the brakes, relax, you know, catch their breath a little bit and really come up with the game plan for what they want to do next here. And as we have Milta dead center, so it's going to be a challenge. And if you are XSET, man, they dropped Milta, they got pushed out of Milta, they went up to the north, now they're back down there to the south. Like they're not catching any breaks this game.
No, they are not. And they're going on a bit of a widespread right now. Gosh, they've just been playing this so split. And the shots coming in, though, from Juicy are able to connect, so we'll see if they'll be able to capitalize, though. That is one of the advantages of having these different off angles, is you can leverage them to try and get downs like this. So they just leave Durso to die. So Juicy is going to pick themselves up another point here. So good for them. Able to, you know, start this off not too badly. Nico still not being able to play today. Just the way it is. But they actually were just able to bully them off.
Moral support, man, so important. You know, you got to have that person like, yeah, you got this, guys, you got this. I believe you're good.
I believe in you.
I believe in you. Obviously, they want to play. I'm just joking. But hopefully, with 2 more games to go, yeah, Nico could try to, you know, stay with the team a little more because it is important. I mean, 2 more games to go after this for XSET. Like they're up there. They are up there. 110 points right now. Gonna be a challenge, but they could definitely do it. And getting that 1 kill point on to Influence is a good start. It's a great start.
Yep, they got that first pickup on a B4. Another one there on to Influence. You realize they 2 all in all. Yeah, not bad.
Okay. Not bad.
Yeah, we're going positive. We lost 1, we got 2. We're going positive. We're going positive.
Math.
But yeah, math. It's 1 + 1. Okay, that's all I'm going to do on broadcast. We're not going any more complicated than that. But speaking of complicated, have we really seen too many Milta finishes?
Nope.
I can't say that over the course of PMPL, I don't think I've casted a single one. So this is going to be very interesting because the terrain outside of Milta, if you don't get there early, if you don't claim a spot, you get punished so hard. But also the buildings inside of the north side of the road there in Milta can also be so much of a bait because of that terrain. The hills up north as well. So, this could go. Spicy's the adjective, Dave. Spicy's the adjective.
Milta never gets love. It is getting some love right now as Tribe, they're trying to get on into the town, trying to get a compound for themselves here. Also trying to avoid the grenades from Mafioso mid across the street. Gonna start to push on and try to provide that support. Look at that grenade on top of Telly. Oh, Telly! My goodness, you are lucky, but will be chunking down after all.
Oh, and the third party coming in as well. Cardozo getting shot in the back of the head. Looks like Tribe is going to be able to stabilize here. It all comes down to what angle Ace can find out of this. Keep in mind, Ace currently sitting in 6th place. So being able to wipe Tribe here would do wonders to get them back into it. And the nades are coming in. It was King A's own nade. It was their own nade. Dave, this just broke this wide open. A critical mistake here from Tribe Gaming. Dudu is going to drop. G3 is trying to hold strong. Look to try and trade this one out. Ace still with multiple members up, but a couple have been knocked. G3 up on the high ground. Specs trying to get involved on the outset here, trying to take away some of these points for Tempo Storm. Another one of these teams looking to try and push their way up into this top 8. As Ace 1 is moving their way in. How many players are still up for Ace? That's the question.
Yeah, and we got the Unnamed. They're going to also be pushing in here very shortly. G3 in the smokes with the Uzi, swapping on over with the DP, trying to get as many bullets out as possible. Able to connect, get a couple confirms right there. Gonna be the solo member alive right now. 2 kills so far. They are gonna be able to get some loot, but looking on across the road, looks like Ace, they have 1 member up. Mafioso trying to crawl across the street to get the pickup. And sniped! Sniped and taken down. Kill point. Unnamed right there.
That was the second one, because he picked up King A as well. That was massive Ran with the big gun, bringing the bolt action to bear. Making their presence felt once again here as Nova Esports is going out as well. We're only seeing one small example of the carnage that is unfolding across Milton. Uh-oh, speaking of the Unnamed, they're in a bit of a situation right now. Q is dropping, and they're getting pushed on here. Raven, cooking it. He's sending it. They're going to hold on a little bit longer before going on in, but the nade actually connects, going to go in looking for the spray, but that was a little bit too aggressive from Raven. I appreciate the sentiment to go in and try and thirst it, and was actually able to, but the collapse there from B4 is massive now. 2 members from B4, 2 members of the Unnamed still up and in this. XSET's going down as well. The fighting is not stopping. Take a look at this circle, Dave. There are teams all over. No matter where you go, you're going to run into somebody.
That is true. That is true. The Unnamed, very questionable though. I mean, they sent it on into Milta. We had Rand on the outskirts still sniping, you know, trying to get those pickups with the AWM. Meanwhile, their teammates were fighting, but they will be blessed with the next zone. They have a fairly decent spot right now with 2 up. Checking on in with Loops over here. Loops need to reposition just a little bit. Trying to take some shots, trying to clear the way. Alpha 7. Gonna be looking right in their direction, but Cloud9, I see them in the vehicles. They're making the send right on in between the Loops versus Alpha 7 engagement.
Yeah, and because of the little dip that Loops sort of had to hide themselves in to avoid the shots, they couldn't actually take shots at C9. But Tempo Storm was able to, as you can see in the kill feed. Taking a look at the next circle, though, we are right in town. Look, it's going to be a standoff at noon. All I know is somebody's walking down that street, but a lot of them ain't going to come home at the end of the day. This is going to be a bloodbath in the streets of Milta. As we're seeing Team Queso sending it in, B4, Influence Rage, all these squads just trying to take a building, not a compound, not a series of, just a building, one at a time. We're going to have close combat, urban warfare as Loops are able to get the revive, get the send on in, and capturing up this very useful L building here on the outside. And this could be a pretty strong position of power here for them, overlooking the city as other teams are moving in. Alpha 7 in particular, trying to take it from them.
Ooh, Law, one of the top fraggers in the lobby currently. No helmet. AKM getting the spray right there. Not able to make it on into the safety of the shelter right in front of him with Loops in the back line, taking as many shots as possible. Snap, no other option right now but to run on in the open. That in with a nice grenade right there to seal the deal. I'm looking at Milta. I see diners open, and you know what? It's an all-you-can-eat buffet. Chicken for everybody, if you can survive, that is. So we'll see. We'll see.
It's a very specific, clear set of things that need to happen in order for that all-you-can-eat buffet to open. You just have
only one team.
Take down every other person in line. That's how that's going to go. Because look, can we pull up this mini-map a little bit more? Because, oh my goodness, it looks like a bag of Skittles. Oh me, oh my, every single team, 11 teams still left up. I don't think many of them with all 4 players. Libus might be one of the only ones. Team Queso was there as well. The rest are just down to the dregs, all just trying to survive, find the one opening kill that will be the difference maker for them.
Cloud9 actually were the squad to occupy Diner. Team Queso, I really like what they're doing right here. They're holding kind of the tip, the northeast corner of Milta. A lot of nice sight lines out there in the fields. Not only that, if the next zone does shift over to the east, they could potentially gatekeep all these squads who need to move on out. Spring, though, going to be cooking this God grenade. Was able to get it on into the window, but Loops already repositioned. Next zone goes on up. It is still Milta. Whoo, this is going to be, I thought it was going to shift to the fields. Not going there. We're staying here. We're staying here.
We're hanging out. That's what we're doing. You know what I mean? That's what we're doing. We're hanging out in town. We're taking it easy. We're not doing any of those things. As we see the smokes going down now to try and send across into this next building, NTX.
Ooh, that was clean.
Nailed it. Like a glove.
Clean.
Driving's important, as you can see by his teammates
squad mates
there. Yeah, not so much. So we can see NTX pushing in. Nenabene. Oh, okay! Something to be said for cooking a grenade, but there's something to be said just putting your finger on the trigger. As the rest of Influence Rage are pushing their way in. NTX able to take this building over, take the high ground as well, giving them a vantage point over the rest of the city. Going to be able to get that intel over to the rest of the team. Influence Rage, they're down there. They're that 13th place team like you mentioned, Dave. If they want to have the ultimate miracle run, it needs to start right here, right now. But Team Queso, Execute, C9, these are the squads they have to get their way through. And if we're looking at a smorgasbord of talent in our buffet, well,
yes.
let's just say there's a lot to be had.
And you know what's even crazier? 11 teams to go. If you get taken out now, that's 1 point. That's 1 point. You only get 1 point for making this far, and it's going to be a challenge. It is going to be a challenge. So many players still up. You don't know exactly which nook, which window, which cranny they might be holding down. So you got to tread lightly as we see some smokes getting popped out right now from Execute as they look like they want to press the situation just a little more onto Team Queso. The thing that gets me, Nitsu though. Nitsu is holding such an angle. I don't know if Execute are going to be aware of that here. It's going to be very dangerous here. And yep, we saw a squad get taken out right there in the mayhem.
It was the Unnamed too. The team currently in third with all these teams right behind them. They were able to secure 5 kill points though, which might be their saving grace in this game. But if some of these other teams right below them, B4, C9, Tempa, I mean, if they continue to step up, that could be the big difference maker there. But Tribe is going down, just feeding over the points. As we can see now, Ace 1, the team in 6, down to 1 single player. As Influence Rage looking to try and find an angle, but Team Queso still up in the mix with all 4 players alive. Zute looking to try and reduce that number, but Marco not going down to this grenade. But Dave, you're right. I can just see the hesitation in every step, in every inch that they crawl. They do not know who is around that next corner. It's like a horror movie.
It is, and what better time? October. Team Queso, they have 4 up. Loops, they have 4 up. You're only 2 teams in the lobby with the complete squad right now. So we'll see how their numbers will play a factor and if they can get this chicken. Wildcard, though, they're hoping that the zone shifted onto them. It did not. They need to push across that open terrain. We see the smokes getting deployed. I hope nobody has eyes on this.
I mean, it might be Loops, one of the closest teams to them, as we have for their sake, seriously, because Loops already have 7 kills to their name, but they're focusing more at the task at hand, breaching into the city. Morlovsk holding it, gonna look to try and find the angle, priming these nades. The guts on these players, the player is pushing you and you just hold it down. You pulled the pin, you're gonna look to commit, as we're seeing the send coming in from Wildcard, able to take over this building. That was absolutely massive. That gets them into this next zone. Loops are taking a very interesting send, going around, wrapping this fight. And Influence Rage still with his high ground position. Execute has to try and find their way in though. But Wildcard could be the one standing in their way. And Dave, they're pretty split.
They are split. But I'm looking at Solo. I'm looking at Pedro from B4. They were, 2 points from getting into that top 3. If they can continue to survive here and just remain undetected under the radar, they might be able to breach into that top 3 this game alone. It's going to be a challenge. Bale, Pyro still going to be alive for Cloud9. They've been in Diner for some time now. Team Queso and Loop still with 4 up. That is... I'm starting to worry. I'm worrying for everybody else right here.
Absolutely, because having one more gun to bear in this situation will absolutely make the difference. In the world of double shoulder peaks, in the world of double jump shots, having that extra body makes all the difference in the world. And we can see Federal getting the intel for the team. Federal, who has been just such a monster. I don't think we can understate it. As we're seeing some shots going back and forth. Execute, losing one, sending one back over to Wildcard. It looks like they will be able to get that kill switch going down. Only Zute left alive for this team. The team trying to hold on to that second place spot, but given how some of these other squads are looking, Dave, it may not be theirs for long, as Carrillo is looking to start things off for Loops, who still have, like you said, all 4 alive.
Yeah, if I'm Team Queso, if I'm Loops, I'm going to start to kind of think about, hey, we should maybe leave one back with all of our meds. Maybe med. That might be the play here. Medding out might be the play here for at least one of those teams that can afford to leave that solo in the back lines while the other three push. So we'll see what they end up doing here. Execute Zute was spotted out in the process. Influence still up here on the roof, overlooking a lot of nice little windows. Can they get some more kill points from their vantage point?
That is the question. That is what they're aiming for. But I think you're absolutely right, Dave. I think leaving one player back to heal strat, just all the walls, the way the circle moves on in, having somebody out on the outside can make a world of differences. B4's finally going down, but making it the top 6, making all the difference in the world. Bit of a misnade there for Merlovs because the team is going to send it around into Cloud9, into the diner. Pyro going to be the one holding that, but Loops on the outside doing a lot of initial damage. This is going to be massive for C9, trying to capitalize on it as we can see all the shots going on in. Pyro is well aware of what's going on the outside, but the nade from Dedin takes all 3 members down. That's 10 kills now for Loops. Like, we're already in first place, but how far can we push it? That's absolutely massive. A team that could have been a huge impact in this game, deleted in an instant.
Deleted. They're grouped up on top of one another. Here comes the push from Wildcard. Leon with the Tommy gun. Nisu with the barrel. The third party, though. Right there, Loops still racking up the kill points.
Loops does not stop. They're reminding us all, who are the PMPL champions again? Oh, wait, this is our tournament. This is our region. We will show you what we can do with all 4 members still up and alive. 12 kills to the name and only 3 teams left standing. Loops Esports is in a prime position to take yet another chicken dinner. But who stands in their way? Well, some teams from NA. Let's see what they can do. Wildcard, C9, do you have any response?
Bayo is in the closet right now, hoping that Loops focus on Wildcard. That is the best case scenario. Federal going to be making the push, does have a grenade. You know they want to use it, and they know Wildcard are there. But let's see what Loops will do. And I'm curious, how many meds does Bayo have? Because Bayo could easily get a second place finish right here.
Oh, they heard him. They heard the crawl. They heard the crawl. Oh, they absolutely know. They're going to find him. But wait, he might find him first. The snake in the grass. He actually gets one. And he kills Federal. That's actually massive. That makes this a 3v3 situation. And now this is an opportunity for Wildcard to try and take advantage of the chaos. A final 3v3 in the streets of Milta. Wildcard in 16th, Loops in first. A great opportunity to for Wildcard to show why they are here in the first place. But I can see meds going down, so I know where this is going. We're going to have one player heal strat through, but Slicky is looking to try and find the flank. I was talking to him earlier going into this. He was feeling disappointed with their performance. Well, this is an opportunity to show that you belong, that you deserve to be here in the PUBG Mobile Pro League Americas Season 2. Let's go, Dave. Let's go. Dedin's going in, going to find that first one onto Spring. Slicky is there as well, and those are the shots. Slicky actually wins the fight, though. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Kioski on the outside trying to line this up, but Leon's in the back. Heel strat's going to continue going through. Carrillo trying to find it, and Carrillo gets it done. Loops Esports will not be denied.
What? Oh my goodness. I mean, first place in the lobby versus 16th place in the lobby. Smokes out. You can't see a thing. Everybody just running around spraying, hoping that they hit the mark right there. Oh man, Bayo at the end though, respect. I mean, definitely leveling the playing field at least for Wildcard. Again, that quick knock, that quick confirm, an additional point for Cloud9. Paul, Milta baby, it's an all-you-can-eat buffet. Loops still hungry out here.
Yeah, and like I said, I was talking to Spring. They had some emotions coming into today for sure, but they still put up a heck of a performance in that one there. Wildcard still should be proud of that overall, and C9 as well, getting in when they had no right to. Fantastic there, Jason. Yeah, Jason, that was, I mean, are we surprised at this point? Are we even surprised?
No, I feel like I need to channel my inner Russell Crowe and be like, are you not entertained with the games that we're having right now today? It's ridiculous. We had so much action happen across the entire match. Hey, I'm not quite as good looking as him, not quite as buff, and definitely not as good as an actor.
Don't sell yourself short. Don't sell yourself short.
I don't know which one you're taking it on, but I'll take all of them. I mean, thinking back to like the start of that game, Execute crashing into G25. I mean, Execute kind of showing that they maybe were overconfident, but then again, looking for some points. You had the Unnamed, was it Rand in particular, just just sniping off a couple of targets here or there to get some extra points for himself. Honestly, there's so much to talk about, so you two need to get out of here so I can talk about with my analysts. We can bring them back in. We'll check with you guys, obviously, for our 5th game of the day. I love how Envirum has figured out the appropriate way to run when leaving the stage here, and we'll bring in 7 and Glitter. Craziness. I think, you know, it's normal for commentators to lose their voice when they're casting matches, but I think we're about to have our analysts lose our voices here.
It's so good.
Watching these games, like this is some of the best stuff I have seen. And we've been doing PUBG Mobile Esports for a minute now. This is insane, man. The storylines, I mean, yo, kudos to, we're going to be seeing the map ranking here. Kudos to Wildcard with the 3-man squad pretty much the whole day. Shout out to Leon, shout out to Slicky, shout out to Spring. Even though you guys are currently in last place, you're not giving up. And I give so much respect for doing that. Being able to get 18 points right there. You see Loops Esports just, I mean, being that big brother that we were talking about, getting 29 points. Cloud9 getting 11 points. This is going to be huge for Cloud9 because this is one of those teams that are in contention. Same with B4, Glitter. B4 being a little bit consistent and maintaining themselves, hopefully, within that top 3.
Dang. I mean, also, sorry, I'm looking at everything. First, the fact that Bayo got that solo kill there, just to make sure they got a kill point up on the board. You know, kudos to Bayo. Queso, they tried, and we were talking about this while we were watching 7, they tried to play just for placement points, and I just feel like it doesn't work for them. It's not suited for their play style. Execute, able to get 5 kills, 2 points, 7 overall, and then the Unnamed running at the top 8. Tribe actually able to get 5 points. They did get a little bit aggressive there, start pushing up on people, 4 kill points to them. Tempo struggling a little bit here. Spec tried his best to get them some extra placement points, but they do end up with only 3. Ace 1 with 3, XSET with 2, Alpha 7 with 2, which is definitely going to continue to keep them falling down a little bit with some of the teams around them continuing to perform well. And then G25, Nova Esports both with 1, and Brazilian Rampage down there at the bottom with 0. But what matters is that a lot of these teams, man, in 2nd through 6 are not giving up. And honestly, none of these teams are. We're seeing some incredible plays coming out of so many different players, and it's a tight race.
The thing is, what's so important in that last game with Cloud9 getting 11 points is the fact that you had teams get 10 points. Right now, I think that was B4. So they didn't really close the gap. Then you had the Unnamed get, I think, 6. You had another team in there get 7. I think that was Execute. So, like, it's not like you're really getting that many more points ahead of them, but you are closing that gap ever so slightly. And to be fair, the gap was never that big to begin with, as we saw Loops' damage 2K for them. They were really popping off the end, letting everyone know, hey, we might have been asleep in the first 3 weeks, but you've woken the dragon and we're here to play. We're here to claim our spot. And I don't think it's even possible for them to fall out of top 3 anymore. So they guarantee have their ticket through into PMGC. But ridiculous match in general, as I think we're going to take a look at our Mountain Dew game feel moments and just start to really kind of look at how the teams were playing off the bat. I mean, this early fight for Joey against B4 set them behind by 1 player yet again, which is exactly what happened on our Vikendi last match when we had B4 fight up. I can't remember the team they were fighting against. It was, I want to say, Execute. They traded 1 for 1. So unfortunate for them to be fighting with only 3 players, but hey, I mean, when Nenebete just survives and gets you that many placement points, you're not going to care.
Yeah, and Nenebete was able to go huge there for them. And I think overall, they're keeping in mind, hey, they're in 2nd and 3rd place. Yes, you get to go to PMGC, but there's also a huge difference there in prize pool. 2nd place is going to get 20,000, and then 3rd place is going to get 12,000. That's still an $8,000 difference. I know we're talking about PMGC, the $2.5 million prize pool that's over there, but hey, this is money that you can get now by being eligible to perform. So it's insane. With G25 here, Quinto, I'm enjoying that Quinto was able to knock off that player there from Execute, because it was pretty much a big middle finger to Execute, since G25, I think if I'm not mistaken, is currently pretty much sitting in last place, with actually Pepito going back into the roster. Tribe, G3, I was talking to my boy Hot Jukes, he thinks that G3 is one of the very underrated players out of that squad. So overall, this is like great stuff for these players. Great, I'm trying to think of a word here, Glitter. Pretty much, this is great knowledge for them to get and to experience this. I'm just so hyped up. I can't English.
Honestly, I understand the feeling, because these games have kept us on the edge of our seat the entire time we're watching. I think all of us that are just sitting there together are screaming the entire time, because we've seen even in the first 3 matches, none of these teams are letting up. They're starting off their fights earlier, whereas we thought they might be a little bit safer. Everyone's aggressive. Everybody's going for these engagements, trying to get points or kills in whatever fashion they can. The fact that Wildcard was able to navigate, especially with all of these buildings, we saw a really good coordinated push come out of Wildcard at one point where they left Spring in the back on the off angle just to see what would happen, and they were able to eventually move all three in together. They, like we were saying, they played with 3-man up, and they end up getting a very clean second place finish for them, so that's huge for Wildcard, even just for the morale boost. Like you said, it doesn't matter what place you're in at this point. It's about kind of showing why you made it here in the first place, and that's exactly what Wildcard did for themselves. But here, we were watching this go down. Loops just absolutely demolishing everyone. They third-partied as soon as they saw damage going on to Queso. They pushed in on Queso. They were not afraid to take a single fight. They have no reason to be, but they've done so well for themselves, and that was the one kill that Bayo was able to get there onto Federal as we watched the final fight go down between Loops and Wildcard. Honestly, there was a moment in time here, Seven, where I thought they might be able to pull something out, but in the end, Loops was just too good.
And then you remember you jinxed two other teams already in that match with like, where's Spec? Oh, he just died, Glitter. Oh, where's this player? And he's dead. But the thing is, again, for all the teams out there currently in contention for top 3, the fact that Loops and Wildcard are your final 2 teams means it keeps things so close between all of them and makes it even more likely for you to pass other teams with just one good game. Let's take a look, though, at our total damage in the last match, because you know what? I want to move through all this as quick as possible because I want to get the next match going. So total damage, let's see it. Let's get straight into it. But this is tough times. Again, we talked about the pressure before. We talked with Mustache David and Viram about we can see the pressure being reflected in how the players are performing and playing out these situations. And we're seeing it even more as these matches go by. Beowulf holding on for as long as possible, and then Abete holding on for as long as possible. The Unnamed, Zute. So many teams that realize, I just need to hold out for a couple more placings. That could be the deciding factor. The pressure is getting insurmountable for almost everyone here right now, Seven.
Yes, but the thing with that is, can maybe some of these teams that are currently in second place and third place, are they being too passive? Are they worrying too much about not losing any points? And at the same time, while they're doing that, they're allowing some of the other teams to catch up because they're being more aggressive, which in terms, usually they get more kills. I'm talking about XSET. XSET has been running away from a lot of fights. Yes, they were able to beat G25 in the last match, but overall for me, yes, they're just being a little bit too passive, and it's something that you need to balance out. You can't just say, "Oh, we're in second place. Let's just play to keep this spot." No, the other teams behind you, they're desperate. They're gunning. They're getting kills. They're getting now placement points. So something to keep an eye on.
Seven. I can ask you a question here, and I need an honest answer. Do you want to see the overall standings?
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Okay, well, let's just see him then. Because if Seven and Glitter won it, then I won it. Let's throw it up there really quickly just so you guys get an idea of where all the teams are currently standing. And again, how close all these teams are here in our 2nd through 8th place. We can see of Loops, of course, Loops in 1st place, 5 chicken dinners, but you have XSET 3 points ahead of B4. B4, 2 points ahead of the Unnamed. The Unnamed, 1 point ahead of Cloud9. It is anyone's game right now in 2nd through 5th place, and technically even 6, 7, and 8 can easily join the party, as I think Glitter's oohing at the fact that Queso have gotten to the front page.
Yeah, Queso getting to the front page, B4 being able to jump up above the Unnamed, and like you said, Jason, cutting down that lead for XSET to pretty much nothing. So now these last two games are going to be massive for them. I mean, Queso's pushed tempo off into that 9th place spot, and then, I mean, that's just for, for some bragging, at least a little bit of bragging points. They got out of last place, Wildcard. After that stellar performance, they're able to jump above G25. But, oh my God, that first page.
You gotta say it right. They got out of last place with only 3 people playing so far today.
Yeah.
So good job, Wildcard Gaming. G25, come on, yo, can you give us at least that one chicken dinner so we can say you guys got 10 chicken dinners throughout the whole tournament? We allured it for so long, but it never happened.
I think we deserve that. I think we deserve that award of them getting a chicken dinner, just like PUBG Mobile deserves the award of you guys at home voting for the Esports Mobile Game of the Year award. You can head over to esportsawards.com/community vote and make sure to get those votes in, because if you do, you make Seven, Glitter, and myself very, very happy. And why wouldn't you want us to be happy, especially with what's happening right now in our matches alone? But we're going to head to a break, because when we come back, we're going to have our 5th match, our penultimate match here of the finals underway. We'll see you guys in a few minutes.
PUBG Mobile Esports, one of the world's leading mobile esports, covering more than 169 countries and regions. Here's the special event for our top pro players and users to enjoy. We present you with the best PUBG Mobile players. Now introducing PUBG Mobile Esports Awards 2020. South Asia, Southeast Asia, Americas. For each region of PMPL, we will select the best player as MVP. Fan favorite player from all regions. To be voted by our global fans through PUBG Mobile in-game and community after Season 2. Finally, we present you the awards ceremony PUBG Mobile Esports Annual Awards 2020. At the Global Championship, we prepared special awards. Annual Individual Awards. The Gunslinger, Eagle Eye, Grenade Master, Field Medic, The Survivor, to showcase the best in each category throughout 2020. Fan favorite player to be voted by PUBG Mobile users. Global Championship MVP to award MVP from the Global Championship Finals. Annual Individual Award, Fan Favorite Player. Global Championship MVP. Top Star Player together at the PUBG Mobile Esports Annual Awards 2020. Select your own star player by participating in the vote.
Honestly, I think this entire finals deserves an award with how close it is between all these teams. Even Loops deserving their own award, the Dominator Award, as they have just made a speed run of the finals so far. Let's take a look at the schedule so you can see what maps will be coming up as our last two matches, and it's going to be Miramar, and it's going to be Vikendi. Vera, Mustache Dave, I feel bad for you too, because I'm pretty sure you're both going to lose your voices by the end of these last two games because of how hectic, how crazy they have been. But honestly, I wouldn't have it any other way right now. I want to hear some hard predictions out of you two. I want to hear who is going to be that second and third place team in your guys' mind. I'm going to let you two choose who goes first. I don't know. I don't put any of you on the spot.
I'll go first. I think Execute. Execute top three. Very close. They're very close to not qualifying just because of how tight second through fifth place is, like you guys just mentioned on the desk. Like it is a close one. So Jason, you have to get back to me for that third place spot.
Fine,
but Execute, I think I'm gonna put up there.
Oh man,
Quickly,
I want to cheer for the Unnamed just because I feel like it's a great story. Just because I feel like the Unnamed coming in, just showing up as a great story. So I agree with Execute, and I think Unnamed will be in there as well. Before, but
all right, let's see how this match goes. I'm going to let them just get into it. I don't need to be here anymore.
That's the best part.
Go ahead.
All right, get out of here, Jason, putting us on the spot like that.
Pressure.
Here's the thing. The fact that we don't know, the fact that we are so undecided, that's what makes these games so exciting. When only 6 points separate second and fifth, we have so many of, and still a good run for these other teams coming in. Yeah, it's about a 20-point spread for sixth and down, but still, that's what makes these games so exciting. The fact that we don't know, because there are so many amazing teams vying for that top spot, or those top three spots in this situation now. But Dave, I could talk all day about it. Let's not. Let's just get into this game.
Let's do it. The final Miramar map of PMPL Americas is coming down to it, baby. Let's see. I'm looking at Team Queso, man. This needs to be their game. Currently in 8th place, 3rd through 8th place, a 25-point difference. 25 points. They need to just pop off. They need to get that Golden Marauder. They need to just run over everybody in the lobby. They need to do it, all right? They need to do this game right now so that they can have that fighting chance in our final game of the evening. 2 points, 3rd through 4th. 3 points, 3rd through 5th. Like, that is, that's the difference between either going or not going to the PUBG Mobile Global Champion and getting some nice cash money there. 2 more games, about 60 minutes, give or take, to go of gameplay. And Circle 1. Okay, we got some water. I mean, water, Miramar, kind of unusual, catching a couple players off guard. So we'll see how they react to this one.
Yeah, this one is This one's going to cause a lot more early action than I was already expecting us to have early action. Miramar's been heating up in a big way over the course of the finals, and I think with this circle continuing to facilitate that, we're going to get about more of the same. But I think that's so interesting, Dave, this idea that we could conceivably come down to 1 point being the difference maker between going to the global championship and not. And if you're one of these players near this position, then you have to think of every gunfight you've ever taken, every kill that you didn't thirst, every time that you didn't win a 1v1, that could have made the difference of going or not going to Worlds. That's how close this is. I'm not trying to sound dramatic, but I am trying to set the stage here because it does get that close. Because when you have this many players of this caliber in a lobby like this, it really comes down to who can make the clutch decision with when you have 0.1 second to think, when your brain isn't even going, who makes that clutch decision at that moment is going to be the decider here. And if it comes down to 1 point, I can't say I'll be surprised.
Yeah, I mean, that's the type of thing that you're definitely going to be losing some sleep over. All right, and that's just the truth. That is just the truth. But hey, as long as you come into every game, you give it your all, you know, you look to the left, you look to the right, and you just make sure that you're performing at your peak performance for not only you, but your squad mates. You know, it's a squad game at the end of the day. So as long as you give it your all, 100%, I mean, there's no regrets, even if it is just that 1 point right there. So we'll see. MTX, we saw last game, the Breacher was able to get a couple knocks, a couple kills, trying to avoid being killed right now. Looks like Team Queso, they were on somewhat of a hunt right there of that 1 point, but I don't think they're done looting up quite yet. So, real quick, Paul, talking to Adder. You know, first of all, I had to slide into the DM and was like, yo, dude, that 3-piece yesterday, I'm still stuck on it, or the day before. It was great, but Adder said, these are his words, all right? Okay. PMPL, the experience here, it is at the highest caliber, right? Compared to a couple months ago, like everybody is playing at just the peak, the top level, and the lobby, the competition is just insane, is what they said, is what Adder said. And they made this interesting point. They said, and let me get your take on this. 80% experience, 20% talent. That's what it takes to succeed
100%.
here. So I'm curious,
100%.
like, what do you get from that?
Oh, 100% agree. And it just comes down to the point that I just made about this idea that when you have that 0.1 decision, that 0.1 second, do I go left, do I go right, do I prime this grenade, do I pull out my gun? That experience, the hundreds of thousands of games, the hundreds of lobbies of pro play that you played in, it grinded it into your soul of what the right call is. That's going to make the difference maker there. You can be the best, you know, pub stomper ever. You can have one of the best guns. It doesn't matter if you can't make the decision at the end of the day. And that's exactly what Adder is saying, and I agree 100%. Experience trumps all in this. And it also makes me happy is obviously Adder is someone who has had, you know, he's played competitively at a global level. For him to say this about the NA scene, because look, not just NA, but the Americas in general, because let's be honest, Americas we've been memed a little bit. You know what I mean? We've been memed a little bit.
Sure.
So I think for him to say that, for him to step up and say, no, the Americas are stepping up. All these players are playing amazing. That actually makes me feel really good about our hopes on the world stage, regardless of who we send.
Shout out to Adder So Wavy. You already know. You already know. Thanks for tuning on in. So my question now. Oh, kind of.
He sticks it on the way down.
Yeah, what was that?
Okay.
Like a barrel flip, backflip,
Fast and the Furious. Okay.
So the thing is that I kind of want to start to see now, as we only have 2 more games to go, and this is something that I'm always pushing for, like just chaos, right? Because Loops, first place, 91 points between them and second place. Like 2 games, you could do whatever you want, and that's kind of what I want to see. Like, will Loops do whatever they want? Will they take these crazy fights? Will they just, you know, have a good time and show up and maybe even spoil, you know, for those other teams on the cusp? Because remember, Loops, they have the opportunity to kind of dictate who, right, they want to face in the global championship. Like, they could be like, okay, let's drop B4 so that we can get the Unnamed in here, because we are more comfortable taking gunfights against them. It's all about looking ahead, right? I know I might be thinking too far into this, Paul, and you can tell me that straight up. But Loops, they definitely have the potential to do that, to pick and choose. Oh, what happened here?
A bit of a rotation coming in. Oh boy,
that happened.
Okay. All right, no, Dave. Here's the thing. I think you're 100% correct, and I'm going to need you to talk about it at great length for at least a minute. Okay, I need you to just really dive into all the thoughts on competing at this global level, trying to find those top 3 teams, and I'll be back because apparently I'm sounding local. I'll be back. All right, do it, Dave. I believe in you.
Well, that is just phenomenal. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Mustache Day PMPL podcast hour. This is exciting. I mean, viewers, thanks for tuning on in this whole time. I mean, all the support backstage, all the moving pieces. It has been a phenomenal season. As we see Tribe out there on the outskirts, they're going to be getting shot from Tempo. Juicy, the top grenader of PMPL League play. Oh, Bayo! Oh, Jason's going to be saying the Bayo Mayo right there because the vehicle explosion, that is huge. I mean, Bayo clutched it out last game, got those placement points, got that additional kill point at the end, and kind of leveled the playing field between Wildcard and Loops. Let's just be real. Crazy. That's unlucky for Bayo. That is just unlucky, man. I hate to see that. That hurts me on my insides.
And there's one of the reasons that I like when, Jason asked us who you think of the top 3, and I looked at that last performance, and Bayo snuck it out, clutched it out, but they only had a kill. And that was the kill garnered in the last breath of life for that team. So I needed to see more from them, and have a start like this now on top of that, I don't want to be a downer.
Unfortunate.
I don't want to be a downer because C9 has just been such a staple, a consistent force in the scene, in the community. They're such a fantastic team. So I think it's actually that reason that I want to see more from them. I want to see more from them. So to have them lose a player like that on a little bit of bad luck, a little bit of a wild rotation.
Paul, they're only 3 points from qualifying right now. 3.
Yep.
Like you just, I think you just cannot afford at this point in the game if you're so close.
That's exactly
have
it.
one person, scouting just kind of by themselves.
Play as
right?
4.
I mean, just risking it.
Play as 4.
Yeah, avoid the grenades, obviously. You got to avoid the grenades, but you got to stay together. And we might see right here, Leon out there by themselves. Raven popping on over here, taking some shots. Leon actually able to get on out of their vehicle, have some cover, but they're fighting in the blue.
I mean, this stage, not ideal, but not the worst thing ever.
Look at the next zone. Look at the next zone, though. I mean, this is a lot of time that they're going to spend out here.
Yeah, but hey, if you're the Unnamed and you're picking up a couple of kills or a kill early on, that's what you need. Because what did we just say, Dave? What did we just spend that time talking about? Every point matters. They are when you start this game 2 points behind your opponent. That one kill can make all the difference in the world. And Wildcard now, Enigma is going to be joining them, jumping on into play. So they're not going to just have 3. So maybe this will make a little bit of additional difference for them. Again, they're still at this point just trying to get as many points as they can for themselves, but being able to keep the Unnamed pin back here? Yeah, okay.
I think if Enigma was in last game, Wildcard could have won it. Not going to lie. I think if they had 4, they could have definitely won that game. But, it is what it is. So out here, we see in the kill feed, the Unnamed Raven able to get that one. Loops, though. Loops and Brazilian Rampage. This is what I want to see. Loops, they could do whatever right now. And I want to see them get a knock, and I want to see them just pop off. I mean, can they get more chicken dinners? I think Seven said they wanted them to get like 10 chicken dinners here in the finals. And oh no, Nunez.
That's 2 down now for Brazilian Rampage. More shots raining on in. Oh boy. That grenade, good reaction there from Brazilian Rampage. All 4 members of Loops still up and in this. They are in a fantastic position in this next circle as well. So Loops being able to clear out their immediate neighbor would do wonder for them, and Brazilian Rampage is with the full send. Let's take a look at this one more time. This is the quick fight on the outside of Raven. Continue to pick up some points here. Oh, the shot, so clean with that M4 spray. Dave, watch these players keep that M4 spray under control. A, I'm jealous. B, I'm impressed.
M4, definitely one of the staples here in competitive. And since PMPL Americas started, we kind of got the buff when it comes to Tommy gun, right? So we're starting to kind of see a race for that secondary gun. Like, do players pick up the Uzi? Do they pick up the Tommy gun? And I like it. I like the variety. Because it's not the same old every single time. And not only that, it just gives more options, right? More options, because you never know what you might stumble upon when it comes to the RNG and the early game looting. So just the fact that more weapons are valuable here in competitive play, you love to see it, Paul. You love to see it.
Oh yeah, because you got the M4 and the DP. Maybe we'll see a couple of bolt actions peppered in. Now you've got the Tommy and the Uzi. It's like, okay. got some options. No, because you're right, because you never know how that loot cycle might go. You never know. We could see some, XSET, Milta, game number 4. Things can happen, you know what I mean? You might not have the looting phase you wanted. So, to your point, I love the fact that more of these guns are really viable for this level of competitive play. As we take a look at Wildcard there on the outset, the Unnamed continuing to rotate on in, but where will this next circle go? Los Leones is still in play. I mean, there's a lot. There's a lot. Boy, Minas Gerais. I mean, we could go north. We could go down towards the coast. I mean,
depends, man. You gotta work on your tan.
Yeah.
You gotta work on that tan out there. We'll see. We'll see. And Nova, they want it to go to the coast. I mean, looking at their spread out there, XSET, they're playing really safe. Los Leones is still going to be getting some additional loot. Okay, centers on up. Centers on up. Not bad. Not bad, Paul.
Right at the crossroads, too. Right at the junction. But trying to find some redemption for earlier. Enigma. Oh! That's the full wipe. That's 4 points for the Unnamed. That's exactly what they needed. And Dave, they didn't lose a single member. This is massive because traditionally when we've seen them take these early fights, they've lost one. A lot of these teams up in these top situations, they get the full wipe, but they lose one. Loops has been the only team who's been able to consistently do it without losing a single player. And now the Unnamed joining them here as more fights are breaking out. This time it's Influence, Rage, and Execute. Execute, who are feeling that lead they built for themselves, slowly slip away. They need to have a big game here to continue this push up. Make sure they are well and good in that second place position.
Yeah, and you can see Zute kind of looking around. Execute, the whole team kind of spread out there right now. Kind of spread out. They have some cover to work with, but if one of them wants to get knocked, I don't know if they'll have enough time to get the push up and get the revive. Adder, though, was spotted in the rotation, chunked down pretty low. So now I'm going to be popping on up with the suppressed AKM. Tires popped. Adder, get on out of here. I don't think they can. Going for the shots. Not able to pull it off there at the end. And there's 2 for Cloud9. 2 already done and dusted very early on this Miramar map.
Yeah, I mean, multiple teams getting involved in cleaning that up. Alpha, I mean, we saw G25 getting involved there too. So C9 just, I think losing Bayo early on the rotation maybe messed up the mental a little bit here, especially because that last game, they really only got in there. Again, a lot of skill, but a little bit of luck definitely played a factor for Bayo to able to sneak on in, only picking up 1 kill, though. The team is not feeling it. C9 will need to have just try to recover in this game here, but at the very least, this last Vikendi game, Cloud9 needs to put on some snowshoes because they've got a trek in store for them. But we'll see now, jumping back on board with Execute, another one of these teams up here. Execute, B4, the Unnamed, Cloud9. We're going to keep saying these names over and over and over again because these are the teams really vying for the 2nd and 3rd place spots. And it was 0 kills so far for Execute. Dave, they've still got a ways to go.
Yeah, but I'm really happy that they were able to group up with each other. You know, that now they're playing as 4, all on top of each other, same compound. They can work together instead of getting kind of caught out there in the open. Looking on over here, Ace, they hear some gunshots. Influence there, they're just the sponge right now. They're taking shots from everybody. We see almost 142 damage so far on mid, so they are getting some nice shots on into Influence, but with the distance between the two, unless they're in the open, you're most likely not going to get the confirm. So, but it goes back down to, you know, taking out their utility, you know, their meds, their armor. It's all about that late game and just, you know, impacting that one.
Yeah, and it certainly adds up. It certainly makes a difference. We've seen games won and lost because a player goes to take a couple of final circle fights and they realize they've got no first aid, they've got no more stims, they take damage from the blue, they're trying to push on it, and suddenly they're 1 bullet away from death. And that makes a huge difference. Early fights, how you manage that, managing the mid game. I think it's honestly, the more I'm starting to see how these players are playing the lobby, it's coming down to pushing the early game, managing the mid game, controlling the late game. And that's what it's feeling like for some of these squads. And looking for a team that's going to do none of that, of course, is Loops, because they can just do whatever they want.
Loops, looking at the top 5 kill leaders of the lobby, they currently hold the top 3 spots. Just putting it out there. So Yeah, okay. They're showing up here for sure in the finals. We still have 15 teams alive. Oh no. Okay, Paul. I think this is just all you jinxing Nico. Nico bleeding on out once again. But Dadden, they're gonna be making the pull up right now onto Tempo.
Ooh, hang on a second. Spec already down. G25 trying to make the send out of the vehicle and knocks himself. Had to bail. That is unfortunate timing, because now the rest of Loop's going to look to try and push on in. Try and deal with this, because B4 are going to look to try and grab these kills as well. The battle of the Brazilian squads, who can get the points, and Tempo Storm just caught in the middle. They're just food up on the chopping block. As, oh my goodness, B4 trying to pick up some of these, but Rain out in no man's land, just trying to hang on for dear life.
Yeah, and that's the pressure that Loops kind of carry with them, right? That they can apply to everybody in the lobby. I mean, once when Loops got a knock, just sent it on top of Tempo. And Tempo, you know, they kind of scattered there at the end, because I think the game plan went from taking the fight to just trying to survive. And that's where, you know, mistakes happen, of course. But Loops, I mean, all these teams, you can tell they are definitely, they're scared. They are scared right now. I mean, running away from gun battles, and there goes Tempo.
So for context here, let's talk about how Loops is the top 3, but we don't talk about exactly how Federal has 44 kills. The next highest person has 27 and 27, and those are his 2 teammates. 44 kills!
Yeah.
That's more than some teams have!
Almost 8,000 total damage. Almost 8,000 total damage. It's nuts.
And we can just continue to see the pressure that they exert on the lobby as B4 are just forced into their hidey holes. Nades are going in. If Kayovsky, if you land...
Close.
Oh! There it is! And everyone's like, I will do what you cannot. Continue to feed me points. It's like hungry hippos, but it's just one hippo, and it's Federal. Just constantly looking to go in. And the nade! Again!
What?
Leave him alone!
You saw that grenade too. Levi saw that grenade kind of whiz right past the head, and you already know at that moment, Levi was like,
wondering how I found myself in this position.
B4! That is huge for the lobby though. B4 are currently in 3rd place. 3rd place. That is huge for the Unnamed. Cloud9, they're out, but that's also big for Ace. Everybody pretty much beneath them. So B4, man, it is going to come down to 1 point, Paul. I feel it. Next game,
it is
1 point. I'm telling you.
One shot that you didn't hit, one nade that you didn't just prime correctly. That could be the difference maker of whether or not you get on that plane, that you go to the... That's it. That's staggering to me. After 18 games, hours and hours of competition, that's not even including the time it takes to get here to the finals. It could all come down to one bullet. But that's also what makes this game so amazing, is the fact that that's a battle royale. That is the definition of a battle royale. Because when push comes to shove, at the end of the day, trust your teammates, trust the calls, and trust your shot. Because if you do not, this game will punish you.
One bullet or one grenade will rule them all. So the Unnamed, they got 4 points very early on. Popping back on over to Loops, because why not? 9 kills so far. They're going to be taking some shots, keeping XSET pinned down. But in the area, the Unnamed, this is a huge game for the Unnamed. They need, my opinion, avoid Loops. You hear the gunfire, you see the kill feed popping off. I'm going to be like, okay, let's not go that direction. Let's try to go the other way, fellas, if we can, of course.
They are right next to each other, though. They are right next to each other, and they both have to push into this next circle, and they both have to push down onto the road. Which means you've got to look left, you've got to look right, you've got to hope you've got a decent amount of smokes, and that's what we're seeing now. The smoke send from both teams going to be the play, but Federal is going to look to take some shots. It is onto the Unnamed. The shots are going on through. They get stuck on the building, but no one goes down. That is absolutely huge. But this next building, I'm not even sure necessarily inside this next zone. Federals are going to continue to pop tires. And we saw the one player up for Brazilian Rampage on the outside. It is Garcia, but I think Loops got a whiff of it. No, they don't. They're just going to get on the bike. They're going to send it themselves. But hang on a second. Garcia from the back. The late game revenge onto Loops, who has known no equal. A little bit.
The blessing in disguise for the Unnamed right there. The blessing in disguise for the Unnamed, because Loops, they're getting prepped. They're ready to crash somebody. I can see in their eyes right there. I mean, they are so hungry this game. So Garcia right there, totally saving the Unnamed to fight another fight.
Yeah, because the rest of the other players, they rotated up to the west, up towards Tribe. So this has now created so much space around the Unnamed. They just have XSET in front of them, who are already battered and bruised, but not broken. Not yet. This is what the Unnamed still needs to do if they want to secure themselves that top 3 spot. Execute is still up and in this, but the teams that are chasing them, B4, Cloud9, all the squads around them are down and out. So this is their opportunity. A dominant game here, getting into a top 3 finish with 6 or 7 kills would be absolutely massive for the Unnamed, who are going to have to get a name after this one. Find themselves one. They have forged one in steel and blood.
I like that, man. I like that. 6 kills, too. 6 kills already. Next zone does not favor them. They see the opponents out there in the distance. They're going to be tossing out a smoke wall to cross that road. They're looking to press the situation onto XSET. Nico was picked up. I saw Nico got picked apart just a couple moments ago. Rand going to be cooking a grenade. Raven already connected one onto Nico. They're looking for the follow-up right here.
And they are going to find it at least onto Nico. The other 2 members are going to get picked up. Another nade comes through to try and knock down. Dudu on the outside is going to try and pinch on into this. Juicy's going to drop as well. And that's XSET down and out. But Ace1 not out of this yet by any means. Looking to still get involved. Dudu playing the beat, saying, let's go, let's go. As they're going to continue to try and push on in. But Loops Esports still not out of this yet. G25, all 4 members alive. Not the team that I thought I'd see the situation, considering their state in the leaderboard right now, but they're saying, hey, we're not out of this yet, but Ace!
Oh, man. Hey, there she blows. There she blows. And once again, that is great for the Unnamed because Ace, they're kind of taking some shots at them. Ace are trailing right behind the Unnamed when it comes to teams trying to qualify into that top 3 this game. The Unnamed, 11 kills, a duo. They still have a fighting chance moving on into late game, and they actually see one member. They see Uneven, so this could be another point added to their bank.
Especially because Execute just got eliminated. This is absolutely massive, and they spot Uneven, the one player on the flank that could disrupt them. But Synapse sees the shots as well. Raven caught out, but hanging on by a thread and a tire. And the vehicle is already blown out. Raven. But hang on a second. Uneven, we saw it before. We saw it with Garcia. Could play a little bit of spoiler here. But they're continuing to put the shots down. Has 4 more first aids. And Raven falls. The shot from Pepito? Now you decide to show up. I see how it is.
Over 1,000 damage from Pepito this game. Pepito, what are you doing?
It might as well happen. If it's going to happen now, it's going to happen in our second to last game of the finals where G25 decides they want to rejoin as Cloud9 finally does go down. That is a top 5 finish for the Unnamed. Kayovsky and Dadin also are able to get themselves in. Team Queso as well. And of course, G25, another standoff situation between the team at the bottom and the team at the top. We'll see if Loops is going to be able to live to have a repeat of the performance in the last one, or if one of these other squads might come in and take the honor from them. Dave, with Alpha 7 still here as well, some teams still in the top 5, still vying for it. They're trying to make a run.
Yeah, 8 kills onto Alpha 7. That's really good. Bucky, the lone wolf out there, just trying to not be spotted, pretty much. Not be spotted, because if they get taken out right now, 5th place, that's 6 points. Still great. But if they can get a 4th or even a 3rd place, 10 points. If they can add that to their kills, oh man, they're going to be up there at the top, feeling good for that last game. We'll see though. G25, the only team with 4 up. They came into this game dead last. So we'll see. I mean, like I said, Pepito, over 1,000 damage done this game alone. That is insane. That is some. Those are some numbers for sure.
And Bucky is still taking some shots. There's a little bit of a defilade here that he's playing around with. So still trying to, 11 kills, not enough for the Unnamed at this point. And frankly, it's not enough. It's never going to be enough. Not until you take down every single person in the lobby. The nice nade lob there. That might have been from Pepito as well. The bounce just over the head of that in. As we see the last couple members of Loops. Bucky on the outside, just waiting, holding off, because Alpha 7 have the number. And we're seeing the heal strat coming on in. Probably going to try and make a wild send at the end. If somebody can distract Alpha 7, there could be the opportunity there, as Loops as well continue to get into this next circle. And they've actually got themselves a pretty fantastic position. And that didn't drop, though. The nade connects, and G25 is going to try and push this. Alpha 7 might try and go in as well. G25, the full set, and here we go, Dave. They know this is the moment of weakness from Loops. They need to try and collapse. Both teams coming in, but Bucky as well with one more kill before he goes out, because might as well. The Unnamed eliminated in 5th, but with 12, and that's Team Queso going down as well. So Alpha 7 set up the last man standing, 2 for Loops, and 4 for G25. G25, who said, look, this may not have been our finals, but did you see week number 1? We are still that team, and we came to deliver.
There we go. Taking out that in. Now I believe this is going to be a 4v1v1. So now the last one alive for Alpha 7 will be right behind the remainder member of Loops, taking the shots, pre-firing around that rock, but G25 are swarming. Grenade, and then the third party from behind.
Sainab able to go and find the grenade. Now the Grows in a 1v4 situation. The shots are going on in, and G25 take it. They will not go out quietly. They wanted themselves a chicken dinner, and with 11 kills, they would not be denied. No chance of making it to the global championship, but pride is still on the line. So props to G25 for coming in here. The penultimate battle on Miramar. And hey, they deserve that chicken dinner. They played that well.
For sure, for sure. I mean, probably one of Pepito's best matches here in the finals. I mean, that's just a fact, but huge performance. I mean, we got to say, the Unnamed, right? I mean, they came into this game, they weren't in that top 3. They popped off, man. They popped off. So they're going to have at least what I can predict is a nice little, not perfect, but a nice little, you know, cushion, right? Coming into that last game. So they need to make sure to play like extra safe and not go out early. That's the game plan for them, honestly. But Alpha 7 right there, also great placements. That's going to put them up there. You know, one more game to go. They still have a fighting chance.
They absolutely do. A big chicken dinner from Alpha 7 in the last game could catapult them, slingshot them into the top 3. But we'll see. Jason,
it's close.
These last
it's
matches,
close.
It's close. They've certainly delivered. This is what a final should be.
Dave, where's the hype train? Yeah. Where's the whoo-hoo? As G25 get a chicken?
Woo-hoo!
There we go. There we go. So they get the chicken dinner. Unfortunately, it's not really going to matter too much for them, but maybe it puts them ahead of Wildcard, who obviously got out of last place in the last game. But what a game for the Unnamed. Again, very important for them. When they were about to fight Loops, I was screaming to Glitter and 7, saying, just run. You don't need to take this fight. B4's out. Cloud9's out. You just need to keep your lead above those teams. They ended up running away, and Garcia, perfect timing out of him to help save their lives, just barreling down from behind out of 2 different people. But you know what, Environment Mustache Day, we still have 1 match left to go, so take your quick little break here, because your voice is going to need every single bit of rest as we're going to get into it. Bring in 7 and Glitter to talk about that last game. And I think, again, the big talking point, it's got to be the Unnamed. I mean, yes, G25 get the chicken dinner. Yes, Loops get themselves another good finish and the aggression they had, but the Unnamed get so many points and get a sizable lead, we'll say, considering how close the points still are from every other team.
We did the thing that we've been doing throughout this whole tournament, Glitter. We told the team to step it up in a way, and they did. G25, congratulations on the win. You finally got to 10. Nice, nice. Then the Unnamed, as Jason was saying, they're going to be able to get themselves 18 points, and I cannot wait until we see the overall. You see G25 Gaming there with 26 points, Alpha 7 Esports with 22 points, which this is good for Alpha Esports too, because they were still within contention to push for that 3rd or 2nd place. Something to definitely keep in mind on. And with Loops Esports, the way they've been doing today, the dominance that we've been seeing out of Loops Esports with 9 kills, 19 points, this is taking points away from some of the other teams. We see Team Queso there with 9 points, Cloud9 6 points. This is at least still gonna keep them into contention there. You see Ace 1 with 5 points, XSET there with 5 points as we go towards the 2nd page, Glitter.
Yeah, I mean, and Jason was saying it, like the Unnamed just needed to stay alive. We see Cloud9 is able to pull down a significant amount of points, more than B4, which is another team we're looking at in that top 6 area. We see Execute, they're only able to get 2 points. That could potentially be rough because they were only ahead by 3 at the start of this game. Brazilian Rampage with 3, Tempo with 1, Tribe with 1, Influence Rage with 1, and then Wildcard and Nova both with 0 down there at the bottom. The fact that the teams that were in 2nd and 3rd place had a little bit of a slower game this time around, and the teams that were in 4th, 5th, 5th, 6th, 7th even had a better game, we're about to look at standings once again that are different than they were the game before, and the game before that, and the game before that. So I don't even know what's happening anymore.
Well, Glitter, we do have to hold on a little bit before we get to see those, but honestly, I can't wait to get to there because that's going to be extremely exciting, especially going into our last game. But we can see G25 and Alpha 7 and some stats between the two teams, as we did see, like you guys said, Alpha 7 getting a decent amount of points in that last game, but will it be enough is a question we have to answer later on after we take a look at our Mountain Dew game fuel moments in that last match and start to talk about, you know, the second, the moment the Unnamed's like, okay, let's just play for placements right now when we saw all these other teams go down.
And it's good. Like, this is good that they did that. And then it's kind of the complete opposite with Execute. Remember, on the last segment, I was talking about how Execute is being too passive. Guess what? They are being too passive. That last game, they were only able to get 2 points. I don't think that's going to be good enough to hold them in second place once we see the overall, and I think that's going to allow Cloud9, B4 Esports, and Alpha 7 to get a lot closer to them. So Execute making their lives a little bit harder here. We see Adder there being able to get some shots. Remember, every kill equals 1 point, and we actually saw a player from the Unnamed before he went out. I don't remember the name of him, but he was able to secure an extra point for his squad. And those points, that just 1 point, can cost you either second place or third place. And keep in mind, it's still $20,000 for second place and $12,000 there for third place, Glitter.
Exactly, and that is money that these teams definitely want to be fighting for. What's crazy to me is that Loops doesn't even win this game and they still managed to pull down 9 kills. So I'm hoping that this is the type of level of play that they meant to have the entire season. Maybe they were just kind of taking it slow to make sure they could ensure this here in the finals. But I mean, Alpha 7 with 10 kills, G25 with 11, which is big, not because it changes their ranking, but because, like we've said a few times before, oh, these snipes coming out of Pepito, they were just ridiculous. But I mean, he's finally nice to see him back on the sniper. He's had to do it for the ultimate disrespect there. But those 11 kills for G25 didn't go to other squads. They didn't go to some of the people that really, really needed those points, which is keeping our leaderboard that much closer. And the Unnamed able to do it yet again. I mean, I don't think we predicted the Unnamed to be one of those teams fighting out for the top 3, Jason.
Really? I mean, I remember Sade, one of our off days actually between league play, and I'm just kidding. I didn't say that at all. Let's take a look at total damage instead before 7 rips into me. Let's see the amount of damage all the teams were able to do in the last match right before we get into our overalls. And you're going to see here, well, G25. I mean, this, wow. As we've been hearing, I think it was Mustache Dave and Viram talking about that G25 are going to go back towards their, week 1 strats and their week 1 performance. Ideally, that technically is back to their week 1 performance and week 1 stats. The problem is it's come a little bit too late in the finals here, guys.
Came on the second to last. Yeah,
right.
Definitely a little bit too late.
I know there's that saying, better late than never, but I don't think it works in this case, to be honest. It's too late. It's too late indeed.
It saves pride points in regards that they're more than likely not going to be in last place anymore. That's I guess the only thing. Yo, by the way, Crypto, I'm still waiting for my jersey. G25, come on. You guys had an amazing performance.
Hey.
Now you're sucking up to him to get the jersey. I see how it is. That's smart. I can learn from that. Overall time. You guys want to see it?
Yes.
Let's see it. Let's see currently where all the teams do stand. Let's see where the Unnamed is across the other teams as well and how many points they are ahead of everyone else. And of course, Loop's going to be in that first place. There's no doubt about it. But we can see the Unnamed 11 points ahead of Execute, who is 2 points ahead of Cloud9, who is 2 points ahead of B4, who's 1 point ahead of Alpha 7. Any team in 2nd through 6, I think, can make top 3. Depending on how this match goes.
We only have 1 match left. Oh my God.
100% agree with you, and I think everybody, whether you're currently watching, whether you're in production, whether you're us, your anxiety is about to go through the roof as the Unnamed Execute are currently holding down that 2nd, 3rd place. I mean, Loops Esports can still come and kind of just destroy their run here because they have been so dominant that we need to watch out for that. We have Cloud9 within 2 points distance. We have B4 there within striking distance. As you were saying, Alpha 7, even though they're currently in 6th place, they can still go for that 3rd place. So everything here is gonna be insane. And what's crazy, as you just said it, Glitter, it is just the final game coming up. And oh my goodness, I have no more nails.
You got toenails.
They're gone. Yeah, well, I'm gonna pass on that one. Thank you.
I'm just trying to help you out, man. I'm trying to support you like you're supporting me. This is honestly probably one of the best finishers we could have ever asked for when it comes to PUBG Mobile. And I think it's, again, a testament. And again, it's not to knock the Unnamed. It's not to knock Execute. But the amount of teams we've had returning from World League who in theory should have that experience of playing against the best teams in West, playing in these high pressure situations time and time again, but we have 2 teams coming through to be able to show up everyone else. It's really a credit and a testament to how good a lot of these teams are and how strong they've been able to get since their last time, whether it was playing in PMPL or was playing in PMCO, and it's really awesome to see, but I'm getting a little bit worried. These are definitely teams I never would have expected. However, 2 North American teams? I was getting scared we'd see 3 Latin American teams coming into this, but right now, NA's showing up here.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned PMWL there, because if I'm not mistaken, I think the name was actually in the PMWL. They just went by a different name, and they added Raven. I'm pretty sure we covered that at the beginning of the show, which it goes to show, and they didn't really perform that great on PMWL, by the way, but it goes to show they have gathered that experience from before and put it on to display here when they need it the most. And that's what I was kind of hinting at earlier, that some of the other teams that might not be performing as well, at least they're getting that experience for later on. And the skill level that we're getting so far on some of these new teams is insane.
Yeah, and I think that maybe the fact that I don't remember that kind of shows how kind of quiet they were in PNWL. You know, so that's kind of a massive improvement for them. Well, you know what? We still have 1 game left to go. We still have a Vikendi. Queso. Technically a world where they can make it. They need to get like 15 kills in a chicken dinner and then hope that like the 3rd place team doesn't get any points and that Cloud9, B4, Alpha 7 don't do well either. So Queso's gonna be on a rampage. And then again, there's a lot of teams still competing for money, right? There's still big differences between the money positions that we have going on. So there's still gonna be a lot of teams getting aggressive, but I feel like we're gonna have so many teams who are kind of locked into their spots, just saying, you know what, screw it, we're just gonna rush into teams here and look for kills. And that makes things even harder for Execute, for Cloud9, for B4, for even Unnamed, technically. I guess there is a chance they could be knocked out of 2nd place. But this is going to be tough. And you guys at home, as we're getting ready to get this final match underway, you can still be winning things. We have 1 match left for you guys to win some exclusive rewards. As long as you're watching within the game, within the Esports Center, you can win some sweet little doodads. And not to mention, as we approach the final game, it's the last chance to hit our viewership milestones here to get some rewards unlocked for all of you America's players. So remember, call your friends, call your family, get everyone in here, because the last match of the PMPL Americas Season 2 Finals is about to kick off right after this. Well, I hope you all have your Mountain Dew game fuel at home right now, because the last match is upon us, and it's of course going to be on Vikendi. Mustache Dave and Viram, I hope you guys got it ready to go as well, because we are approaching the final hour here in our finals. After 4 weeks of play, after 2, now 3 days of the finals, we're going to find out which teams will represent us in PMGC, which teams will be taking home the money. And it might be a couple of teams we never would have expected. In Vera Mustache Dave, I'm going to go straight into this. I'm going to hardball you guys. I want to hear your permanent predictions now for 2nd and 3rd place. You each gave me 1 team, the Unnamed for Inverum, Execute for Mustache Dave. Give me your other team, Inverum.
I think it's going to be B4.
B4, okay.
I think it's going to be B4. I think Cloud9, I've started to see this slip a little bit, and B4, yeah, they had that weird fight against Loops that just didn't go their way, but that was as much Loops just manhandling them than anything else. So, yeah, I think it's going to be B4.
Unnamed B4 for Inverum. Mr. Dave himself, the shoe salesman, the flip-flop salesman, the sandal salesman. Who do you got? Sell me the last team.
Loops, Execute, Cloud9.
Cloud9. All right, Cloud9 for you. B4 for Inverum. Honestly, any team right now in that 2nd through 5th place has that chance. Alpha 7 could easily step up if they have that good game. There is technically a world where Queso could do it, though not very believable. But it's time to get our final match of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Americas Season 2 Finals underway. What better way to do it with Inverum and Mustache Dave?
Thank you so much, Jason, and I could not have said it better myself. weeks of gameplay, months of qualifiers, it all comes down to this one final match to determine which 3 teams will be advancing on to the global championship to represent the Americas on the world stage. And here on the shores of icy Vikendi, we will determine which teams that will be. Loops, B4, XSET, we've seen how strong they can be. And between, honestly, like he put me on the spot, but between XSET and B4, Dave, it is literally a coin flip.
Yeah, in that coin flip being 2 points. So 2 points, 3 points, 4 points, like it is right there. I mean, honestly, second place to 6th place, wide open. It is as open as it gets. And even looking down there, 7th place, I mean, 3rd to 7th is a 21-point gap. So yes, you will need that chicken dinner. And guess what? Ace, Team Queso, they're both tied for that 21-point gap. They currently both have 130 points. So if they tie, hey, we'll see. We'll see what happens. It's gonna be crazy, man. Last game, not a lot of water in play. Very, very fortunate, I'm gonna say, for these players, because there's a lot of terrain to work with, a lot of terrain to maneuver around, and just straight up avoid getting killed early. I mean, XSET, Cloud9, like, that's the goal. Don't die early, show up late game, maybe with like 2 kills and the whole team. Like, you need the whole team alive at the end to have that fighting chance here in the final match. Let's go, Paul. Man,
Let's
one more game.
Go. Oh yes, and here's the thing too. This kind of strategy, this conservative late game focused style, that should be where Cloud9 excels, but they haven't been having the luck so far today, Dave, which is kind of why I questioned it. But you know, we could throw all predictions out there, but we've seen in seasons past that it doesn't make a whole lot of difference. These games are going to do what they are going to do, and this 2nd and 3rd place position are completely up in the air. And Dave,
They lost one.
you see what?
XSET fanboys already dead. The first blood of the lobby, I believe. Yeah, at the hands of Tempo Storm. Replay. Oh, it's
my goodness.
The Uzi sprayed out. Look at the distance.
What? That's absolutely that completely changes the face of this early game. Whatever strategy you had is XSET. Now, if he was to play conservative, it's now to play hyper conservative. And this is a team that always plays on the edge, on the outside, but the way the circle worked, they don't get to play their style this time. And Tempo Storm can just go play spoiler. I should not be talking this loud this early in the game, but that just goes to show how intense this is about to get already. We are only 2 minutes and 48 seconds into this game, and we could already see it turned on its head.
XSET, they're only 2 points ahead of Cloud9 right now for that 3rd place spot. Only 2 points. Losing one this early on, and
Tempo's hunting them.
Yeah, they're hunting them. Like, they know who they knocked. Like, they got the confirm, and they know XSET, they're up there. XSET, they're just on the run right now. They're just on the run.
This circle is so contrary to how they have played these last games. They have played this long loot. They play in the blue. They come in late, but the way they drop, they're like, oh, we're going to go off to the side here. And then the circle dropped right on top of them. It's like the cube from Reboot. You got to play the game. You don't have a choice, and you got to try and win. And right now, if it's XSET, the game is just stay alive.
HA, you know you're thirsty when you got a double barrel shotgun and you're hunting down your opponents. HA's 2-4. Yeah, Uzi, double barrel shotgun. Oh man, tempo. Hey, ninth place right now, 120 points. So honestly, I guess if you are Tempo, like, you need to kill like 15 people, get the chicken dinner. So they are also off to the start, which they need to have. It's going to be a stretch. I know. But
you also need to kill. Look at where they are. They're next to XSET and B4. If there are 2 squads you're going to wipe to try and get those 15 points, who better than the teams that are right on the cusp? Who better than the team in 2nd and 3rd? Wiping out XSET here early, taking down B4 here early can make a world of difference in 2 teams as well, right? Smack dab as are looking to try and raise their way up. Of course, it's Team Queso, Brazilian, Rampage, Ayala up on the roof. Going to be looking for the drop shot down behind. No downs yet. Garcia taking a lot of damage. Of course, Garcia, the hero for the Unnamed in that last game, taking down 2 members of Loops. As we see the shot going through onto Nitsu. Nades are coming out. Response back onto Century. Dave, this is a slow tactical fight. Axel can't get the drop shot. Perfect positioning there to juke back into the building. This is absolutely huge. This is the chance for Brazilian Rampage to shut down any hopes and dreams of Team Queso, the absolute all-stars of the group stages. This could be their hopes and dreams absolutely crushed in the first minutes of Vikendi.
Well, Yala, you know you want this, man. You know you want this. Little boy, we know little boy PMPL finals can hit some grenades here. All 4 members of the Brazilian Rampage going to be inside that compound, but swapping on over here, we were talking about B4. They're up there at the top. They need to win this gunfight. XSET making the crash right now. 1 member from XSET, Nico, already down, and Juicy will get the quick confirm onto Levi.
Oh, this is absolutely huge. B4 is in 5th place. They're only 4 points off, and Mixero goes down as well. This is absolutely catastrophic. XSET with the send could absolutely destroy any hopes that B4 have of making it into the top 4. My prediction instantly dashed with Pedro, the last one standing in a 1v4, lying in the tall grass and hoping the Predator will just walk on by. The Savannah has turned into an icy plain as Pedro gets the first one down. Of course it's Nico, but Angry is there to keep the teammate up and in this. And with that, B4 will not be advancing to the global championship. If you're Cloud9, if you're Execute, breathe a sigh of relief because you were just given a gift.
Who's this? Influence with the third party. Influence pulling up right here. Taking a couple shots, we'll get a knock, we'll get 2 knocks. They're trying to get the run over here. Yeah, B4 destroyed right there. Just picked apart at the hands of XSET. Taken down so quick, it came down to Pedro, the last one alive, to try to clutch it out. Influence, though, with the payback, I guess you could say, onto XSET. Influence have a tough battle ahead of them, of course, right there. And we saw the kill feed. I think Team Queso came out on top of that Brazilian Rampage fight as well. So there's a lot of early game action. Like you said, Paul, B4, that was your squad, man. That was your squad. And yep, XSET, they said, Paul, come on, man. Why aren't you cheering for us? Why aren't you cheering for us, Paul?
I mean, look, they're coming into this in 10th place, but I think the chances of them making it are pretty statistically unlikely, but still. Just going to show that they absolutely can hang with the top dogs. And we're seeing this fight, Dave. We asked who won it.
I saw Nox, though. I saw Nox.
One.
Yeah, I saw Nox at the kill feed. I guess they were able to get the resets here. And I mean, we still have the stalemate. I'm going to call it right here, the stalemate.
Ayala being so critical to this, up on the high ground. Little boy in the back. And there the smoke's coming in to try and isolate the angles, but Nitsu taking advantage of the sounds of the footsteps on the roof, but Little Boy's gonna pop out, get the down. The return onto Ayala, who's trying to stay alive. That's the thirst. As you see more kills popping on in the kill feed as well, as XSET fighting up against Execute, but it's all down to the few remaining members of Team Queso. As Nitsu just going off there at the end. As Brazilian Rampage, Garcia, the last one up and alive, a scrap of HP. And this dream is slowly fading away.
Take a nice little 12-gauge slug to the face right there. That's what Nitsu said. And now Brazilian Rampage on the retreat. How the roles have reversed. Garcia on the roof right here, trying to bait it on out. Little boy will be bleeding out, so Garcia was able to get that crate hopefully met up. And hey, best case scenario, rush in there with the Uzi, just go for the spray. Little boy trying to pop on out, trying to get some information. Nova, they came to investigate the situation, quickly turning right around as Wildcard right behind him.
Yeah, I mean, this fight all over the place here. Got to focus on one at a time as we're seeing the crash coming on the rest of your screen as well. Yes, this Team Queso fight is done. Let's get back on over with Nova and Wildcard. 2 teams down towards the bottom of the leaderboards here. Nova currently sitting in 11th. They lost Cat early. A wild card with all 4 members. Acer deciding to join us for this 6th and final game of the day as the nades rain in. AZ to start it off. The breacher, like you called, Slicky with the jump over the balustrade. That's absolutely huge. And they're pushing on in. Standing with your pants down is Boss. And Nova absolutely demolished.
Hey, welcome to the party, because I see Team Queso out there. They saw the kill feed. They heard the bullets. Now they are right across the street to also have some fun here this match. Oh, they're actually going to be pulling off that one. I take that back. There's so many teams right here, right smack in the middle, just fighting. And yeah, I'm looking at Loops. They are also pretty center here. I'm waiting. You know, once when they start to hear some gunshots pop off, hey, we might be seeing them pop off as, you know, they have 97 points ahead of second place. So yeah, they're coming into this game. Looking though, real quick, Execute, they are on the edge. Like they lost kill switch somehow. I don't know how they lost kill switch, but now they only have 2. And they have about 2 points lead into third place. So very risky game for them.
I think it was a bit of a scrap with XSET. I think they ended up trading out a little bit there. I think XSET ended up going down.
Okay.
Losing one member, though, was Execute.
2 members, though. I mean, talk about the stress. They have 151 points. Third place coming to this game. Cloud9, 149 points coming into this game. Like, I can only imagine the stress levels right now for Execute. It's at an all-time high. It is.
It absolutely is. I mean, especially when you look at who's standing too, though. It's Zute. It's Fate. I mean, if there were 2 players on this team, yeah, you lose a little bit of outright fragging power, but the sheer experience that these 2 players bring, if there was anybody who's going to find a way to survive, to make it on into these final circle situations, it's going to be these 2. But when I look at who is right there with them, Cloud9, 4 players alive, Unnamed, 4 players alive. It's
Alpha
really,
7, too.
Alpha 7 with 4 players alive, Unnamed. I mean, at this point, they're looking and feeling pretty good. They just need to make sure that Alpha 7 and Cloud9 do not have the pop-off game of their lives. Those are the goal. These are the 2 teams that we're looking at. Alpha 7, 146 points, still very much in this conversation.
Very much. I mean, they came into this game only 5 points away from qualifying in that top 3. So it is so close right here. I mean, yes, we saw a lot of action early game for them teams that they really needed to pop off, right? Like, it was do or die. But the teams that are on the cusp, they're doing everything in their power right now to make sure to avoid any type of early fight. If they can, of course, if they can. So the Unnamed right here playing it extra safe. You know they want to make it, man. You know they want to qualify. I mean, this is their moment to shine. I mean, top 3 go to PUBG Mobile Global Champion. You know, first place 40K, second place 20K. Third place, 12K. So there's money. Don't forget about the MVP. Also get $5,000 as well. Man, the Unnamed, best of luck. Best of luck. This is your game.
There's a lot on the line. There is so much on the line. I mean, that's a life-changing amount of money. Yep. These players, not even including the money that you can win at the Global Championship.
Woo, baby.
Millions of dollars in prize money up for grabs. I mean, it's going to come down to keeping your composure, keeping your cool. And what better place to keep your cool than on the slopes of Vikendi? As we're seeing Tempo Storm and Influence Rage going toe-to-toe. NTX dropping the key member for this team. That's absolutely disastrous. As Castile and Berlot's the last one upstanding. The third party coming in from Loops. Stadin is actually going to drop, though. We're seeing the IGL for Loops dropping Carrillo, trying to find an additional angle here, though, looking for the vehicle explosion. Going to try and punish Castile, or just shoot him. Or just shoot him.
There you go.
One tap.
The
What's
one
that,
tap
Dave?
dirt
What do you
nap,
call
baby.
that?
The one tap dirt nap, baby. Loops right there. Third party in this fight. They're like, okay, Tempo, you want to fight? Hey, go ahead. Go ahead. Clear sight lines right there from their vantage point on the high ground. Spec in the Zima, trying to reposition. Looking at Spec. Spec is like, I have no idea where I should go right here. Spec spotted, taken down, and out as well. Tempo full-on retreat mode right now.
The Spectre becomes a ghost. This Tempo Storm is reduced to 2. Loops, they lose 1 player. They do not hesitate. They push. This is still their map in my heart, in my mind. I will never forget the games we saw from them in the World League. They were such a force. Oh, speaking of a force here, Alpha 7 moving their way in. Tempo Storm trying to take some shots, but around the corner, the surprise crash. Jazz Hands like a look at the vehicles, but the other ones have already sent. And Alpha 7 picking up 2 kills here. Hang on a second. That is going to be a huge difference maker for them. Not only keeping all 4 members alive, but cleaning up Tempo. And this is now them looking in a great position in their corner of the circle. They're looking to be in a great spot.
Yes, 2 kills. 2 kills so far. They're there. B4, they're already done. You know, B4, they came into this game right ahead of them. So we're looking at Alpha 7. We're looking at Cloud9. We're looking to see if the duo from Execute can stay alive. Stay alive. They need to stay alive. And then, of course, the Unnamed, who, after last game, just got on into that second place position. So this has to be the most important 15 minutes right now of all those players' career. That's just a truth right now, Paul. 15 more minutes could be life-changing.
Like I said, it could be the difference between getting on that plane or not. It's really what it comes down to, competing in the global championships. Again, not just for the prize money, but the pride of knowing that after all this, after almost 100 matches, that you are one of the best team in all of the Americas, out of the tens of thousands of players who competed in PMCOs, who competed in all the qualifiers to try and get here. Of all the teams, it all comes down to this one last game. It all comes down to whether at the end, you want it enough. And for these players, they do. The question is, who wants it just a little bit more?
Yeah, not only that, Execute, you know, one of these squads from PMCO, if I'm not mistaken, there was like something like 80,000 teams that signed up. Like it was a huge, crazy number.
Hundreds of thousands of players.
The fight to make it here and to have one more game. I can't stress enough how crazy it is, man. One more game changes your life. We see the Unnamed up there to the north playing nice and safe. Same thing with Execute with their 2 members alive. Alpha 7, though, 2 kills. Okay, they will get the next zone right there on the west side. Ooh, Cloud9, though. I see Cloud9, Bayo, doing some scouting. That's going to be a huge fight to pay attention to.
Yeah, we're seeing a little bit of a scuffle here between Team K, so... Okay. Wait, says Ace. We didn't get that kill. Get back inside. Loops is here. That's the big bad wolf. That's the boogeyman out there. Maybe it's a Yeti. Let's be honest. We're on Vikendi. But oh boy, that was a quick about face as C9 and Alpha 7. Hang on a second, Dave. This could be the deciding fight in all of these matches. It all comes down to this. If C9 decide they want to take this, it could be the end. But I think they realize this is not where they want to be because they are being gatekept right now, but they don't have to take this fight. Don't engage when they're on the edge of the circle. Alpha 7 are well aware that they are there. Basically, whichever team wins this, and depending on how Execute plays...
Either move or they don't move on to the next stage.
Yep. Like that's it. That's it.
So, hey, and one thing to note, Cloud9 right there, compared to what? The last couple of games, they didn't just send it, right? They got out.
Nope.
They did the proper scouting. They recognized,
Group
okay...
scout.
Yeah, the group scout, yeah, perfect point. They recognize, okay, somebody's here, and now they're going to avoid that fight. They might run into Execute, though, so Execute with the duo alive out there will spell disaster for those 2 squads. Ace, though, out here pulling up with the Dacia, getting sprayed down from Spring.
Spring's long-range shots have never not been anything but excellent. Tribe, though, this was still the initial fight. This is the 3rd party from Ace. 2 members are down. The Wildcard, though, in a world of hurt. Spring, the last one standing for the squad, and that is going to be the team getting ripped apart. Ace are trying to survive. It all comes down to Spring as the team is collapsing around to the 3rd party that came in. Just turn this on its head, and Tribe Gaming will capitalize on the spoils of this fight. Tribe coming into this in 15th place. Wildcard in 16th. Nobody wants to end on the bottom. So for Spring, it's all about just trying to stay alive.
Good old-fashioned NA on NA action right there. So Spring was trying to take out Ace, right? Spring had them in their sightlines, but then Tribe saying, okay, relax. We're going to pull up right here and get some points. So here it comes. Ooh, oh no, it's Fate in the blue. Okay, fortunate for them, they were not spotted from Cloud9. The next zone does go on up. Cloud9, though, they're going to be driving right past Loops. This could be it for Cloud9. Can they continue to make it? Bayo getting sprayed down right there. Able to get on over that ridge. Uneven as well.
Oh my goodness, but they're going right in between 2 more teams. Dave, these vehicles hang on by a hair's breadth. Uneven is knocked out, but so far the only one. Adder off on his own, gonna try and find a different angle. Bayo going down. Oh no, he's going right through! He's going right through! Oh! Adder falls as well, getting cleaned up by Ace. This is a disaster for Cloud9.
All right, I'm looking. Pyra, Bayo, still alive. Uneven. Where is Uneven? Kind of out there. So Uneven might just bleed out. They managed to make it though with 2. So Cloud9 2. Executor still in the blue. They're trying to avoid loops at all costs right now. Loops pretty much between them and the blue zone. We see them.
Look at the meds.
So they're giving all the meds to Zute.
First aids.
They're doing it.
Carry all the first aids.
Zute.
This might be the longest heal strat we have ever seen.
Whose loot was this?
30.
I forget. Whose loot was this? The XSET loot. Oh, the pull-up though. Oh, Ace on the Cloud9. Bam! Taken down.
Huge. Okay, Cloud9 down to only 1 player standing. Multiple members are down though, but Cloud9 is out.
Whoa. Oh, Cloud9 are done. They came into this game 4th place. They needed it. Alpha 7 still alive. Ace also. Ace still alive, Paul.
This is huge. The Unnamed are still up and in this. Execute is still up and in this, but Alpha 7 still up and in this. This is absolutely massive as we see another shift, a hard shift down towards the bottom. Trying to run in. Ace trying to get involved though. Tribe is trying to collapse on in. Telly and C got surviving only a scrap of HP. Ace also in a world of hurt. The third party coming in. Who was that? As we're seeing
G25.
Tribe now pushing on out. Hang on a second. It's G25 just here getting shots in. But that means now we're down to only 7 teams remaining. And this game went from 0 to 100 so fast. That is Vikendi to a T. But the teams we have to watch are Alpha 7, the Unnamed, and Execute. These are the teams looking to push on in. Cloud9 is out. B4 is out. Ace 1 out. And now this means that the battle for 2nd and 3rd, Dave, has well and truly begun.
Yeah, this game is just, I mean, I can feel the pressure, man. I'm telling you, watching these rotates, watching these pushes. I mean, Zute in the blue with like 28 first aids. Like, man, if Zute can pull that off, that will be so big for the squad right now. Tribe, they're going to be getting pinched apart right now. Alpha, this is a good opportunity for them. If they get some sightlines on the Tribe and maybe get some additional kill points, they need the kill points.
They do.
They're there, though. They're up there, Paul. Like, Alpha 7, we might see them in the top 3 if they can continue on with the momentum and getting these placement points.
The difference is
Marco.
They need to...
It's Fate.
It's Fate goes down.
It's down to Zute.
So it's down to Zute. It's down to the longest heal strat I have ever seen. The long con. This is the goodie bag strat. That's what I'm going to call it. He's just eating the candies out of the goodie bag one after another and seeing how long it takes till the goodie bag runs out. Because Alpha 7 needs to get more points in kills than the difference in placements. That's what it's going to come down to. They're currently sitting 5 points behind Execute, which means if they get 3 more points, can outplace, that will be the difference maker there. Execute will go out in 4th place because the Unnamed is still up and in this. They just have to survive. They just have to hold on to their lead. They don't need to do a whole lot. They just need to exist.
And I love this camera view. I mean, let's watch Zute because honestly, Zute, their eye is not only on the meds, hitting those timings, but also on the kill feed. Zute is paying so close attention to the kill feed. Zute needs Alpha 7 to get taken out right here, right now, for that fighting chance.
Yeah, Alpha's taking a lot of damage though, but Loops to the third party on the Tribe is actually keeping Alpha up in this. Dave, I'm standing on my feet. It's time to go. It's time to go. As Marco is going to drop out as well. Team Queso eliminated. Top 6 situation. Tribe Gaming somehow able to keep all 4 members alive. Could be the thorn in the side of so many of these different teams as Vidu was able to stay up in this. And we're seeing Loops on the outside. Loops who will always be a threat, but the top fragger, Federal, does fall. G3, the always underrated player with the clutch pickup there onto Loops to take them down to only 2. And Zute is still surviving. Zute still holding on. As we watch the rest of these teams fight it out, Tribe is going to go down, but he just needs to outlive Alpha 7. That's the hope. That's the dream. That's what this comes down to. The longest heal strat con we have ever seen.
Down!
And Execute is out, but it's not guaranteed yet. Alpha 7 need to survive a little bit longer. They need a couple more kills. But right now, Execute is hanging by a knife's edge.
Alpha 7, they need to push into the blue zone. Tribe currently gatekeep them. And then not only that, G25 already in the actual play zone. Loop still alive at the top. Alpha 7, 2 kills. Vitu is going to be bleeding on out. Siga looking to toss a grenade, looking to catch this one, looking to take down Alpha. It's good, baby.
Dwagwin is now the last one standing. Siga continue to put the shots down. 5 first aids. Just got to try and survive. They're gone! Alpha 7 is out as well! I don't know who survived. If the points did enough, if it was a difference enough. As Loops is getting just taken down as well. Tribe Gaming. Loops is still in this. Oh my goodness. And G25, of course, G25 is still up and in this with all 4 members alive. Loops, though, is still looking to get involved. King A is going to go down. Telly as well. Hang on. Tribe is starting to fall apart as we're seeing 2 players left up and standing. As Quinto is putting the shots down range. Tribe Gaming back against a wall, which means it could be Loops up against G25 at the end. It is indeed. And Loops, who better than Loops, who coming into this in such good position, are going to be in our final 2, but in a 4v1, that will be all she wrote. G25 are going to take the final chicken dinner, but this top 3 came down to the absolute wire. That is it for our final game. Loops finish with the top 2. G25 take the chicken dinner, but the top 3, Dave, the top 3 is still hanging in the air. Who did enough? Was it Execute? Was it Alpha 7? Who did enough when it mattered most? What strat paid off more? We're going to find out here in just a second when Jason and the analysts come back in and reveal the final tally, because it came down to the wire. Oh me, oh my. Dave, Paul, what better way to finish it out than that clutch finish?
Oh my goodness. If XU can qualify right there, Zute with the med strat would have been the clutchest play we've seen here. The Unnamed, they had no kills this game. No kills. They did get that 5th place. And then Alpha, 4th place. I know that gets you 8 points. I honestly don't know. Top 3 right now, Paul, besides Loops, I have no idea. That's the truth.
Well, Jason, I think you're going to be the one to tell us. And honestly, for the fans, as much as I want to stay and hang out, I feel like we should probably get to it.
Yeah, the quicker you guys get out of here, the quicker I can tell you who the top 3 are, and you'll never... No, I'm just kidding. Thank you guys very much for joining us here. I was going to...
Jason, no!
Maybe throw them up, or, just give you guys a sneak peek. Thank you guys very much for joining us, for obviously bringing us the entire season as it is, as well as Hot Jukes and Cameron Davis. But you know what, you two, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here, because we want to find out who the top 3 is going to be. So take it easy. Thank you for everything. And let's bring in 7. Let's bring in Glitter. Let's find out who it is. Now, okay, before we get into this, we have a little bit of a story time here, all right? So we started this show 5 weeks ago. I walked up, I took my flight from Germany to Poland. I landed, I got picked up in a taxi. No, you know what, forget that. We're gonna go straight to standings right now. We're gonna show you who the top 3 teams are from PMPL Season 2 Americas and who's going over to PMGC. Your winners are Loops, the Unnamed, and Alpha 7 in the very last game. Qualified through in 3rd place.
Oh my god. Oh, dude, you know what makes it crazier for 3rd place? They were tied in points at 156 points with Execute.
no.
And the only reason Alpha 7 right now is in 3rd place is because they had 68 kills instead of 60 to Execute. Oh, wow. That is...
You have to think, 7.
What?
Zute, 30 med kits in hand. 30 first aid, sorry, to heal as long as he possibly can. And I feel like only seconds after he fell, another team fell thereafter. That could have been enough to decide them getting through. I think it's time to take a look now at overalls to see how close it was. Across the board, though, between all of our teams, I just want to see the point difference between all of them.
I don't even...
Oh my gosh.
Know what to say.
What?
We've been talking about how important it is to get kills this entire season. The point system has changed from PMWL till now. And we're seeing the effects of it right here. Those extra 8 kills they squeaked out. The amount of times they had to play with 3 players or 2 players and still survive. Alpha 7, they've done it.
Listen, this is something we alluded to. This is something I definitely alluded to. Execute, when they were in second place, they were just playing to maintain their second place. They weren't being aggressive. They were playing in from zone. They weren't even trying to get kills, and that's gonna hurt you. You cannot play like that because guess what? Alpha 7 and those other teams, the Unnamed wasn't even close to top 3 there at one point, but they were popping off, and they were able to now get second place. Alpha 7 with the kills advantage, which is pretty much what it could have come down to as well. I mean, what it did come down to, they're able to get that third place. Execute, Cloud9, B, by the way, B4-2 getting hunted down there at the beginning by XSET. That was insane overall. What a finish to such an amazing tournament.
It's a shame that Execute didn't get through, but we have to give them a massive honorable mention.
Oh, for sure.
A team coming in from
100%.
PMCO, qualifying through into the finals at PMPL. It's fate, his first big event here, being the in-game leader for the team, and they fall at the exact same amount of points as the other team, but just didn't have enough kills. That is such a tremendous performance that they should honestly be happy and be so proud of where they got.
Wow. Yeah, I completely agree with you on that, Glitter. I'm pretty sure you can agree to that, the way they have been able to perform the whole tournament. Remember, this team was in last place during league play at one point.
Yep.
And it, slowly but surely, they just kept on improving. They switched tactics. They started putting in Sute more. And then they decided to stick with that four-man team. And for them to do that coming out of the PMCO, this is huge. This is something we usually, as you were saying, Jason, we don't expect for teams to do that. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see more of those players in the future as well, because they have a lot, and I mean a lot of potential.
Oh man, I think it's time now to take a look at the second page though to see the other teams and where they did place. Tempo Storm getting up to 9th place here, XSET to 10th, G25 from 16th place up to 11th today. Where was that G25 in the last 2 days, Glitter?
Honestly, I don't know. And I was saying that while we were watching, they get back-to-back 11 kill wins on the final day, the final 2 matches of finals. I mean, all they needed was a few more of those between day 1 and 2, and it could have been a totally different outcome. But at least, you know, it's nice to see that it was not a fluke. In that first week, they are capable of doing that. They just need to figure out a way to do it consistently. Then we can finish out that top 16 with Nova in 12th, Brazilian Rampage, Tribe Gaming, Influence Rage, and Wildcard. I mean, holy crap.
You know what I'm really happy about?
Phenomenal.
I'm really happy about the performance Loops put out in this finals.
Yes.
We really haven't talked about them that much. The performance they put up for this finals, because of how they were playing on league finals, we would honestly never really expected. And then on week 4, they stepped it up in a huge way by finally getting those wins. And on the first day of finals, they got those wins. And yesterday, as we called them out, as I personally called them out, saying if they want to be great, be a great team, a global team, they need to start getting wins. And guess what? Just like that, they got 3 chicken dinners in a row. And they came in today and got the first chicken dinner, making it 4 in a row. So congratulations, Loops. By far, you guys are the best team in the West in Americas.
You know what? It's time to take a look at our Mountain Dew Game Fuel moments from that last match. And I am going to have to look at this first clip as potentially being one of the most heartbreaking ones. Execute losing Fame right off the bat to the spray down from HH24. You can look at that moment as, well, maybe that would have been enough. Maybe Execute would have been able to stay alive long enough or get that extra kill or 2 they needed. Actually, the extra kill they needed. I shouldn't even say or 2. The one they needed to maybe get through into top 3. It's so unfortunate, but still, so many amazing moments across this season.
Yeah, and what's crazier, Dad, between that Tempo and Execute exchange at the beginning of the match is you have to think that it changes their whole aspect in regards to Execute. They're coming in thinking they're gonna have a 4-man squad. They're coming in thinking possibly, hey, we can maybe push up on more kills as we've been slacking on that. And by losing that player from the get-go, that's already gonna make you super cautious, Glitter. That's already gonna make you say, hey, we're at least in 3rd place. We already lost 2nd place.
Yep.
Let's try to just do everything we can to maintain our 3rd place, which is what they were trying to do. But ultimately, I think that right there, that engagement between Tempo and Execute is what hurt them the most.
Yeah, because that caution, like you said, could have potentially changed their entire strategy. It wasn't enough to play for those placement points when they needed just 1 more kill. And gosh, it sucks to be on the cusp like that, especially when they've managed to improve and work with changes so well throughout the season. I mean, definitely a well-deserved overall 4th place finish for Execute. Well-deserved as, you know, the winnings and everything. I'm looking forward to seeing them play more in the future as we see the final few moments here at the end of this match. I mean, so many teams, and you know, we said it the entire season, but so many teams, every single team during league play stepped up to the plate multiple times in different ways. Everyone was able to pull down a win, and I'm not sure that's ever happened, you know, before, where every single team in a season has managed to get at least one chicken dinner when you consider how many teams we had playing in the league. And then these finals were just nothing that we could have ever predicted, Seven.
Glitter, you know what's crazy? Now with this win here for Loops, now they are the back-to-back PMPL champions of Americas. And that's impressive. That's something that's gonna look really, really good on their resume. Same with the Unnamed. With Unnamed, they actually played back in the PMPL. It wasn't PMWL, I've gotta correct myself there, in the previous PMPL, and they didn't do that well. But they added Raven, who came in from Pittsburgh Knights, and then the whole team changed. And here on the finals, they put up a great performance. We saw that we saw the push that they had on this final day. We saw them performing well. We saw them getting the placement points, and not just the placement points. We saw them getting the kills. And at the end of the day, that is something that has changed a lot here in PUBG Mobile Esports, and that is something for everybody that's being part of the community you need to keep an eye on, because a lot of these teams, what they're gonna start doing from now on is they're gonna start focusing a lot more in the fragging power, because fragging power, even if you don't get the placement points, they can at least get you there towards the qualifying to the finals, and then you can switch on and then start worrying about and start kind of even them out. Overall though, what a tournament.
Yeah.
You know what? We've already awarded now our prize for all these teams and what they get. What's up, Glitter?
Go ahead. What are you gonna say?
I'm gonna talk about the MVP. That's what I'm gonna talk about, because we still have an
Yes,
MVP
that's
award
what
to
I was
get.
hoping you were
$5,000 for one player. We're gonna find out who it's gonna be, who's our MVP, and Federal, why wouldn't he get it? We heard Environment and Mustache Day talking about before. He had 44 kills in the finals, if I'm not mistaken. The next closest was 27 on his team. This man has stepped up, and honestly, Seven, right when they needed it.
Yeah, out of all the players from Loops Esports that we would expect them to step up, I can personally say I did not expect Federal. And the way this man was able to step up, as you were saying, it was huge, especially here on the finals. He was able to just kick them off and then kind of bring them up and help them get that win, and being able to clutch up in places that they needed him to, Glitter.
This is so impressive, especially when we take into consideration that I think a quarter of that damage he literally did in finals alone. I mean, we've talked about it time in and time out, how we've seen every single one of Loop's players step up to the plate. It's no longer, you know, a one-man show when we saw a lot of those plays kind of falling onto Carrillo. Federal, time and time again, showed us why he's on the squad. Oh my God, this is actually making me so happy that not only is it a Loops player, but that it's a different Loops player, because I think moving into GC, knowing that every single one of them is a force to be reckoned with is incredibly important for Loops.
And with that, what you just said right there, Glitter, I'm gonna break down some stats here for you as we watch some Federal stuff, highlights. We see Federal, this is just based on the finals, by the way. Federal, 49 kills on the finals alone. In second place in regards to kills, you have Kayovsky with 31 kills. And in third place, you have Carrillo with 30 kills. So that is, as you were saying, that is massive to go into PMGC with, because now you have that fragging power, and hopefully, I hope they continue to improve, because this is a team that still has a lot of potential. I mean, back-to-back PMW winners, it's nothing to laugh at.
It's actually time to even take a look at how... No, don't worry, we got you. We know what's all going on. We're all hyped up. We're all excited.
Hyped up, baby.
I'm curious to see who else was in the running, though, for MVP in the rankings here, and see who was close enough to potentially come in second. We can see Carrillo actually there as number 2. So 3 players from Loop Esports going to be able to get into our top 8. But obviously some honorable mentions. Axel, Ayala, we got to give it to Queso. They performed so well in league play, but Glitter, when it came down to the finals, unfortunately, they didn't live up to that hype.
Yeah, and you know what, though? It's still good to see them up here in that top 8 position because we talked about Axel and Ayala so many times for being such strong players for their team. Even Pepito managing to stay up here at 4th place overall. They picked it up there at the end. That's huge for them. Nenebete still constantly being in a top player position for B4, which is massive for B4 considering he was a new pickup for them this season. And then NTX rounding out the top 8. And I mean, so many of these players, regardless of what happened for these teams in finals, are people that we've spoken about many separate times because of their dominant performances, and everyone up here is deserving of this spot.
You know what's really impressive to me, even though Influence Rage really didn't, on League Play, they ended up in the teens, in 13th, 15th place. For NTX to be able to put up that kind of performance with dealing with the team that he was dealing with, let's be honest here, you don't expect a player to be able to do that. So kudos to NTX for being able to put out those kind of numbers with what they were working with. Here in the finals, I think they ended up in 15th place, which is good. So NTX, you have a lot of potential, as you were saying there with Nenebete as well, with his first major tournament, his first major finals here as well. This is going to be great experience for these players, especially with Nenebete now. B4 has a superstar in a way that they can build a team around, and overall, this is just improving the American scene, and I cannot wait what's to come. Besides PMGC, I cannot wait what's to come.
Right?
Well, we also get a chance to look at as well our report from the entire tournament, what teams are going to put out the most kills, the most damage done. And again, not too surprised to see Loops up there with how dominating they were in the finals and how much they're able to step up, especially coming into the last week of league play. Most healing, I think Zute got that 14K pretty much by himself in that last match, if we're honest. And then B4, unfortunately, taking the most damage, but again, showing that they're able to make it into the very tippity top here of the teams we had in Americas.
I mean, this was a great season. There's literally no better way to say it. Like, every team showed their worth. They all put on a show for us to enjoy. I think I could speak for all of the casters and us here on the desk because we were entertained the entire season.
I mean, I don't think we've ever had a finals quite like this, thinking back to even, finals last year in Malaysia 7, where Bigatron was like, hey, we're going to be up by a ton of points and no team can catch us. But it came down to the very last match. And that's the way we love to see it. And again, that really shows how good these teams are getting in Americas, how evenly matched they are as well. Again, having a team from PMCL be able to compete against the #2 team in the World League West just last season for Loops and be able to compete against the best of the teams who have played in countless tournaments across the world, I think it's a really good sign for PUBG Mobile in Americas, and I can't wait to see what happens next season, to be honest.
Yeah, listen, I'm excited for next season for Americas, but I'm most excited for PMGC. Now all those questions, this is going to be the best teams in the world. Now Americas is going to be able to put up their best face with Loops being back-to-back PMPL winners. And overall, I just want to say thank you to ESL PUBG Mobile Esports. You guys put on an amazing show. And whoever at PUBG Mobile Esports decided to change the point system, congratulations. Because out of all the years that I've been doing this with you guys, this is by far the most fun I have had in a tournament just based on leaderboards. You didn't know what to expect. Everybody could pop off and everybody could actually make it, whether it was to finals or here on the final day to PMGC. I love this.
All right, well, Seven, you got your final words in there. Glitter, I want to give you a chance before we do end off the show and, of course, end off the season.
I mean, first of all, huge shout out and thank you to all the players for their participation because, like I said, these games were enjoyable to watch. They had me on the edge of my seat the entire time. It was amazing and enjoyable seeing every single squad show why they are part of the PMPL Americas. I mean, it's great working with you guys every single time. The casters are amazing, so I'm just happy I get to be here for another season. I can't wait for the next one.
Yeah, honestly, and that's obviously coming up in not too far away of time. So as we're sitting here getting our rest after the show finishes, we got Loops, we got the Unnamed, we got Alpha 7. They don't have a chance to rest because they're competing against the best teams in the world when it comes to PMGC. So you two, get out of here. Thank you so much for joining me over the course of these last 5 weeks. And of course, thank you to all of you viewers who are watching as well. It's been so exciting. We can't wait to see what PMGC has to offer. And we'll see you guys in just like a month and a half time to kick off the best of the best with $2 million on the line.
Bye.